Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Damage put on it, denies him passes with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Hi guys, and welcome back to week number 1, day number 3 of the Pacific Championship Series Spring Split 2021. I'm your caster, Genevieve Richley, and with me to bring you guys these games is, of course, you've seen him the whole weekend, it's Clement.
Hi, it's really great to see you, Rairichu. We finally have a new face on the broadcast today, and I just want to ask you, what have been your thoughts so far about the PCS games?
I mean, like, coming back to PCS, like, for me, I think when I first started casting League of Legends, it was, like, 5 or 6 years ago, back when we had, like, GPL, that was the thing, and then it turned into King of Scene. Right now, of course, it's the Pacific Champion Series, but the thing that I really like to see, if I've noticed in day number 1 and day number 2, is kind of, like, some of, like, the youth, the vitality, kind of like the aggressiveness is still there. It's kind of like the core of this league. I mean, we saw it day number 1, for example, on his steam the enemy team at that game. I mean, yeah, it's just really nice to see. I'm really glad I'm back. I think coming back to like Southeast Asia, Taiwan, they just kind of has that coming back home kind of feeling that I like.
True.
So I'm glad to be here.
That's why I'm back as well, just to see the sights and sounds of Taipei once more. I totally agree on your points. You know, I was so impressed by, you know, Liab going for the full Filipino roster, Beyond Gaming coming out of nowhere and just dominating everyone. It seems like even with all that talent, a lot of people going over to TSM, a lot of people moving over to Wild Rift, the league is still incredibly strong.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with like Wild Rift as well, because we're in Southeast Asia where, like, you know, mobile games are such a big market. So I'm actually really glad that the competitive scene for League of Legends, even after 10 years, is still so strong. It's really something that's great to see.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we did have a lot of teams actually move over. Nova just saying goodbye. We're actually hopping onto the mobile division right now. And even Machi losing players to Wild Rift was kind of surprising. But we are going to take a look at yesterday's games. You know, for me, it really was Machi's bounce back. Gemini was the man of the day on that Taliyah strategy where the entire team just set up crowd control for him. And Beyond Gaming shook the world as they took down PSG.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, PSG, I think a lot of people coming into PCS this time, especially for the teams, the viewers, are kind of expecting them to be kind of number one or really near the top of the 10 teams that are playing this year in PCS. So that day two match that they dropped, I mean, we're gonna have to see how they do today. And like, we're lucky because they're in the very first game versus Alpha Esports. We'll talk a bit more about that later. But yeah, they're gonna want to kind of buck up a bit, and they're gonna hope to end 3-1 at the end of week 1.
100%. We just saw yesterday's the standings. Overall, Berjaya Dragons representing the LST within the top 4. And for today's matches, we are going to get a double dosage of J-Team and Liab trying to revamp and get themselves into the upper half of the standings.
Yep, for sure. Once again, to just remind all of our viewers back home, if you guys aren't familiar with the PCS format, we play every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and every single team plays every single day of the PCS. Some teams do have 2 matches in a day. Sometimes the schedule is kind of a bit brutal, where they don't have as much time if they to recover from a loss if they do drop a game, but it just makes things all the more exciting.
We definitely have the most condensed schedule out of all of the leagues. It was due to COVID and also the Lunar New Year coming up. For health purposes, we did decide to go for a 5-week regular split. So it's a lot of games in a very short span of time. But to kick things off today, we are going to go into PSG versus Alpha Esports.
Yep. I think it is going to be Alpha Esports over on the blue side. Not sure if we're going to get that graphic up really soon. Maybe not. But yeah, as we were talking about earlier, PSG, they are sitting 2-1. So not at the top of the table. I think it's somewhere around 4th. They did beat HKA as well as Machi over on day number 1. On Friday, however, they did lose to Beyond Gaming yesterday. Alpha, on the other hand, they are actually only at 0-2. They lost to IMP day number 1, which kind of, I mean, it's kind of that sort of game where Irelia in the top lane goes nuts, and then you kind of have no choice but to lose the game at that point. So we might call that a blip, but then they also did drop another game to J-Team yesterday. So it is going to be kind of an upward climb, I want to say, for Alpha Esports in this matchup.
The first thing you're going to notice on your screen is that Alpha only plays with 3 members in the studio. The other 2 members, K-Babe and Zihan, actually have to connect from mainland China. So this is a team that definitely has a bit of a ping issue. We did see a lot of their players actually dropping out of the game on stage. So they have had to overcome that. And to be honest, that has been such a large hindrance that we don't really know what Alpha Esports is going to look like when they finally have all of those technical difficulties taken care of.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, earlier, day number 1, their game, I think they paused something like 4 times during that one. And also, if I'm not wrong, that game was actually not played on Singapore server. It was played on the Taiwan server. So they were actually getting 10 ping, and yet they were still having that connectivity issues. And it's a bit unfortunate because I think when you think of Alpha Esports, the players that you want to watch kind of are going to be their LDL players, jungle support. However, because of the ping, we just haven't really been able to, I guess, maximize what we can tell from their skill level.
Yeah, they definitely have a very interesting roster, and this is part of Alpha Esports' game plan. They definitely purposely wanted to combine a roster with players that were native to the LMS and also players that were native to the LPL. This is a conscious choice on their end, but they've had to pay a pretty heavy price in terms of location of their organization and just connectivity issues that they dealt with in prior splits. But we're actually going to blitz straight into draft phase right here. It will be Alpha Esports, like you mentioned, on the blue side, and PSG on the red with the Kai'Sa ban straight off the table.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kai'Sa top tier AD carry right now, and there's that Seraphine pretty much instant ban. There's that Thresh ban as well, which is interesting. It looks like they're trying to prevent the setup of the Aphelios, so they don't really want to deal with that. Kind of when you ban out the Thresh, Aphelios kind of falls a little bit lower down on the ADC priority table. It's going to be Rel, also of course uber strong support. really gets very good synergy with Samira. And yep, last man, it's going to be Udyr. So maybe Lilia first pick? What do you think?
This is pretty interesting. So far, Udyr is 0-5 in the PCS. Definitely not something that I would go for. But if I'm drafting, this definitely leaves Olaf as the #1 priority. K-Babe has already showed that yesterday. And even with a terrible early 3-0 start, he was able to claw himself back to a 5-kill game. So they're going to go pretty comfortably into that one. Now it's PSG's turn to, usually they take, either blind pick top laner here, or AD carriers are at a premium with that Samira still up as well.
Yeah, it looks like Talia, so there is a bit of flexibility that is going to allow. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about blind picking any laners in the current meta is kind of the safe pick to go if you really want to blind a top or one of those mage control mid lanes. But yeah, it is going to be Nartalia, so very strong, very teamfight oriented. Just kind of shows that because there's Olaf over on the side of K-Babe. They want to go for the more early pre-6, level 3, level 4s when they're strong over in the river. So if you have the Olaf versus Talia matchup, if they meet in the river, Olaf actually does win that one. But we will see. We'll see how it plays out.
Totally agree. We probably will be seeing the phase rush out of river in this one. And Alpha Gaming, super interesting. They do go for the Jace pick now. This is a very aggressive flex that we have seen Apex play before. I'm not sure if it's a 3Z champion necessarily. He is also more of a weak side top laner. But it will go well with the Olaf early game like you were mentioning. And also the Leona being selected for Zihan. Zihan's a bit of an interesting player as he traditionally was actually a top laner coming in from the LDL, so we're not exactly sure about his full range of champion pulls, but this definitely seems to be a pick and a skirmish-oriented start for Alpha Esports.
Yeah, I agree. Also, talking about An, I'm actually so excited. This is the first game in my entire career that I've ever casted of Ans, and I just don't know which An is going to show up today. I'm so excited. You won't believe it.
Yeah, An has been known as that player that has incredible highs, but at the same time can have pretty mental boom moments where he kind of overextends for minions and just dies out of nowhere. I would say so far he looks to be playing very seriously, but the team just can't get over the disconnects early coming from Alpha Esports, and I think I just jinxed it. Oh my god, no!
A pause! Oh man, I want to get in game quick. I don't want to start off this game 1 PB with a pause. But it's alright. I mean, I think, Clement, you casted some of the GPL as well back in the day. I mean, having come from GPL, pause is is nothing at this point.
Funny fact, I've actually never casted GPL.
Wait,
not a single
no, game. Really?
Yeah. I was actually coaching in EU back then, so I skipped the entire GPL phase straight into the LMS phase.
Wow, I mean, weird flex, but okay.
No, I was lucky. I didn't want to sit through 2-hour pauses. That's the games are good, but sometimes the setup was just very difficult.
So, fun fact, you can't actually have a 2-hour pause. The pause timer runs down at it's 30 minutes. At the end of the 30 minutes, it's kind of that. That's just it. The pause timer doesn't go below 0 at that point. And I know this because that's happened to me so many times. So many times. I'm not sure if the pause has been resolved, but we are back onto the player cams. Maple just there looking a bit done with the pause like all of us.
Yeah, I really hope that Alpha Esports can actually get all of their players in the same locale. This is what PSG has done. All of their players are playing from Hong Kong, so they do have that, face-to-face communication, and at least it's a lot easier to fix connectivity issues when you're all routing through the same server and stuff like that. But, I just kind of want to ask you what your thoughts about PSG's loss yesterday to Beyond Gaming. That was definitely a huge shocker, and something that I think we're going to have to bring up again and again as Beyond Gaming look to make their names known at the top of the scoreboard.
Yikes. I mean, I'm sure in the details you probably be able to go through that a bit better than me, but my opinion, I mean, beyond. So if you guys are new to watching a league, you don't really recognize the name. It's kind of basically the old AHQ, RIP AHQ, when the old team were let go by their org, and I think it was Dinter bought over the team as well as the coaches and set up Beyond Gaming so that the team could participate in PCS. So if anyone watching is they're like, wait, who is this team that beat PSG yesterday? It's pretty much, you can think of it as old AHQ. So yeah, I was pretty excited. I think that also watching last year's PCS is kind of like, especially going off of predictions, right? Like, you can never be too sure what's going to happen in that best of one.
A lot of teams definitely showing up huge, and especially I think J-Team was one of the biggest rebounders come 2020. 7th place in spring, all the way up to 1st place in regular split. So there's definitely teams that can start off pretty rough in the spring split, but then still rebound and get good positioning later on. Just a funny quip, but I do want to ask you if you know why players are flashing Amumu and Darius when they play against Beyond Gaming. If you know, don't say it on stream, but I just want to ask you.
Wait, what? I don't, but you know what? I'm pretty sure I can find out.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I just wanted to see if you were in the know or not, because I couldn't stop laughing when every single player was flashing them the Amumu emotes in game.
What? DM me like literally right now. I want to know. What's going on?
It's not stream appropriate. I will say that all the viewers probably know, and all the players definitely are in on the joke, but it is not something we can say, unfortunately. I have double checked on that fact. But we are back into draft. This is great. Hooray!
Yeah, sorry for the pause, guys. I think they had to remake the entire lobby right there. I was just why it took a bit long. But yep, it is going to be the last the last pick of Alistar. Right there, Alistar, of course, pretty strong in the meta. Also, just has a lot of good synergy with all the types of like team fights, CC focus that we see in the meta right now. Of course, it's going to work very well with Nards. Also, probably going to give them a pretty aggressive bot lane, although they haven't picked their AD carry just yet. I think that's the Samira ban out.
Yeah, and we do have the Yone ban coming out against Maple as well. This is pretty interesting because we did check into Maple's solo queue account, and he definitely likes those flashy champions, so making sure that they're not going to get the chance. Also, yesterday, Machi did play very, very well with that Yone and Talia combo. So just taking that off the board, making sure they can't run the Machi strategy here.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Yone right now. He's kind of one, as well as the Lucian that's been banned out. They're kind of the kind of the strongest tier AD-based mid laners for right now. So Yone, of course, has a lot of very good synergy with most of your AP junglers. In general, you just kind of want to go for a AP AD and not have both AP or AD. So yeah, it's gonna be MF Alistar. Wow.
What?
That's pretty dangerous. I mean, if that MF can land a good ultimate, like right into the knockup, if she can channel for the entire duration, that's going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, super interesting pick. This is going to be our first MF of the 2021 season so far. There's been a lot of options, but this draft particularly, we have seen a lot of the more meta AD carries being taken off the table. On is going to lock in the Kalista, and we are going to index further into that pick composition by going for the Twisted Fate for Apex. And now Maple has to consider his options. He is hovering the Azir so far to round out the comp.
I would love to see more of Maple Azir. Like, I cannot get enough of Maple Azir. Just over the years, whenever he plays Azir, I just get really excited. But going a bit back to more of the MF pick, when you're talking about, like, say, S tier 80 carries in the meta right now, you kind of think Aphelios, Samira, Kai'Sa, and I think Xayah as well. When those are off the table, then you kind of think, okay, MF, Jhin perhaps is good as well. So it's kind of a bit of a surprise that they didn't pick Jhin. composition. But then when you look at the rest of their team composition, I mean, MF is great with Alistar. It's going to be great comboed with the Gnar as well. Also useful with Natalia, especially now that they picked the Azir in mid lane. So that's a really solid 5v5 composition they have right there. And then comparing it to the Alpha Esports side, Alpha Esports have more of a kind of solo lane, ganking focus. You've got the Jace, especially. It kind of looks like, you know, there's that more of that potential to get your solo laners a hit, I think is what they're going for.
It definitely looks like they have a strong top side. That Jace counter pick against the Gnar, and then you have the Twisted Fate with the gold card, a lot of gank pressure onto the Azir, so they should be able to run that quadrant of the map. On the other hand, like PSG, this is super interesting from them. They're putting a lot of their eggs into the River basket so far, just going with the Machi strategy of hyping up this Talia, making sure that she gets that almost guaranteed stun combo in the bot side with Kaiwing's Alistar. And you know, I just think this is a pretty interesting way to kind of see them rebound from their loss against Beyond Gaming, going for I would say an early game that has a lot more focus compared to the Udyr comps that they pulled out.
Yeah, sometimes when you see a bad Udyr, it's just like, oh dear, that's not good. But I think for Alpha Esports, one of the players that I think really should be watching this time is going to be Zihan on that Leona, especially because PSG, they've drafted so much peel. They've got Azir, they've got Gnar, they've got Alistar as well, that it's really going to be up to Zihan to be able to know when to engage on that Leona, because if he doesn't do it right, I mean, his team is going to have a hard time.
Yeah, Alpha Esports definitely don't want to go into the late phases of the game. They are going to go with a very aggressive level 1. Maple's not going to see this. He gets tagged by the Undertow.
No!
When he get out, he doesn't have a cleanse either, but it's okay. He does wrap around back to his mid lane tower. Alpha Esports are spotted, but PSG don't fall and don't use any summoners against this aggression.
Yes, they're not really gonna get anything from that. They're gonna be a bit later into position over in lane, but it's not really gonna cost them all that much. We're still at 1 minute. We've got about like 20 more seconds to get to their buff. But yeah, I appreciate the effort because I think that those level 1 aggressive invades are something that we don't see enough. I mean, you pick the Olaf, you go for it. That's exactly what I want to see. Even if it doesn't work out, try it again next game. It's gonna work out someday.
Pretty interesting though. I don't think that Alpha Esports actually excuse me, they're actually on into the jungle right now. I thought that was PSG's bot lane. Got completely bamboozled right there. Alpha Esports, they are going to start with the blue buff away from PSG. It's going to be a pretty big advantage to K-Babe, and also really stymie the bottom lane for PSG. They're not going to be able to push up when they know that Olaf is in their quadrant.
Yeah, fun fact, we figured out that K-Babe is pronounced K-Babe, and I think in Chinese the fans call it K-Bao. So like Bao is kind of like, you know, baby or babe. Yeah, that's how they translated it. I remember watching Day 1 and everyone was like, how, this is just, you shouldn't do this if you're a pro player. You shouldn't have like a mix of numbers and letters. That's just inconsiderate to your casters. But looks like some action going on in top. Hanabi's just gonna walk it out of that one. As you were talking about, the Jace versus Gnar counter pick is going to be pretty rough for the Gnar, especially like low level Gnar. Right now, PSG. River, though, just taking wolves, wanting to walk out. Bit of a gutsy move right there.
Kill the wolf. Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh
man, yeah, that was really gutsy. So I like the communication between River and Maple. So Maple had actually pushed out his wave a bit right there, so that gave River that window of opportunity with the prio right there to go for the wolf camp. But really gutsy, and yeah, I like to see that.
Yeah, it does just go straight in. You know, we are seeing Olaf still with a bit of an advantage as he took 3 camps away from Alpha Esports jungle compared to compared to the 2.5 camps coming in from River. We are going to see bot lane just sort of back off once they see the scuttle go down. And with Maple in full control of this mid lane, it looks like River is actually going to equalize and maybe even come out a little bit ahead with a double scuttle start.
Yeah, and just looking at the CS across the board, oh, that comment's gotta be so irritating for the TF. Usually when you have a TF in your mid lane, you're not counting on him to win lane by any means. I mean, if you have something like a TF Galio matchup, then they kind of go pretty even. They both just kind of farm it out. When you're against Azir, who has that natural tendency to push the wave, oh, it looks like Alpha's gonna try and counter this by 3v1ing early on, but yeah, that ward, man, Maple knows what's up. He backs to the far side of that river brush, and he's gonna make it out of this one. Just completely unscathed, just farming it up, having a good time.
Maple is just too damn experienced to actually fall to that one. It was a really good play from Alpha Esports, having their jungle and support roam towards the mid lane straight after that teleport, but they don't find the kill as Maple knows what's coming up. He doesn't see the support in the bot lane, plays super safe, and we are going to go back to just normal laning states right now. K-Babe still trying to find a kill on this Azir with no cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, Maple, come on, man. Dude's laned against the likes of Faker, who's like famous for, like, you know, bringing his jungle up to gank for him. Maple's got this. He knows what's gonna happen. But Alpha Esports, they've realized that, you know, it's kind of wasting a bit of time trying to gank Maple over in mid. They are going to pick up the first Elemental Drake of the game really early on, too. Gonna have to 3-man this over at 5 minutes, but here comes PSG.
Yep, we are going to see some damage already go down from River just throwing the stones. They are going to lock up both K-Babe and Zihan in this Dragon Pit. And Zihan goes down for first blood. No flash used right there. I felt like he might have been able to get out of that if he decided to flash earlier, but it's still somewhat favorable trade in Alpha Esports' favor.
Yeah, definitely advantage still is gonna go over to them. I mean, they do lose that first blood gold. They do pick up that first dragon. Will be more worth, especially if they can pick up more of the ocean later on. But yeah, not bad. Not a bad trade. You know, on top side, actually pretty even. Nars hit that level 6, although 6 with the Mega Gnar, it's not really the most useful in the Jace versus Gnar matchup. Really, I think the most useful skill for him at this point is going to be his Q to try and get those last hits on the minions of his boomerang. But he's actually up in CS by about half a wave.
Yeah, that's actually very surprising considering like how hard he was bullied out in the early 2 levels.
Yeah, he's got that flea market build, the shield, the boots. Meanwhile, Jace is just going, looks like it will be lethality. He's got the double swords to start off. River, meanwhile, just true to his name, just picking up some vision over in the river, picking up the bot scuttle. And interesting to note, though, is that we haven't really seen much ganking from the junglers this game. I mean, Talia, you kind of expect when she's at level 6, she's going to show up somewhere. But considering that Alpha Esports had the Olaf, we might see something happen right now about bot. Maybe they're trying to wait till that level 6, but yep, there's K-Babe hiding in the bush.
You know, I really wonder where Apex is going to show up first. He's already ticked over to level 6 right now. And if you look at the vision on the right side of his lane, he definitely can sneak away here. We already see the pings coming down, and I believe Apex might be coming straight in, but River is in on the play right now. It's a 4v3 under the bottom lane, and this is going to be disaster coming in. A triple stun into the wall coming in from Hanabi. That was just way too telegraphed. Breezy is here, but he's going to fall down, and it's going to be an ace for PSG at 7 minutes.
Ooh, that was clean from PSG. Oh my god, that Gnar triple stun into the wall. If you take a look at the replay right here, so nice E, doesn't really get in with the slow, but there's the Talia ultimate right there to really zone off the escape. There's the Gnar stun, and at that point, you know, 3Z is like, yeah, you know what, I'm 1v3, I'm not really gonna do much right here, and I think that Unified actually picked up a triple kill in all of that, so that's really not where you want to be as the Kalista versus that.
3,000 gold lead just out of that play alone. PSG were very well prepared for the potential 4-man dive, actually the 5-man dive into the bottom side. And just looking at the play, I just felt like, you know, Alpha Esports, they were coming in a little bit telegraphed. The Twisted Fate didn't really have priority in lane. He's just left straight directly walking into the bot side. And when they did go for the dive, they actually focused the Alistar, gave Unified a lot of time to react, and he's going to be sitting at 4 kills and 2 assists, plus a Herald around on his team. So Alpha not off to a great start.
Yeah, that's nuts. Especially considering that we're just 9 minutes in, the gold lead is about 3,000, and the fact that with this, they can very likely pick up a couple more tower plates later for that extra gold because they have so much time pre 14 minutes. Yeah, that was a great play.
Truly. Hanabi coming in at the right time, exactly with the Mega Gnar bar intact already. He is playing into a counter matchup, but he's out 2 waves at this point and is also going for the Stride Breaker. So this isn't even a lane that River needs to necessarily take care of. I'm pretty sure Hanabi can actually solo out Jace after these item purchases.
Yeah, this is really rough for 3Z, especially because PSG did blind pick the Gnar early on. I think they first rotation picked it over on the red side. A lot of pings going down, and I think they're just gonna be content clearing that ward and backing out, though. It is 3v3 for now.
I'm a little bit surprised by the way that Apex is looking for these opportunities. He's not actually looking to get his wave pushed up. So for every aggressive play he makes, there's actually a lot of options for PSG. If they lose just one member, then actually Maple can just straight up equalize it by taking the tower plates. I'm a little bit just surprised and baffled that K-Babe's not trying to look for something in the mid lane, but never mind, Zihan is going to go in. The bullet time just cuts off so many members incoming from Alpha Esports, and they lose their jungle without finding the primary target. Once again, the target selection here probably not ideal, but a very good wild card coming in through Apex, and River decides not to take the full Stone Surf to its end.
Yeah, they knew that that fight was over at that point. I mean, they'd already gotten Dragon. They'd also picked up 1 kill as well. So they knew they were going to make it out of that one. Clearly on the winning side right there. It just kind of was not the best from Zihan. I think he didn't really have the best positioning. He didn't have a lot of good options right there just because PSG... I mean, they know how to play against Leona. You don't bunch up versus a Leona. They had all 3 members at the Dragon Pit, but they had all split up, and at that point I think Zihan had to just kind of pick one person on PSG to go in on, but of course that's not ideal.
It was kind of a weird play for me. You're standing right in front of a Misfortune, and he didn't really hold on for the solar flare anyway, just rushed in, they try to get past the Alistar. I don't think anything's going to come out of this 1v1, but with River in the play, they do get the slowdown. Hanabi finds the boomerang. We do see the Grasp of the Undying, one more tick, and 3Z is going to find his death right there, and PSG standing at 8-1 over Alpha Esports.
That's really unfortunate. The fact that a Gnar with Grasp is bullying you, that's just not fun. Also, unfortunately, he did miss that Q through the acceleration gate at the start. Don't think it would have made that much of a difference since it was a 2v1, but yeah, not the best. Not his best. And there's going to be 2 plates. PSG are going to be picking up at top. Looks like Hanabi's going for a 3rd one as well. So that's a huge chunk of change. It's already, I think, 4,4500. It's the gold lead in favor of PSG 8-1 right now.
I respect 3Z. He knew that the rest of his team was already in the dumpster fire. There was no way that this bot lane's going to win.
Oh no!
This mid lane's tower is almost down. So he had to try something. I like that idea. I respect the play.
Oh
but
my god,
unfortunately
is that how you
River
talk
was
in
there.
solo queue? Oh, mid is a dumpster fire. Oh my god, Clement!
It is a dumpster fire,
Mercy.
okay? Well, look at the kills discrepancy. This is 5-0-2 on the AD carry coming in from Unified. Pretty easy play for a River just to throw his weight into this advantage in the bot side already. He does have that Reaver's Wall almost completed, and you know, we could be looking at a pretty quick 4v2 into the bottom side if they so choose. Zihan is going to walk out in time, but they know the pressure is on, and I don't think anyone from Alpha Esports will walk towards that try. This is not possible, right? After they've seen so many members. Yep, but oh no, what? Ow. What? You just saw them.
Oh my god, it's an absolute disaster!
Didn't they just see 3 members right there? But never mind, Maple is still going in for more kills. It is going to be K-Babe against Maple. Maybe the Olaf can take this one ahead. He nearly gets River too. But finally, he does go down. And PSG again with another massive play onto the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a couple minutes ago, we were like, when are they gonna make that play down bot? Is it gonna be past level 6? And yeah, we're gonna take a look at the replay.
How does On walk out right here? They just saw the 3-man in the drive rush. He still goes out for the minion wave? Why?
Oh no. Tunnel vision, man. You see those creeps? You just wanna hit them. I don't know what to tell you. I love also how PSG at this point, they're so far ahead where part of their engage is the slow from the MFE. I mean, that's broken. That should not be a thing.
Yeah, honestly, Maple was the only one that is giving Alpha Esports hope right now. He kind of fakes planted into K-Babe himself, and the Berserker with Gore Drinker was too much to handle. But overall, PSG 7,000 gold at 50 minutes.
Oh my god, this has got to be one of the, like, this has got to be a record. I think for the last few days. I'm not sure we've seen 7k gold in 15 minutes yet. But yeah, Maple, the thing for Alpha Esports though is that, I mean, I think they traded for 1, so they did get the kill off of Maple. But I think for them, they would have really hoped for someone else. For example, Unified right now, he's got 700 gold bounty, and they've got 400 bounty on the Talia as well. So if they do manage to pick up those
flashes in, does find the entire combo down onto Hanabi. Can Hanabi make it out of here and get his Mega Gnar? No, he's going to get picked up by 3Z. A great QE Shock Blast combo coming in, and Alpha Esports find themselves quite rarely, but definitely with the front foot ahead in this play.
Yeah, that burst is pretty insane. He does have the mythic completed as well, so those Qs through those gates are going to be doing pretty big amount of damage. Now at the 16-minute mark, I guess we can kind of take stock of how the game is going. There's River once again, full control right there. About to pick up the Herald, the second Herald of the game. There's Kairing waiting in the wings. I think he's gonna back off though, but PSG, they do have mid as well as top pushing in their favor, which is why you can see them just trying to set up for those jungle invades as well as those ganks. Alpha Esports playing it pretty safe, kind of hugging their tier 2 towers right now. I mean, they're kind of wanting to get farm onto the Kalista. They know that Olaf is gonna drop off. They know that TF isn't really a champion they're gonna carry on in the late game. So they're kind of hoping on Jace and Kalista right now, but it's not the best strategy.
Yeah, although the esports are still a number of picks from coming back into this game, we are seeing some of those pick tools start to mature on the in terms of the items here, with the rapid fire cannon almost completed coming in from Apex, and we always will have that Fate's Call plus Leona combo to pick people off. So for PSG, they have split pushers like Hanabi, but I think it's much safer for them to actually just do this with their gold lead, group together, have that Herald down, and just try and play this sieging game.
Yikes, that's RIP. Second tower right there with Shelly. PSG gonna take some jungle camps, take some of Alpha's jungle for their trouble, and I don't know, Clement, I don't really see a way for Alpha to come back in this one. What do you think?
To be absolutely honest, I don't either, because they're running an early game composition. They're the ones with champions that fall off like Jason Olaf, and they just didn't get enough done in the early game. However, we are going to see a catch the bullet time forced out of Unified.
Whoa, so much damage.
Nearly goes down, but PSG still got the turret.
Yeah, that's actually huge because the fact that they chunk out the Leona solo means that she actually can't engage. So even though the 4 other members of Alpha Esports are at like full health right now, they can't actually team fight because Leona's pretty much their only engaged team fighting tool. So that's huge. Wow. I mean, usually as an MF, you know, you want to combo your ultimate, you want to get more than just one person with that as well. But I mean, she saw the opportunity and they just went for that. That was nice.
Yeah, and Leona's pretty much the only one that can stop the bullet time at this point. The Solar Flare, a very useful tool to make sure that Unified doesn't get the full channel. But with Zihan going down early, it's very difficult to then just stop Unified pouring in damage. I think we are going to see a pretty early Baron group from PSG. They definitely are far ahead enough. And I think that's going to be the deciding factor. You know, with Alpha Esports, we have seen a couple of Baron steals already happening in the PCS. Did get, I can't remember off the top of my head who found that beautiful Baron steal, but I think River actually was the one that got one of them early on.
Yeah, that would be absolutely huge if K-pop could make that happen. It would really kind of help Alpha Esports get back into this one. But really nicely done from PSG. You can see just even before the 20-minute mark, at about 19:20, they were already setting up their wards right now.
Oh no, Kaiwin going straight in onto K-Babe, but he does have the Ragnarok, finally decides to pop it. He's down to 100 HP and still ticking down. But River is not going to follow through on the reverse wall.
Close.
And PSG should be fairly happy to just start up this Baron at this point.
Yeah, this is just absolutely textbook. There's the teleport coming in from Hanabi on the ward that they'd set up. Zihan trying to see if he can make something happen. He's gonna get pincered though between Kaiwing and the rest of PSG.
Very easy pickup coming in from Maple. He doesn't even have to complete the Shurima's shuffle. Kaiwing going in and trying to find that headbutt back into his team. He's not going to really get it just yet. River tries to get his combo, but we do see 3Z with some fancy footwork, but simply not enough to get him out of that situation. And once more, PSG are going to hold on to their lead, turn back for another Baron attempt.
Oof, yeah, they're gonna bring their lead right now to 9,000 gold and pick up the Baron right there. I mean, for PSG, it was a really easy decision for them. They saw that Zihan was a bit out of place, realized they could just pick him off early on, and they also knew, of course, that once the Leona is gone, Alpha Esports can't possibly start a team fight for themselves. So PSG were more than happy to pick up the stragglers from Alpha and then turn back to pick up the Baron as well. K-Babe is gonna take the dragon over in bot side, so they do get something out of this. However, Hanabi's already split pushing over in mid, splitting the Baron buff over to the empowered minions. Yeah, it's not looking good.
With these items, Hanabi can definitely take the solo against 3Z. This is no longer a counter matchup. The Gnar has the edge in this one. And honestly, PSG can close this game out so many different ways. They can split push, they can just straight siege and force, with Unified sitting on 805 stat line, almost completed in the Infinity Edge. If they want to go very, very secure and they don't want to risk anything, then maybe they wait until that Infinity Edge is completed for Unified. But honestly, the ball is in their court. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Alpha Esports right now, they don't have 1v1 advantage. They also don't have team fight advantage. The thing is, when you have the when you draft something like the Olaf Jace, you kind of always have the fallback of playing for picks. But I mean, that's versus a lesser team, right? It's not PSG. PSG is one of those teams that they're going to lay down wards in your jungle. They're going to invade. They're going to get vision. And they're going to make it really difficult for you to try and get picks off of them. So 4v4 outside right now. Okay, so just getting a bit of chunk damage here onto the tower before the next wave of minions crashes. Gonna 3-2 over in mid and bot. Mid inhib tower is gonna fall pretty soon.
Just feels like they're trying to goad Alpha Esports into a full-on engage. Zihan is walking forward. He uses the flash, but doesn't find the target. Maple is able to go out, and a beautiful, deadly triangle coming in from River, but the bullet time is just a little bit too short. But for some reason, Zihan actually just goes forward again, tries to pick off River, doesn't find the target, and he ends up being the only victim in that exchange.
Yeah, this is a really tough game to play when you're Leona, man. The thing about Leona is that once your team falls behind, if you're the only engaged, you pretty much are going to die every time you try and team fight. Also, when your team is behind, it's just so difficult to play as Leona. Leona's one of those support champs where you really need at least your AD carry or your team to be ahead to fully maximize that pick. So just getting bleaker and bleaker for Alpha Esports right now. I'm not really sure if there's all that much that they can do. Of course, they haven't given up yet. There's Apex trying to make a play happen.
That's about it. That play fizzles. I have to say that these engages coming out from Alpha Esports are the most low creativity engages I've ever seen. They have Fate's Call. They have the Messiah's Twisted Fate on Apex. You can actually go into the back line and try to get a gold card into a perfect time. He could definitely do that. But Alpha Esports are going with the I'm gonna send Leona right in front of your face and hope she catches someone with the flash. Like, I don't know, but either Alpha Esports has just, they're not coordinating, or Zihan is going off and doing his own thing. It's one of those two, because with the amount of tools they have, the plays that they're doing just don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a rough game all around. We were talking earlier during the standings about how they just haven't been having a good first week of PCS, to be honest. They're 0-2. Looks like they're might go 0-3 in their first week of the spring split after losing to IMP day 1, J-Team yesterday.
Oh, Strikebreaker being used by Hanabi. He's going in. The heal has to get popped from On. And PSG might consider to just try and end this right now. 3Z is very far outside of position. Can he actually get away from this one? He flashes straight into the Mega Gnar ultimate. That was a little bit tragic, as Zihan is the next target on the menu right here. Galforce in does catch him out. It's going to be a 5v3, and Apex is finding himself in a very dire position as Hanabi tries to chase off the stragglers right here. The boomerang does go out, but On makes it into the fountain, and PSG are going to close this one off in record time before the 26-minute mark, but they're still going for even more kills. K-Babe is going to go down, I believe, but On does find something back onto the table. PSG finally do close it out after having a bit of fun and a fountain dive against Alpha Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that hourglass at the end, that was just the cherry on top of that super clean game that we just saw from the Paris Saint-Germain team. And yeah, I think that's just what a lot of people expected that PSG was going to play like into the split after last year. I mean, that bot dive that we saw, that level 6 dive for the Taliyah into the 3-man Gnar stun, that was absolutely clean, absolutely textbook. I don't think there was a way they could have played that one any better. And just from that point onwards, PSG just really set the tempo, set the pace of that game, and closed it out at 25 minutes. Wow.
I just don't know what Alpha Esports are doing on the map. There's a lot of things that they're trying that look good, but they don't really link up together. Like we talked about in the draft that they were going to try and play through topside. They have pressure with the ganks, with the counter picks. Maple wasn't even bringing cleanse, and then they do a map trade. So their jungler is on the bottom side of the map most of the time. Their solo laners were actually losing quite heavily in CS. They never try to use the Olaf priority to try and push in the Azir before they make a play bot lane. And whenever they do, like, Maple's just sitting on a ton of options to then just punish Alpha Esports. And punish indeed they did, as we see that massive bulge around the 10-minute mark, actually much earlier, around the 7-minute mark here. And PSG never looked back from that bot lane play.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that you highlighted with the Alpha Esports composition as well as play style that are really their downfall this time, right? So firstly, I mean, in draft, kind of a bit of a mixed matched draft, I want to say, because you have that Leona, and really the only champion on their side capable of setting up those team fights was going to be that Leona, but then they also picked a Kalista, which kind of indicates you on a 5v5, right? But then the rest of their team, they've got the Olaf, they've got that Jace, and I think around the level 3, level 4 mark when we were saying, oh, we're kind of expecting the Olaf to be a bit more aggressive with this, that never really panned out. for them.
Do have to cut you off just for a second because we have to give River his due as he does take up the MVP right there with 100% kill participation.
That's sick. 100% kill participation. As jungle is the stuff that my solo queue dreams are made of. If I could
You're
find a
just gonna have to
jungler,
solo kill your lane. If you don't, then that's on you. But that's gonna be all for PSG and Alpha Esports this week. Alpha Esports rounding out week 1 with 0-3 stat line, and PSG moving ahead to 2-1. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna
3-1.
come back with J Team versus Boom Esports.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈。也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈。也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family. walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Damage, but Hana denies him passes with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 of PCS Week 1, Day 3. We are heading into a matchup between J-Team and Boom Esports. I am your host and play-by-play, Clement Chu, and with me is Ryra Chu, giving her debut to the 2021 season.
Yeah, this is kind of like my comeback to casting League of Legends after being, you know, a Valorant main for the last couple
You traitor.
of months. Hey, it's a Riot game too. We can talk about that game here, all right? Unlike a lot of other games that we don't talk about, we can talk about Valorant, okay? It's a great game, guys. It's a great game. But you know what game is even better? League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm too much of a boomer to actually play play Valorant right now. It definitely requires a lot more hand-eye coordination, a lot of twitch reflexes as well. But heading into today's matchup, this is something that I feel like we are going to finally see some teams actually step up to the plate, because J-Team, really high expectations. So far, only beaten Alpha Esports. So we are going to see the coming out party for them against a very formidable opponent in Boom Esports.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that this matchup between Boom Esports and J Team is kind of like the battle of the 1-1 teams right now. Coming into day 3 of week 1, both these teams currently 1-1. Of course, we do need to take a look at the teams that they beat as well as lost to. For example, so J Team, they lost to Beyond Gaming. They did beat Alpha Esports, but I mean, Alpha haven't had the greatest showing, 0-3 in week 1, especially after that last game. Boom Esports, however, they beat Leah but lost to Berjaya Dragons. There's the Boom Esports roster on your screens right now. Rocky, Epic, Ruby, Wako, as well as Pop. Playing from a couple of different locations. I think one of the main drawbacks that I want to say for the Boom Esports team is that I'm actually not sure what language or how well this team communicates to each other with, because if I'm not wrong, they've got 2 Taiwan, Hong Kong players, 2 Koreans, and their top is a Thai player, and their coach is also Thai. So I'm actually like, sometimes you see them play and you're like, that might be because of a communication issue, but we're not sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're definitely spread across the globe. But for now, J-Team is going to be resting the top side, Hana Mission in jungle mid, and of course for the bottom lane, it will be Little V and Woody.
Yep, so as we were saying earlier on, they did beat Alpha Esports this week. They did lose to Beyond Gaming. And I mean, PSG lost to Beyond Gaming too. So, I mean, we really shouldn't count a loss versus Beyond Gaming as a shocker. I think at this point.
Really?
They've had a great
J-Team with
one.
all their experience, with all their players, losing to what actually is an ECS roster.
This
That
sounds
should
like
be a
bias to
shocker?
me, Clement.
I think it should be a shocker, you know? Just because Beyond Gaming are 2-0 doesn't mean that I feel like we can, you know, that's kind of retroactive.
Yeah,
Like,
for
if
sure.
you started the season and you told me that Beyond Gaming would beat J-Team, I wouldn't believe you. I'd tell you to get out of here.
You'd be like, you know what, Jenny? You're fired.
Give Calvin the extra shifts. Let's go. This is someone who definitely needs to step up. Mission didn't really have a great game against Beyond Gaming, and they had a very cocky draft in that one, going for the Zoe and the Vayne. Very unorthodox for this team and straying away from their kind of sieging perspective. They did get a comeback in Alpha Esports series, but, you know, Alpha Esports has a lot of internal problems, as we can see, mainly with the connectivity issues. So I'm not exactly sure how proud J-Team are for defeating a 0-3 Alpha Esports. This one definitely has to be their comeback. This one is their matchup where they have to prove that, you know, they deserve to kind of pick up Machi's spot as a second place team right behind PSG in the league.
Yeah, I agree 100%. No, so, I mean, you talked about the cocky Vayne pick. Mark my words, Vayne is going to come back so strong in the meta. I mean, I hate seeing Vayne in competitive play, but I mean, you know, whenever you have that team fight tank meta that comes around, at some point, a couple patches after that, Vayne is always going to come back strong just because she's so good at shredding tanks. So I don't think, like, you know, we're on 11.2 right now because of a couple of bugs. I know LCK, EU, LCS last night were playing on 11.3. So we're not at that Vayne patch yet, but I think in a couple of patches, I think that's where we'll be.
Ooh, I always love me some Vayne play, but not
Gross.
this patch, not just
You're
yet,
one of
probably not.
those.
This
You're one
man
of
playing
those.
on his balcony, epic. He had a great comeback game yesterday. Again, a lot of teams are actually running this Talia strategy, and so far Talia has a 100% win rate. Adding into today's games, that's going to be 4 in a row for the champion, so I wonder if she's going to move up that priority list with the likes of Udyr and Olaf and Pantheon there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Talia, she's always a very safe, good pick, I think, in the jungle right now. I think in terms of picks and bans, we do see a lot of top-tier AD carry as well as top-tier jungle bans. Of course, there's, like, you know, the rail ban, Seraphine here and there as well. That does come out. But I think with Talia is that she has such good synergy with pretty much everything that's in the meta right now. She's also kind of hard to counter. The real only draw drawback of hers is that she's not as strong pre-6 in terms of if you catch her out in the river. Usually she's going to lose that duel just because a lot of the current meta junglers are very strong duelists, such as Olaf, Udyr, for example. But beyond that, past 6, she's absolutely great, fits into most team compositions. So it's a very good plug and play type of champ into most teams.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. You know, a lot of teams have been throwing lots of crowd control in their side lane just to make sure that Taliyah pick gets her time in the sun. We are going to be heading into the draft phase. This is the first time that J-Team are going to head towards the red side, and it's interesting to see if Rest can get a counter pick onto Rocky. This is something that we have seen in the previous split, and Rest has had a pretty good time and a pretty good record against Rocky.
Yep, there's the Seraphine ban as well as Olaf and Pantheon. Kind of interesting to me that they did ban out the Pantheon first, because although he is pretty popular in the meta right now, I personally don't feel as if he's that first ban out worthy, although of course he is very versatile, can flex about 3-4 lanes even. But they are going to also ban Renekton and Gragas, so it's a very jungle focused, jungle top focused ban phase for now. That's gonna cut a lot of options though.
It does look like Boom Esports might be trying to run it back. We were just talking about the Machi strategy and just making sure that you bring things like Taliyah with a lot of crowd control in. Olaf is definitely one of those biggest early game counters to the Taliyah pick. And let's be honest, AD carries just have not mattered in the PCS. Nothing they do actually seems to bear any resemblance on the game.
RIP state of AD carries. Yeah, because I mean, when you think of top tier junglers still left up, it's gonna be Udyr, Lilia that are still available. Taliyah, of course, as you mentioned. So we'll see which one J-Team decided to go for Hana. I'm pretty sad that you mentioned that, you know, RP ADCs in PCS, because this was supposed to be the year that AD carries come back, that they have more of an impact in the game. I mean, after like Season 8, Season 9, where I was just like a farm bot for most of the time, I thought that, you know, this is going to be my year, finally, but alas.
Nah,
unfortunately.
I'm sorry for you, but AD carries don't matter at all. It just doesn't feel like AD carries actually... Like, I'll be honest, the PCS right now, far more important is actually who just beats who in the top lane. Like, the top lane has actually been a lot more important in terms of defining the early game success of teams rather than the bottom side. But
I agree.
We are going to continue with the draft. It will be Xayah most likely. Very standard counter against the Kai'Sa.
Yep, so Kai'Sa, as we talked about earlier in game number 1, kind of the S tier AD carry. She's not banned, she's usually kind of first picked on the first or second rotation. J-Team did also pick up the Gnar, of course, very popular choice as well, synergizes pretty well. I mean, Kai'Sa, of course, has a lot of self-peel by herself. So she does have pretty good options in terms of supports. I think you don't really have to tunnel so much into picking a support when you do go for that solo Kai'Sa pick. But Wako and Pop will be playing on that Xayah and Thresh this time around. So they are going to have a bit more kill pressure. It's going to be pretty scary with the Udyr and Thresh combo into lane if BME do try that early, which I kind of hope they will. I kind of expect that they will because they picked this. But yeah, last pick for J-Team going to be Lilia, as you were talking about.
Yeah, this I like the Lilia pick. It's definitely a champion that can match farm with Udyr, and you do have a lot more impact in the team fights later on. It has been the typical answer that we've seen when Udyr has been first picked. Once again, we do have to mention that Udyr has had a terrible track record in the PCS. Teams not really understanding how to play with that skirmishing style, and he currently is sitting at 0% win rate with a 0.05 record. So, you know, if Epic wants to do well, he definitely has to buck the trend. Meanwhile, J-Team, they're looking to take away some more blind pickable top laners, or counter pick for the Gnar, excuse me, as they take away the Gangplank plus the Camille from Rocky.
Yeah, so I mean, there is still going to be Jace available for them versus the Gnar. However, I think that J Team know that if BME do pick the Jace, they're going to be lacking in terms of 5v5 teamfight options. I think that was also part of the reason why BME picked up the Thresh as their support, because just looking at Xayah and Udyr, they kind of really want a bit more of that 5v5 lockdown potential. So they do pick Jace. It's not really something that they would necessarily be the best for them at this point. There's the Xerath as well as Illaoi hovers, which is what we were talking about. Kind of looking for something that would go 5v5. Not the Aurelia though, but oh wow, that's a really gutsy pick for Rocky.
Yeah, he wants to have the top king effect against King so far, and we actually have seen Aurelias do pretty well into this matchup. Very strong early level, and if you manage to get ahead, you can then become a 4-1 split pusher. We are going to see Boom Esports round out their composition with Victor for Ruby. This is something that he's already selected before, very comfortable on. And it just looks like their composition does have a lot of kiting options. Definitely looks like a 4-1 composition from Boom Esports. J-Team, they have Mission's Big Ol' Faithful in the Azir being selected. And I do want to see this Leona locked in. Leona great in this lane against the Xayah. But no, they're actually going to go for Nautilus. Now, this is definitely a champion that fares a little bit better against Aurelia. You can use that staggering blow and just stun her without using an ability. So I'm just thinking that this is probably an insurance when if Rocky does move out of the top lane with an advantage.
Yeah, J-Team drafted so much CC this time around with the Gnar Azir as well as the Nautilus. Also, I mean, when people think of team fights, you don't really think of Lilia as much, but you know, she does have that Sleepy with her ultimate that could make a difference. We're talking about the Aurelia over in top lane versus Gnar. I mean, I'm kind of expecting her to, you know, just take that Conqueror, stack those stacks because she gets that so fast, and just try and bully the Gnar, especially early on, level 2, level 3. Yeah, I think it's kind of how I imagined that matchup to play out.
We have seen Top King do it perfectly, I think. Level 2, you get the flash from Gnar. Level 3, tower dive, kill 3Z, rinse and repeat, and just become that split-pushing menace that you were built to be. However, Rocky versus Rest is going to be a little bit different. I think these players are, you know, players that have played against each other a lot. Rest has had a pretty good record overall, so it's not going to be as easy. But I will say, at least for the early levels, Rocky is also going to enjoy a jungle matchup advantage coming in from the Udyr too. So it definitely feels like Boom is going with the times, trying to play through the top side, while J-Team has this composition that scales incredibly well with the Azir, with the Kai'Sa, and this is a team comp that I feel they're pretty comfortable just sitting back and waiting for the scaling aspect to kick in.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to check out how Epic does on this Udyr, especially early on. For Boom Esports, I think it's going to be crucial in terms of what the mid game will look like, because as Udyr, you know, you kind of need your waves to be pushing. You kind of want that prio to go for those ganks, to go for those invades. We've also seen Udyr is taking that phase rush. I'm not sure, we haven't like loaded in, so we haven't had a chance to look at their runes just yet, but I think that Udyr is going to be really crucial to see what Boom Esports looks like at 15 minutes, because they've drafted a composition that's actually kind of tricky to play out. I mean, when you look at J-Team, you have the Azir, you have the Gnar, you have the Nautilus, you have so many engage options, whereas on BME, it's not so straightforward, right? You're pretty much, you have that very short range in terms of Victor and Thresh hooks, or you just have the Udyr straight up go in. That's also really risky. So yeah, it is, I think, more challenging for them to play. So we'll see how they do.
I definitely agree. If you're mentioning the 4-man on the bottom side for Boom Esports, there's not a lot of engage here, and I primarily see them as just all inning on Rocky's lane and trying to play a 4-1. This is something that, you know, Stanley kind of popularized, but if you're big enough in that solo lane, then you can draw 2 members to your lane while the rest of your team just has to play defensive and make sure they keep a little bit of pressure on those towers. But, you know, you can get away with lacking engage, playing a 4-1 composition, if it goes into the late game and your top lane is sufficiently ahead enough. So Talking about the jungle paths just a little bit here, we are just going to see Udyr on a solo path, probably heading towards the top side, and on the other hand, Lilia does get a bit of help from Rest. Rest doesn't really have much to do in the level 1 anyway, and she will be heading in the opposite direction. Spotted out though. Yeah, I believe spotted out.
Oh wow, this is so early. She's gonna make her way through lane. I think has the prance as well, so Lilia, of course, very mobile. She's gonna hit around to Raptors, drop that ward there. I think she's just gonna be able to get those small ones and back out. Epic knows that she's there, but it's kind of the demoralizing thing as the Udyr at that point. You know, you can't really stop Hana from taking them. Yeah, he's just gonna give up. He's just like, you know what, you want it, you take it, fine. We're like 2.5 minutes in. I refuse to get tilted by this. I'ma just take wolves.
I actually really like this play coming in from J-Team. Against Alpha Esports, they had a really good level 1 setup as well, and this is a pretty decent level 2 setup. You have the red buff Lilia just prancing in. She is really quick because she did get help from her top laner on that red buff. So she just comes in, she looks at Ruby, Ruby has to back off, you get the priority in mid lane, and then you take it straight to the enemy jungle. So really well done on that side, and it's going to set them up to control Udyr quite well.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, like, that's also at the cost of the top laners you're talking about. Rest giving that very nice leash over to the Lilia means that he's down about a wave of a CS. Also, I do believe Rocky pushed in that wave as well. In level 2, Gnar isn't going to be able to pick up all of those minions under the tower, especially it is really difficult for him. So kind of J-Team really did need to have to pick up an advantage on their jungler to make that worth it. But they did, so all is good. Mission right now in a bit of a tough
Epic
spot
is
right
incoming.
here.
Mission still does have its
2v2
flashing.
though.
Hana is right beside him. Epic is going to walk into the W, but still gets the stun down, and Mission falls for his troubles. Also burns a flash there as well. I believe he had a spectator bug, but it doesn't look like Hana's W actually connected right there. The damage not going through, and Epic finding the kill. So it will be 1-0, first blood for Boom Esports.
Yep, nice 400 gold in the bag. And that's the kind of thing when you have Lilia in terms of counter jungling and going for that counter gank. She's just not as useful. She's a lot more useful in terms of peel, in terms of the engage, healing, utility. But just in terms of that point and click stun, it's a bit lacking, especially when you're going up against an Udyr. That's pretty much the only thing. Udyr runs at you, he just presses one button and that's it.
It was way too easy for him to find the kill. I do want to point out this top lane right now. Even though Rest is down CS, he's actually avoided most of the kill thresholds that Rocky could throw at him. You know, he's already burned all of the Corrupting Potion pots. He has that level 4 pushback with the giant minion wave. So he's going to be incredibly safe right here, albeit just down a little bit of CS.
Yep, meanwhile this mid lane, talking about CS, Mission is up about 13 CS, probably even half off of Ruby. Was especially bullying him early on at the level 2, level 3. Also when you're at the Azir versus Victor, you kind of expect that to happen early on just because Victor scales so hugely in terms of AP ratio. I mean, Azir does as well, but when you're early, once you hit that like level 3 and you get the Sand Soldiers that can use those to help you clear the wave, you kind of expect the Azir to be pushing in onto the Victor. So that's what he's been doing, been able to gain that CS lead very nicely. Right out top, that's good, 2v1.
Hana is going to show himself in the top side. And Rest is going to get a lot of help from the jungle right here. Rocky was looking to go in, uses the flawless duet, but doesn't find the target and has to back off once he sees Bombi. In the bot side, we also have a lot of action. Wako is the one caught up here. He's taking down the Ignite burns, and Lil V uses his flash to go forward with the Acacian Rain to find the first kill. POP is a little bit in danger, but Epic is there to back him up, and J-Team claw themselves back onto the board with that 2v2 in the bottom side. I don't think Epic is going to chase in here, just stares down Woody and forces him to take a suboptimal recall. And meanwhile, we are going to have a pause.
Yeah, I think we go from production. I think they're just going to adjust their settings for a bit. So hopefully it should be a short pause. I don't think anyone DC'd or there was any lag or anything. Hopefully. We never know.
Ooh, that was a pretty tough bot lane trade right there. You know, the for some reason, Wako actually took the dredge line instead of the instead of the Thresh. So POP not being able to dodge out, or Wako maybe just mispositioning right there, and a great opportunity for J Team to find that kill. Kind of sorry, but we didn't see the start of that trade. Definitely kind of weird when we got back into it. I was like, Wako, why are you getting hooked here? But it did happen.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the replay of that later on. Meanwhile, I've settled in nicely with my tea. You know, it's a nice Sunday
that Ben & Jerry's?
afternoon. That's the cup, but inside,
Oh.
I assure you, is tea. I'm not. Hey, what's yours? I wanted to get bubble tea, but
No,
like,
I got this during
It's-
MSI.
wait, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty.
It was kind of a
sweet.
lousy gift, you know. You try to pick up something for your family, and it's just like, oh well, I'm at the airport already. I guess I'll go with the Starbucks mug.
The most low effort gift, man. You're a bad gift giver, Clement.
Yeah,
I'll bear that in mind.
What do you feel about the game so far? You know, like Boom Esports, J Team, one apiece so far. That Aurelia not really working out though. I feel like that's kind of what Boom Esports needs to do to get going.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we're a bit too early on in the game to tell just yet. Although I know we were saying in picks and bans about how we were expecting the Udyr level 3, level 4 to really try and make stuff happen versus the Lilia. Because when you think of Lilia as a jungler, she has pretty decent clear. She's very mobile. And then towards mid game, she just kind of transitions very easily into utility for her team. She doesn't quite fall off either because she's just always useful. But then you think of the Udyr and you're like, you really want the Udyr in that matchup to be doing more. So we haven't quite seen that yet, but I mean, there's still time. So I want to give them that chance to prove themselves, you know, both these 1-1 teams.
Yeah, we have seen the Aurelia matchup versus the Nard 2 times already, and it's always been in favor of the Aurelia quite heavily. So I definitely want to see Rocky have that same sort of impact in that lane. He's already heading towards the Blade of the Ruin King. That item is just so damn deadly on Aurelia. You get the slow with the Blade Surge as well. That does count as an on-hit proc. And you can kind of just chase down the Gnar from there. But the big thing is you do have to get ahead. And if you don't get ahead, then, you know, Gnar is still the winningest top lane champion that we have in the PCS. He's big old faithful.
Did you just say winningest?
Yeah, that's a word, you know. That's an esports word. That's good
true.
vernacular.
That is true. Winningest and losingest teams. I mean, J Team, they've got a pretty grueling schedule today. They're playing Boom Esports right now, and then they have a 1-game break. The next game is Impunity versus Berjaya Dragons, and then J Team come back again to face off against Liab in their second team of the day. So it's kind of, you know, we were talking about how PCS, the schedule is so condensed. The teams play at least 3 games every single week, 1 every day for 3 days straight, that it's kind of hard to prep. Right? If you're trying to prep for like 4 different teams in the span of 1 week of scrims, so it's going to be tough. We will see. Looks like we are back in game. Hooray! That had to be a visual bug, right? Because I saw Dragon, but I also saw Smite.
I think so. True.
Yeah, I think they did pick up Cloud Drake. I mean, she smited it, but there was still the visual of the dragon over there.
No. I think that was Scuttle.
Ah.
Yeah, so Cloud Drake's still up, and yeah, they probably weren't able to take Cloud Drake in that timing. Meanwhile, we are panning back towards the top lane. Rocky sitting on 10 CS lead, but you know, not really enough to punish out Rest on this side lane just yet.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Vamp Scepter, so it's not going to be giving him all that much power just yet now until he completes that first mythic mission right now. Just being an alpha, walking forward, laying down that extra soldier right there to land that 1-2 autos onto Ruby. The only real...
I really like Mission's build. Like, this is super aggressive, coming in with the Corrupting Pots and also the Arcane Comet, just to make Victor's life hell in the early game. Really like him putting his foot down in the laning phase.
Yeah, Comet's just one of those runes that are so oppressive against the enemy laner when you're playing something like Azir, who is able to proc it so easily. Looks like, yeah, he's gonna go back in the tri-bush right here. I think Epic wanted to make something happen, but it kind of also didn't want to waste time at that point. I think we saw him path towards bot, so it had already taken up like 10-15 seconds or so. So decided to go back right now. We're seeing another invade yet again from Hana. I like how proactive she's being. So we're just gonna drop the control ward over by the blue buff, so we'll know the timing of that. That's really nice. Epic right now just walking all the way over towards top side where Rocky has pushed out. Also Nar only has that ward in that third bush, so doesn't quite see out Epic just yet.
Yeah, even though this Aurelia does have a pretty sizable CS lead, she hasn't backed to actually transfer that into items, so the 2v2 is still going to be rather equal, but with the mini Gnar onto rest, I think he's in big trouble. He does get stunned down. The ultimate does come down from Rocky, and there's no way Rest can actually go back into his Mega Gnar form right now. Hana is going to have to use the Lilting Lullaby to get his teammates out of here. Rocky goes for the Dark Passage. He does find it, and we have a full 5-man coming in from Boom Esports as they go on to Lil V. He's going to go down, and it's going to be advantage from Boom Esports right now. They also pick up the Herald in the meantime. Massive win coming out from their squad.
Wow, I've got to give credit to actually both these teams for just rotating towards the top side, just knowing what they had to do, just setting up for the Rift Herald right there. I mean, I'll start it out with Rest being in his mini Gnar form. I think he was a bit overconfident because he knew that Hana had started Rift Herald, so he thought that if anything happened, he was going to be 2v1. Didn't expect Epic to be there at all. That was how it all started.
Yeah, they had the river route completely covered, but he wasn't able to anticipate that Udyr would actually walk from lane.
He walked
river.
all the way from top. What?
Yeah, so that was a little bit unfortunate. He didn't think that the Udyr actually had room to get there, but Epic definitely came out from a surprising position. And this fight was really lost from the, kind of the top side. Hana spent a lot of time actually trying to get that Herald down. And if you look at the carries here from J-Team, they are all out of sorts. They're definitely in the wrong positions. Mission has to fight off the flank. Lil V goes down with nowhere to actually kill her instincts. And to put salt onto the injury, it also goes over, the Herald goes over to Boom Esports, which they just use in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough. However, if you're just looking at the gold difference, we're being shown kindly on your screens right now. The gold difference is actually only about 600 gold, close to the 11-minute mark. So both of these teams actually kind of trading very even in terms of objectives. No team really has taken the first tower just yet. BME did pick up the Rift Herald, but other than that, there's not been all that much. Considering all the trading and all the action that's been going on, the gold lead is still pretty even.
I will say though, Epic should be in a very comfortable spot. Both kills went to him, and if you get that turbo chem tank early, like the lanes just don't have enough damage to actually dissuade you from just keeping on to bear slapping people. So J-Team, they're putting themselves in pretty dangerous spots right here as they inch forward towards this Drake.
Yeah, it's a one drawback of the J-Team composition. We're talking Big Band. They have a lot of CC, but they don't have that much just, point and click stun versus the Udyr. They have a lot of peel, a lot of mobility to get out of it, but it's going to cost them a lot. For example, you think the Azir ultimate, you think Lilia's Lullaby as well, just for the Udyr engage, it's going to be pretty costly. So yeah, if Udyr can make that happen, and that's what Boom Esports will be playing for. Did you pick up the dragon this time?
I'm kind of surprised that they were able to pick that one up without any resistance coming in from Boom Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because we've seen Hana, she started off in the bot side jungle invade, and then over with the top side as well with that deep ward over at blue buff, and then now once again just picking up dragon with one of the member of her team. It's just very good knowledge of the map. I think that it's always a pleasure to watch when you see good Lilia players, because we were talking about she really shines because she gets the extra mobility. So when you have Lilia players who are smart about where they should be, talking about smart though, oh no, she's alive.
Able to get away from
what? What?
Wow. That was really quick fingers on the Lilting Lullaby, or else she would have fell down right there. Just has a meet up with Faith as Epic comes around the corner and Ruby finds the damage. But yeah, I'm about as surprised as you are. Hana survives.
That's gotta be a tilter. When that happens in solo queue, like it just tilts you so hard because you know that Hana was probably what 20 or less health.
Yeah. Overall, though, I still like the J-Team trade. They took the Drake, they took the red buff, and the only thing they traded back was a Raptor Camp, plus a Scuttle. So, I don't know, but I definitely felt like Boom Esports could have contested that a little bit harder. Instead, they just wanted to power farm Epic up a little bit more, and they gave away the objectives to do so. Woody's walking in, he actually takes the death sentence to the face, but there is going to be no follow-up. Taking a look back at this top lane, we do have the Blade of the Ruined King completed already for Rocky, and a 30 CS lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. So we're talking about the Blade of the Ruined King just synergizes so well with the rest of the Irelia kit, as well as the Conqueror. So yeah, this is kind of the point where, you know, she hits one of her power spikes. It's going to be impossible to 1v1. Rest, of course, still has those piecemeal parts. Doesn't really have a completed mythic item just yet. Has a nice skin, though, I want to say. Props to him. That skin is pretty sweet.
Skins are always really important. Don't listen to Faker. He doesn't use them because he's not cool enough.
Yeah, he's not trying to, you know, get the game more money.
Oh, Jesus. Wow, I didn't expect the financial take to come out right there, but there you have it.
It's too...
Oh, please go.
Yeah, he's gonna get his recall stopped. Kind of, and it's interesting that you mentioned Faker at that point because, you know, Faker was also famous for just recalling wherever he wanted and then getting his back interrupted like that.
That's the recall with gusto, as they would say. Epic now
No
starting
skin.
up on the Herald. Solins are so far ahead on the size of Boom Esports. I don't think anyone is going to be able to influence in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Hana misses out on the Swirl Seed, so the 3-man dive play doesn't come out, and it's going to be a free objective for Boom.
Yeah, it's the second time that we've seen Hana actually miss the engage on the seed. Also, earlier in the engage down in bot side, well, in the engage that didn't quite happen because I think Kaisa missed her first long range ability at the start, and so JT kind of knew, like, you know, we're not gonna go in at that point. I think that JT, you know, we were seeing in Picks and Bans that they drafted so much utility, so much CC, but it's just kind of all gonna go to waste if they don't really utilize it well. I mean, I'm gonna give them a chance here, just maybe in those 2v2 situations they haven't been able to pop those skills effectively, but hopefully we'll see better from them in the team fights.
I will say that I still give J-Team the advantage when it comes to 5v5 team fights.
For sure.
They have a lot more area of effect abilities. Udyr and Aurelia, much more difficult to maneuver around those team fights, while, you know, the Shurima Shuffle, coming out with the Death Charge, those are abilities that you can very easily make work and just disengage with. So
yeah, I mean,
J-Team definitely still have an angle in this game.
For sure. I mean, they could miss 2 of their large engage skills. They've still got 2 more. Like, their team fight 5v5 is pretty broken if they can't play it out. And right now, just 2v2 over in mid. There's Mission. He's going to be able to clear this wave really fast. One of the benefits is the Azure is up just about 23 CS off of Ruby on Victor. It looks like both these teams right now are trying to get River Prio. They want to make this a dragon happen.
This is very much in favor of Boom Esports. Both top laners do have their teleports, but Rocky has a priority in lane. Lil V is going in. The Dredge line goes wide, and Ruby pops the gravity field just to take care of that ramp. However, JT, I believe they will still go into this one, but they're a little bit too late. Boom Esports sneak away the objective, and during that, Rest could not find an actual teleport angle either. Ruby is going to be the one teleporting back, but we find an engage on the side of J-Team, catching members out as they try to rotate back to mid lane, but can they win the fight is the question right here. Epic is going down super low. He's going to fall, but it's going to be a trade for the carries on J-Team. Ana might go over the wall, but it's going to be a double kill coming in from Wako, and that's a massive win, as we also see Rocky left alone in the top side.
The best part for me in that entire team fight was when Rest wasn't aiding Champs, and Rest just at the end part of that team fight decided to A the red buff, and then he just got the buff and walked out full health. Priorities! Let's take a look at the replay for that. I think they thought they were going to catch out Pop there. It was the engage with a very nice long-range Lilia Lullaby. But just, I think the burst coming out from BME was just not what J-Team were expecting at that point.
That was pretty clutch coming in from Pop. He actually gets the Aftershock to go off with the Flay before the full amount of damage goes in, and J-Team, they just don't have the damage to take down the support or the jungler right there. Kind of surprised by that, because they did have a Zir in that fight as well. Just wasn't able to go through it.
Yeah, I also thought that J-Team might have wanted to try and contest for Dragon harder than they actually did, because they pretty much didn't contest for Dragon at all. They let BME get control of the river, pull out the Dragon from the pit, which is also a very smart move, because you don't want to be caught versus Anar or the rest of the J-Team composition inside Dragon pit. So BME pulled the Dragon out, picked that one up, and then at that point J-Team were like, wait, you know what? Let's go in now. Now is the time. When I'm really not sure if then was the time, but it didn't quite work out for them. Right now they are going to 4-man push mid. Just gonna, yeah, let that creep wave just fizzle out. They are down 1-2 in terms of towers. We're almost at the 20-minute mark, so Baron will be coming up in a short while. Not sure if either of these teams really wants to contest the Baron just yet, however. Looks like Rocky, no fear, 3v1 over in bot.
His ultimate doesn't land.
That's the wrong
either.
side!
He has to use the
No!
minions to try and get out, but it's a 1v3, and Rocky goes down without much of a fight. Pretty good bait on J-Team's end, actually. They show a Zir top, and then they send everyone else to the bottom side. You can see the question marks from Boom Esports. They were going like, wait a minute, Azir's top, so they must be top, right? Oh, god damn, no.
Fool me once. Yeah, Rocky also used her ultimate right there, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, but she was just as shocked as the rest of her teams who saw her just try and use the minions towards a red-sided tower.
Oh, this is a very elongated chase. Pop decides he can't really go for it. Let's take a look at the items right here. It does seem like Pop might be going for the Shurelya's Battle Song. That's going to help them with the engage potential here. And we have doubles Liandry's Anguish coming out from both Hana and Mission. So very, very fast Baron taking team now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, with the change after preseason in terms of mythic items, I think for a lot of mage champions, you kind of had to pick between either Liandry's or Luden's. I think in the past you could kind of get away with buying both the items, but right now you can't, since you're only limited to one. Although Liandry's is great for Azur's kit. That's absolutely good. Pick up right here. Right now, Ruby just gonna try a 1v1 mission over top. Just kind of goes in, comes back out with the phase rush. Just kind of how you want to play the phase rush. You want to go in,
Rest
pop
is
it,
going in onto the chase, but there's lots of members waiting for him inside. The burst of the Lilting Lullaby should be coming through right now, and we see Epic falling down. Rocky is going to be next. He charges in, but Lil V charges in for him too, and that's going to be a 2-for-0 on J-Team's side. Both teams were angling for a catch, but J-Team definitely had their members in order a little bit quicker, had that engage a little bit better. Meanwhile, Ruby trying to find an edge onto Mission in this side lane.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I think, to J-Team's credit, they've done well during this game. We saw the top skirmish. Oh, I'm gonna take a look at this replay for now. Rest. Doesn't realize Epic is there, though.
Yeah, that wasn't a guaranteed win coming in from J-Team, and it looked like Boom Esports were pretty happy to entertain the fight. They had full knowledge on where Lil V and and Woody were coming down from, they did have vision in the river, so you know they opted into that one. But I felt like J Team just had their damage chain and crowd control chain down a little bit better, so they come out massively on that one. And more importantly, they do break this Drake chain coming out from Boom Esports too.
Yeah, and they're actually now ahead in terms of goal by just about 200 right now. And yeah, as I was saying earlier on, there was that skirmish over towards the top side, the one where Hana started out the Rift Herald, and Rest didn't have the best timing on his mini Gnar, where even though that happened, J-Team were able to rotate all 5 members.
Epic is coming in, Turbo Chem Tank pop, the blue smite is down,
no!
Rest is going to get bear slap. And there's a lot of people heading his way. Is he going to be able to get the Mega Gnar? No, doesn't get the extra HP before falling down.
Nah,
and
man.
Boom Esports can start the Baron bait.
Yeah, he had nothing at that point. Kind of knew that he was a goner 1v3. Kind of happens when you have your top in that solo lane. I think Rocky as well when he was bought 1v3. It's kind of that split second where you realize death is coming and you just kind of give up, you let it happen. I think that was what Rest did, but it does give BME this very nice window of opportunity to start out the Baron. They do have 4 members here, however JT have already rotated 3. They have Ezreal top, Irelia in bot, so it does look like Hana just wants to back off from that. Looks like both teams are gonna back off from that actually. So Rocky meanwhile split pushing over in the bot side. Will make this tower difference 3-1. However, it's kind of a shocker that JT is the one that is at the tower disadvantage, all things considered. 24 minutes.
I do like the play here from Rocky. He actually just waited in the brush until Azir showed himself, and the entire team from J-Team was pulled towards the Baron. So really smart macro play coming out from the top laner of Boom Esports, biding his time, knowing when he gets that free objective. And now with both teams back on the board once more, I think we can see very much of the same play sort of come out, where Udyr can just run at you in these side lanes, force you out, and if they get a pick, it's an open Baron attempt.
Yeah, it would be a great play if they can make that happen. Right now, 2 members from JT are gonna back off. Gonna just recall over in the river. Pop just putting out some nice vision over towards Baron. So definitely both these teams really trying to make that a priority. You can see on the minimap a bunch of pings going down. BME is the first one to arrive. JT not all that far behind. However, midwave is pushing pretty heavily into BME's favor, which is why you can see Lil V there just trying to push out the wave. Top also in favor of BME, so it will be a bit difficult for J-Team.
I will say this, for a team that's centered around objective fighting, at least in this draft, J-Team so far hasn't really taken any objective fights successfully. We've watched a lot of them actually just slip away. They've been much more about the pick orientation coming out from Hana instead, so I do want to see how they operate this composition. You know, this should be something that they're fairly comfortable with, but you know, after the Beyond Gaming match and also how the early game in the Herald fight went against Boom Esports, I'm lacking a bit of confidence that JT still has that same sort of
trauma
strength. As we
flashbacks. Talking about trauma though.
This could be a 1v2. Rest is going to fall down here, maybe. He doesn't get the Mega Gnar, he's so close. But once again, the side lane play coming up huge for Boom Esports. Rocky still holds on to his teleport, so they could actually just have members swarm into this Baron right now. J-Team, they have to find a way to defend.
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, you don't have the Gnar, and we were saying Gnar in Baron Pit and Dragon Pit, absolutely crucial, especially if you can land those knockups. But now he's completely out of the picture. BME know that it will be a 5v4 if they do want to start a team fight. This should be their window of opportunity, but they aren't really, they don't really have the waves in their favor. You can see mid as well as top pushing against them right there. So even though they did get a kill off of Rest, they're not really going to be able to capitalize as much off of this. There's the gold difference being shown on your screen. I think JT at this point, they're just really alright with letting their Kai'Sa farm up. She's past 300 CS right now, pre 30 minutes. And it looks like they want to have that. I don't know why, but they want to have the Kai'Sa farm just that bit more. I mean, the thing is, they do have a good late game composition. You've got the Azir, the Gnar, and the Kai'Sa as well.
Oh, Rocky is coming in, doesn't find the flawless duet. Epic actually pops the Turbo Chem tank. He's looking for an engage angle. And finally, J-Team at 28 minutes are going to go into a team fight. This is where they should technically excel. And indeed, they do find their third Drake. The Lilting Lullaby goes down, but I don't think anyone's actually following up on that one. That was I don't know, that was a bit of a weird play coming in from Hana.
Yeah, it was, and I think it's what we've been talking about for pretty much the entire 30 minutes. We want to see J-Team start a team fight. They drafted...
just blew her ult for nothing, and Boom Esports are just going to start Baron. They think this is a prime window for them to get this one going.
JT don't have vision in the river, though. They've only got vision in the pit. This is so risky.
He does find the mini Gnar. The play does come in, but Woody also gets Ruby too. So it's a carry for Clary trade. Woody has to get out first, and we do see the disengage coming out from Mission. Really well used right there. It is going to be a 1-for-1, but JT has lost a lot of HP. Pop goes in, doesn't find the death sense just yet, but at least gets a hook. And at the very least, J-Team, despite their mishaps, they are going to dissuade the Baron take.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be in for at least a 40-minute game this time around. I was taking a look at the previous fight. There's a hook that's going to land.
And yeah, just looking at the charges right here, it was very easy for J-Team to hold on to this red side Raptor ramp. That's typically where most teams set up their defenses. They could have the Sand Soldiers in there, and you know, once BME saw that ramp, they were just like, okay, we can't actually chase anymore. And, you know, honestly, really good on Woody's part. He hooked, he got the Dredge Line onto Ruby and kind of forced Boom Esports to fight a little bit further to the right than they actually wanted to.
Yeah, they did end up trading 1-for-1 top laner on BME for the support for JT, so it did end a bit in favor of BME, but the thing is, at 30 minutes in, the gold is so even. It's about 800 gold. That's just the difference right here.
Mission?
Oh,
what are you doing, Mission? He pops right out of the brush into a Death Sense and just dies. I mean, how do you not expect there to be multiple members right there? He just... Okay.
Yeah, Epic wanted to try and follow up with that, get the movement speed burst to try and go in, but it looks like third time might be the charm for BME this time around, though it is a 5v4. They don't have the Azir this time around, but Hana is up, Rest is up, so J-Team could make this happen. So I really had teleport.
As we see Woody almost down already. Rocky has a perfect angle into the team fight, but he's going to get stunned up by Rest. Lil V trying to deal damage across the wall, but they're on the wrong side of the map. Where are they gonna go? The tower shots raining down on them while Boom Esports is closing the distance. Can they actually get out? Oh, Lil V actually puts a lot of damage back onto Epic right here. They nearly get back a kill, but I think, oh wow, that was pretty cool. The Void Seeker goes in, gives a killer instincts for Lil V to find the wrap. He gets out, and wait a minute, are J-Team actually only gonna lose one player right here? This is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I can't believe after that extended skirmish. You know what else I can't believe? I just can't believe the Baron is actually still up. They've tried 3 times. I feel like they've been trying this for the last like 5 or 6 minutes so far. One team to take Baron. It just hasn't worked out. They either lose 1 or 2 members. And yeah, I think pretty soon we're going to reach that point in the game where, I mean, the gold's really even already at this point, but give it another 10 minutes or so, and we're going to be at the point in the game where that gold difference isn't going to matter at all. Take a look at this replay.
This is absolutely ridiculous for Mission.
Yeah, that burst, that hook
they were
into
fighting
that follow-up.
for vision for like over 30 seconds just around that corner, and he still pops his head out. Great play by Epic here to get the flash too.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to disrespect Thresh with kill pressure like that.
That was kind of weird, but you have to take me through this. How did J-Team go through the enemy tower, the enemy jungle, and get out with only 1 death?
I think the clutch part was to survive for so long. BME kind of thought that J-Team were going to disengage at that point. However, the Irelia had also showed up at the point. There was that point earlier on where you could see BME actually walk back towards Baron, and then they realized, wait, the Irelia is TP'd, and then they kind of walked back towards J-Team for that. And there's that disengage. That was sick. Well done, Lilby.
I want to say Rest was pretty hilarious during that team fight. I don't think he meant to tank the turret for Lil V, and I also don't think he meant to send Hana back into the enemy team with that blast cone, but he did both and it worked out okay. Now J-Team are the ones starting Baron. They're going to go for a Dragon Soul versus Baron trade down as they're already 3-stack. And wait a minute, J-Team just take the Baron just like that? That was a little bit too damn easy, but Boom Esports want their pound of flesh. They're going in onto Epic, onto Woody, excuse me, and the blast cone does go off. Kind of weird. I feel like Epic must have been ahead of the Nautilus right there. Does get that solo kill, and now they're going to head over towards the Drake. So it's not going to be Infernal Soul for J-Team just yet.
Yeah, it's not how we were expecting the Baron fight to go, especially after the last 6 minutes or so of skirmishing. But as you were talking about, they're going to trade the Baron for Dragon right here. It's more worth it for J-Team, definitely. Oh, there's the flash engage coming out from Epic. Mission! Wow, that burst absolutely insane. Mission's just going to expend his ultimate as well. Not the most worth thing, but with that though, BME's pretty much blown this mid lane wide open. They've got all 5 members right here pushing for the inhibitor tower. I don't think JT can defend this because one of their only long-range wave clears was Azir in Mission, and he's just been taken out. So BME, wait a minute, they've taken the first inhib. They're not going to stop here.
They're fishing for a hook.
They don't have
if they
minions.
find one more member, they could just end the game right here, and they do get it. They get the support in Woody, and J-Team are backed off into a corner. Another minion wave is coming in. Boom Esports look like they want to keep on pressing this one. We have to wait for the death sentence, but a very good potential Lilting Lullaby actually coming out for Hana. Does get a lot of that dust onto the backline, and Wako falls down to a 3rd HP.
Yeah, as you're talking about, just disengage and peel is kind of that Lilia's forte right there. So they do manage to save themselves this game for now. However, and there's the goal difference over time chart on the board. We're still just at about 2,000 of a goal difference at 35 minutes. It's pretty insignificant. I want to say at this point. JT, of course, they do have the Baron empowered minions. They're going to pick up finally that mid tier 1 that's been playing in the entire game. Finally going to down that one. 35 minutes in. Looks like a couple of members are going to go back to base. I think what J-Team need right now is kind of a bit more vision over in the jungle.
I'm just so surprised that J-Team is able to weasel away from these decisive team fights from Boom Esports time and time again. I feel like if Rocky actually ever finds a flank, he could decimate the enemy team so damn easily. But, you know, that just hasn't really happened just yet. J-Team, with all that disengage, they've pushed back once and once again, and now they're looking to set up for that hopeful Infernal Drake. If they get that, the game would be very decidedly in their favor.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I do think that it's a bit of a shocker that JT haven't been winning these team fights or playing these team fights better than they have. Also, props to BME. I mean, we were talking earlier in the game about how they've gone for a composition that's a bit trickier to play out. Right now, it looks like they're pincering JT, but
they're
JT
surrounded. Come out with their hands up.
Oh
Boom
no, they're gonna catch
Esports,
Rocky.
They are closing down on the noose right here. Mission is very far away in the bot lane. The death sentence does go wide, but in goes Epic. He's gonna find Woody once again. This Nautilus has not been working out for the team. And no, that's a teleport into 4 members, but he does get the 5-man stun. Rest with the Gnar. I thought it was a mistake. It might still end up as a mistake, but he does get a highlight play there.
Oof, yeah, for like 2 seconds before you realize the rest of his team just ditched him and ran. I mean, I mean, at that point, that was pretty much the best decision for J Team because they'd already overstayed, right? They kind of greeded for the tier 2 tower, found themselves in a bad location, and had to drop 1 or 2 members. And this time it was Woody, as well as their Gnar that they had to leave behind because the hook that goes wide. Yeah. That was. There's that TP coming in. I don't know why he finished channeling that TP though, because the rest of his team had already made
You
it
don't have a
made
choice.
it out.
You have to finish channel.
Yeah, but like maybe I mean Mission also just kind of ran left instead of the right side. Yeah. But he was like channeling it when Woody was already dead and his members were going
He definitely
already
should
off
not
to
have
the right.
teleported there.
Yeah,
For sure.
he should have
Definitely
started.
held on to a teleport in that one. And if JT just got out with losing 1 member, I think they would have been fine, but they lose 2 plus the teleport. So that should open up Rocky to just push these sideways in and then go for a pincer move. You know, Gnar can no longer answer at this point, but we're seeing Mission's damage really go through the roof. Oh my god, that was like, I think 2 Qs onto Epic and took him down to nearly half.
Yeah, like it won't damage J-Team as much if the Irelia decides to stick with the team instead of pushing out the side lanes. Right now, thankfully for JT, BME has top and bot already pushing in their favor, so Irelia's kind of sticking with the team.
Epic's
so...
taking a lot of damage
Oh,
going
no.
in, but Woody still misses
Oh,
the
no.
hook anyway. We are going to see the front line backing out for J-Team, and Hannah is forced to use the Zanya. Is Epic going to go in once again? The Lilting Lullaby only hits 1, but the Infernal Soul is going to go over to JT. Is this the comeback? We are seeing Mission on the sidelines. Nobody is touching him just yet. Rocky goes in, but doesn't actually find the target, and Lil V is still alive right here. A lot of members are scattering left and right. The heal is burned right here. Wako goes in 1v2. He pops a Featherstorm, does find the target, and also takes down Lil V. So even with the Infernal Soul, Boom Esports do find the better side of the team fight, and they are headed towards the Baron.
Yeah, Boom Esports have just been able to play these fights so well. And we were talking all the time about J-Team having that 5v5 composition, but I mean, BME just haven't been letting J-Team play it their way. For example, just even earlier on in the game where you see they don't group around the pit, they don't, well, we've seen a few times where they've been trying their best not to group up versus the Azir versus the Gnar. They've kind of had J-Team at a disadvantage right there when they were really split up around the Inferno Dragon, and BME just played to their strength. And we're able to pick off multiple members of JT individually. That was nice to see. We'll see it again. There's a flash from Woody.
I was so surprised, like, after JT was able to get this this Drake, that they weren't able to take the team fight. Again, not a big fan of Hana's single target Lilting Lullaby. They do sneak away the Infernal Drake in the meantime, but it just feels like they lack a lot of that team fight prowess. Rocky going in on the right side, and a good flash by Mission actually denies the Blade Surge. Lots of damage missed right there, but Wako cleans up the pieces on the right side.
Yeah, really props to Epic really at the start of that fight. After the Irelia ultimate went down, Epic actually, I think he flashed over towards the bottom right onto Lil V. Pretty much took Lil V out of that entire team fight until right at the end. So that was a, it's kind of the move that you want to do in the team fights as a Udyr. You want to get straight onto the opposing enemy AD carry, take them out of the fights, and yeah, in my opinion, I think that was part of what won them at the fight, a big part of that.
Being a nuisance in that front line, Epic just weaving left and right, you know, swerving around Woody. He misses the dredge line. He forces out the ultimate from Lilia. For a champion that doesn't really seem like he does much, like the Udyr, Epic definitely is getting things done. I'll give him that.
JT right now is kind of forced to defend their inhibitor tower right there, kind of in their base for much of this. BME do have all 3 lanes pushing at this point, kind of slowly choking JT out. So the goal is 75 to 69. 1,000, which is pretty much at a point where people are close to the max buy, so it's not going to matter all that much. But right now, pretty aggressive push right here. They know they have the longer range empowered cannon minion, so they will finally pick up the inhibitor tower. There's Epic over towards mid, trying to join his team. Got both lanes pushing in. JT, I mean, they have to go at this point.
Yeah, we did see a lot of damage coming out from the rest Boomerang. They do have Infernal still, but they are losing the majority of their base right here. I think it's very easy for Boom Esports to actually just look for another play into the top side. Pop goes forward, but loses a lot of HP. I'm not sure they can continue the push. Never mind, Winby gets caught out again, and the fight is on. As Mission gets stunned down, Ruby almost loses his life right there, but he does have the Chaos Storm to take down Lil V. This might be the finishing touches coming in for Boom Esports. Mission is caught out, but he does have the Zhonya's. Hana goes down right next to him. Mission gets a 3-man stun, and we also see Rest following up. He gets 2. Can he actually finish off Wako? He does get Wako down, so it's a 1v1 duel right now. Out of the 10 members still alive, can Rest actually take this one? Udyr with the turtle stance is gonna run around, and he's even gonna go for a cheeky turret. I love that play by Epic right there. But at the end of the day, J-Team, they do hold on, they do defend their base, and the game goes on.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the replay of this fight. I mean, trying to end the game right here. Start off with a very good hook ultimate combo by the Thresh, but that burst coming out from the J-Team is going to take out some crucial members from the BME very early on. There's a TP from base.
Yeah, I think the critical thing here was the damage that Hana was able to actually put onto Wako. And if he was still alive through that one, definitely would have been game over. But 3 members, the Soul Lanes and the Jungler, just rushing towards Wako. Xayah able to kill him, and now we are looking at a game state where Mission might be full items in the next team fight, and in fact, Lil V already is sitting at full items.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Mission right there. Like, the thing is, target selection right now in the endgame team fights is so important. Pretty much both these teams are trying to take down the Xayah or the Kai'Sa. Like, you see Epic trying to tunnel onto Lil V, or you see Mission trying to just go for this straight up burst onto Wako, and that's really what's going to decide the team fights at this point. There's just a lot of pressure onto Mission to deliver. As you can see in that team fight as well, he was holding his ultimate right to the end where he did land the 3-man CC onto that, but the thing is that he knows that he needs to save it for a good opportunity.
True. Especially with
That bush play didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't, but hey, you know what? The base is still up, the Nexus is alive, the game goes on.
I can't
another
believe.
shot at the Elder.
Yeah, I can't believe their mid tower is still up. But here's the Elder Dragon. BME decide they're gonna take the dragon over the tower, but JT with the collapse.
It's going down incredibly fast.
Oh!
It goes in. They don't find the smite. Epic actually does get the Elder Drake. Mission is caught up by Epic right here. Hana goes down to the Elder Burst, and I think Mission is going to follow shortly after. Maybe, no, actually, Epic is the one that dies right there. So it is going to be a 2-for-2. Even though the Elder Drake goes over to Boom Esports, they still can't find the decisive team fight, and Lil V is hunting for Rocky. Will Rocky fall down right here? Doesn't look like it. He's able to get away, but Wako pops the movement speed right here and forces out the flash from Lil V. They will continue onto the J-Team base after securing the objective.
These fights are so close.
They definitely are. I thought Mission was dead right there, but he manages to put the damage back down onto the Udyr. Question is, can they take down Wako? He's incredibly powerful.
They're gonna get this tower for sure. But oh wait, what? No, that was just one more auto.
Well, they back off. The members from JT are already up, so they don't want to take the 4v3. Don't have the numbers advantage. They don't want to throw the game right here. And the game's going to continue, but, you know, it should be very Boom Esports' favor. They still have the Elder Drake ticking while they head towards this Baron.
Yep, and here's the replay of that fight. JT finally deciding to do what their team composition is good for. Go in over in the Dragon Pit, lands the very nice chain CC of the Drowsy into the knock-up Airborne right there onto BME. But just some pretty good target selection, I think, on the Boom Esports side. As you can see, Wako completely full health, just able to chase down the rest of their targets at the end.
Double major objectives going down for Boom Esports. They have that Elder Drake, although it is about to time out, and the Baron at the same time. They should be looking to make the finishing touches However, this team fight is going to be, you know, it could go either ways. Most of these players are already at full items, and we do have the GA on Lil V. It's going to be Elder Dragon versus the Infernal Drake Soul. So who will come out ahead? Can J-Team actually drag this game out until that until the Elder falls off?
Yeah, Baron buff. About 2 more minutes left. Also the window of opportunity for them to fully utilize that Elder. It's gonna wear off pretty soon. They don't
Rest
have to
is
wave yet.
tacked
Land a good
down.
hook. Are going to disengage. They're kind of still waiting around for the minion wave to come.
True, and
Yeah.
I think the Elder has already dropped off
Mm-hmm.
for Wako, so the combat effectiveness no longer there. However, Epic is eyeing Woody. Woody has been the target that they've caught out multiple times in these team fights already. Is able to dodge out on that one, and I would like to see Boom Esports just focus on the top side. I feel like that's sort of the easy play.
Yeah, they've been in mid for so long that JT actually have both top as well as mid pushing in their favor. Right now, I think the bot inhib, it's been so long, the bot inhib came up as well. You can see Ruby is trying to zone while Wako lands his last few.
Lil V goes in, but I don't think he wins that trade.
Pops
He gets
the
rushed right
GA!
into the GA, and that's such a bad position. The death sentence actually doesn't land. Lil V stays alive, and now the team fight is in JT's favor. Rocky is doing a lot of damage. He forces mission into the Zhonya's, but Rocky is going to fall down before he can find another target. Hana goes down, but it's still a 4v3. J-Team still had the numbers advantage right here, but the Nexus is completely
What?
open. They can't close out in time, and
No!
Boom Esports, they finally find it with Wako spazzing in dance.
What was the ending of that game? Oh my god. Also, Hana with that BM leaving the game when he knew that his team has lost. I mean, that was... I mean, these players' faces, it says it all, right? I mean, BME...
I love that Rocky, he just shuts off the cam. He's like,
Yeah.
you know, forget about this game. You guys,
Wako-
I don't even look at me.
Wako's face too, like they won and Wako's just like,
What happened? What was that?
what just happened? Oh my god. But I mean, rounding up the end part of that game, right? Kind of started off with Kaisa thinking that she was going to try and punish BME for walking so close to the inhibitor because they had their bot inhibitor back up, and then J-Team were trying to defend that. I think BME had about 3 members or so. I think they had Ruby who was trying to zone while Wako was just Aing the inhibitor, and they caught the Kaisa out of place, popped her GA, and then that was when BME were like, you know what, it's now or never, we go in, and just that was how they closed that one out. I'm kind of in shock. that just your face.
It was really messy to close. I'll be completely honest, because unfortunately Pop actually mistimed his death sense. If he landed that death sense, the game was over. It was like straight GG, let's go next, it's over. Because Lil V wouldn't have been able to take down the targets that he did. And J-Team even had the numbers advantage, but you know, the push was just on its way
at that point
already.
in the game, I think the last few team fights also was coming down to Thresh versus Nautilus. Whoever lands that hook first goes in, bursts someone. It's an instant 5v4, and the 5 team should have won the fight. I mean, we didn't. That wasn't how this game went exactly, because a lot of things happened in this game, but I just can't believe that ending. But congrats to BME.
Felt
I mean-
like a really slow game out from J-Team. They didn't have much advantages in the their bot lane and mid lane were actually winning out, but they never really synced that up, and there was a lot of objective fights where honestly they just fumbled. They just didn't do very well in those, and they watched BME take away those objectives. They took away the agency, and you know, super messy, super long game, but at the end of the day we see BME finally a 2-1, and J-Team, who we were thinking were going to be the top 2 in the top 2 of the PCS, they're now sitting at 1-2 after week 1. They still have 1 game up, sorry.
Yeah, they're playing Liab later on, so they're really gonna have to, you know, reset that mental, come back in about an hour, and see how they do versus Liab. But for now, we've got to give the MVP of that game very deservedly over to Wako. Man of Steel, nothing tilted him. We saw some of the members just trying to target him in some of those fights, but he just, you know, knew where he was supposed to be positioned, just farmed up, did damage for his team, and that was pretty much all he can ask out of your AD carry. 13-2-5 his final scoreline.
Yeah, he had some epic duels against Lil V this entire game in the team fights. I don't know. This is so weird. I didn't expect JT to be in the position that they are, but that's going to be that. We are going to be heading on to Game 3. I know a lot of you Impunity fans have been waiting. They are coming up next against Berjaya Dragons. So Singaporean fans, don't go anywhere. We will be right back after these messages.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
There's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are.
Damage, but Hana denies him passes with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back to the PCS. This is going to be game number 3, and we're going to have a battle of former LST regions in Malaysia's Berjaya Dragons and Singapore's Impunity.
Yep. I mean, I don't want to say that I'm a bias caster, but
You're a
I'm
bias
literally.
caster? I was like, I'll go for the most correct finish.
I'm not saying I'm a bias caster, but you know, if IMP sent me their jersey, I would wear it on broadcast. No.
I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah.
not allowed, but
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
unless if people couldn't figure that out, you are from Singapore, so why don't you tell me about Impunity?
I have so much to say about IMP, guys. I mean, they've gone 1-1 so far in their first week of PCS. I think
1-2 actually. 1-2.
1-2, yeah. And I think a lot of people watching from like the relegations from the last year's of PCS, because you know Singapore representative team was RSG last year. IMP is kind of the shocker team that made it through when RSG got relegated. So they're definitely a team that's kind of like a young team, have a lot to prove. I think here locally, they've also been winning a lot of the amateur tourneys. Here they do have a Korean top laner as well in Top King. We saw him absolutely pop off in that game number 1 versus Alpha Esports on the Irelia day number 1. Also, they did pick up a coach, Shiazuri, who used to coach for some of the North American amateur teams before. So I think definitely like as an organization as well, once the IMP team made it through into PCS, like the org was suddenly like, okay, we're gonna give the players contracts, we're gonna actually pay our coaches, that sort of thing, and just trying to
Not exactly the highest bars that I expected.
making
but
this
let's go
step
into
from
the rosters.
amateur to professional is what I
Ozzy
want
for
to say.
Berjaya, Enso Minji in the jungle mid, Aaron and K2 running on the bottom side. Berjaya Dragons, they were pretty surprising. And I think everyone talks about Top King, but we also have to talk about another top laner, Ozzy, who's also carrying his team in terms of damage.
Yeah, also interestingly, because for the side of Berjaya Dragons, you kind of expect them to play more around Enso as well as Minji, because their jungle mid have pretty good synergies. That's kind of the way that you would think that they want to play through in general. Like sometimes you do see them drafting in terms of farm for Ozzy on the top as well as a bot side, but we'll see what they decide to go for today. And there's the lineup of my hometown team.
Take it away,
Impunity,
Raruchu. I know you want to
Top
do
King,
this.
Top King in the top, CYH in the jungle, Shara in the mid lane Blaze, as well as Smurf. And I think if you guys are watching either YouTube or on the Twitch stream, I think Smurf has a lot of fans in the chat all the time whenever IMP is playing. There's so many people leaving comments about Smurf. I think he does help to shot call for the team. Also, if you follow the local League of Legends scene, Smurf has been on Team Impunity for I think at least a good 3 years or so, or even more. So he's definitely one of the most recognizable faces for IMP, especially if you're talking about local fan base.
I will have to ask you about Smurfs falling because I don't really understand, but I see it in chat every single day. But for now, we are going to move on to the drafting phase. Berjaya Dragons is going to take away that Aphelios away from Blaze. And in the meantime, it is just going to be the Seraphine, the stock and standard red side ban taken off the table.
Yep, expecting a lot of. Actually, in this patch, probably maybe Kaisa, that we'll see, maybe Rel, but it's going to be Pantheon as well as the Azir. We did see a Pantheon ban in the last game, which was a bit odd because I think it was a first ban Pantheon, and IMO just not really that first ban worthy. There's the Samira as well, so they're trying to cut down the options that Blaze have right now. It's pretty much the Kaisa as well as Xayah that are S tier available for Blaze to pick up.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because most teams do focus quite heavily on Top King's champion pool, but Berjaya this time instead are trying to focus down Blaze. If you ask me, I would definitely say Impunity is much more of a top side focused team than a bottom side focused team. So these bans strike me as pretty interesting, and I want to see where Berjaya takes this.
Yep, so there's going to be the Udyr. I kind of expect IMP to pick up the Lilia over on the red side with their second pick. They are gonna, oh wow, they're gonna go for the Renekton Talia instead. That's a bit unexpected, although, we've been talking about the Talia a lot in the last couple of games. Kind of has very good plug-in playability into most team compositions.
Everyone just seems to be jumping on that Machi X hype train. Ever since Gemini got that Talia rolling, it's been 100% win rate. And once again, we are going to see Renekton and Talia as the top lane combo. You could go Gnar here, but it's very easy for the level 3 tower dive to actually happen. And Berjaya are going to keep their options open by going with the Gragas, something that they can still flex into the top lane if needed.
Yeah, talking about flexing the Gragas as well, we've seen a couple of Gragas supports pop up here and there. Not really any reason why the Gragas Go support as compared to, Season 8, Season 9, but really just that it works in the draft, so that's why we've been seeing it every so often. But it does have a very good amount of flexibility. I mean, to round out the bot lane, it's going to be the Kaisa versus Xayah matchup that we just saw. Also, very popular and common bot lane matchup these days. There's the Zoe as well as the Lucian ban. I'm kind of expecting a Yone ban, perhaps. Oh, it is going to be Orianna instead.
Yone would be interesting. We do have to mention Minji's Yone game was an absolute blast to watch. He had 11 KDA and a triple kill to boot. But Berjaya are actually the ones that are going to take that one away. We have seen that pioneered by Machi, that Fate Sealed really lines up very well with the Talia combo. So just making sure that that's not on the table. Now Berjaya have to show their solo lanes at this point. Definitely not going to be Hecarim. There's no way that's Hecarim.
You may be surprised. It is PCS.
I stand corrected. I'm not surprised about anything. The LPL. They do some crazy stuff too.
Yeah. Wait till they lock in Zed mid and bring it back to like 8 years ago in this region. I can't wait to see a Zed mid. I really want to see a Zed mid. I don't think we're close. But IMV do go for the Xayah and Thresh bot lane. So a lot of kill pressure there, especially once they hit that level 6. Also with the Talia ulting in. So there's a lot of pressure coming in from that lane, but BJD gonna round out their composition with the Syndra as well as the Gnar. So to no one's surprise, they've gone for a teamfight composition on patch 11.2. Very solid all around. It looks like it is going to be the Gragas support for the Kaisa, so that's going to be an insane amount of peel. It's going to actually counter the Talia jungle pretty well, actually, in terms of the ganks.
Yeah, this is super fun to watch. Top King, he made his name in this Aurelia versus Gnar matchup, and he's at it again as they do flex a Renekton into mid lane for Shera. So this is super interesting. Both sides with like skirmishing oriented compositions, but I want to ask you, which one do you favor more here?
Whoa, okay, so I think that, As an analyst, right? I think that for me, I just like the easy to execute team competitions, team fight oriented. Just you look at it, you understand it, it's easy to play, and if it works, if the team knows how to play it, it's great. And that, to me, this game is going to go over to Berjaya Dragons. I think that their team composition is easy to understand, and it's great in terms of the 5v5. They know what they want to do. They want to have the Udyr trying to go for those aggressive plays early on, want the Syndra to push out mid, get lane priority, as well as the Kai'Sa. It's a very easy to understand composition, whereas for Team Impunity, they've gone for the do we call it the Top King Irelia? Is that a thing? Is that what we call this composition right now?
You can do more than that for sure. Like,
yeah, definitely.
It's a lot of strong lanes. You know, their solo lanes are incredibly powerful. Renekton over the Syndra for sure. Even though the Syndra gets, you know, can put pressure on early levels, Renekton definitely has prio in that lane later on, and the same goes for the Irelia. She can deal a number onto the Nard. Let's just put it that way.
yeah, I completely agree. I think for Berjaya Dragons, if they don't put pressure on IMP early, it's going to come back and bite them in a bad way later on in terms of the Renekton as well as the Irelia that IMP have drafted. So we'll have to see if they can put that pressure down effectively. Meanwhile, we've spawned onto the Rift for game number 3 of day 3, week 1 of the PCS Spring Split 2021. Over on the blue side, Berjaya Dragons facing off against Team Impunity from Singapore.
Taking a look at the runes right here, I did notice that we are seeing the Dark Harvest coming out from CYH, so again, this is something that's very similar to what Machi actually done, just trying to force feed kills into the Taliyah.
Yeah, let's see if they're able to play this out. I think that IMP, one of the benefits from on their team is really just good coaching. I think one of the currently for the split, their assistant coach, Vayne, drew a lot of attention because she was coaching them through relegations. Last year, she was actually their head coach. However, because get this, she's still in school and coaching a PCS team, so which is why IMP also brought on another head coach. So Vayne does the assistant coaching as well. But I just think that IMP, they have the benefit of a strong coaching team where they're able to, you know, look at a lot of different strategies, sort things out. Their pick and ban usually is very textbook.
So I do want to ask you this, just out of curiosity, do you know these coaches personally?
Yes. So
Okay.
yeah, Vayne and I, like, when she gets tilted from PCS, we like play ARAMs or we play Valorant. We were actually on the same Valorant team a few months ago. We played in one of the local female leagues here in Singapore, so we were training like every day in Valo, but she was also, of course, still keeping up to date with League and coaching her team. She's a good friend.
I got the feeling that you definitely knew her by how hard you were repping for her and like the minute details of her life, like, oh, she's still in school and stuff like that. I was like,
Top King's
sounds
still
like you
in
probably
school
know this
too.
person.
Hey, Top King's still in school too, alright?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know, like, it definitely seems like you're super knowledgeable about this team. You're gonna have to rep for me because, you know, I don't know this team just as well, but right now in the bottom side, it looks like Berjaya Dragons are running into trouble as K2 actually misses the E and has to flash out. Nice humor, though. Still has the emote game down.
That BM thumbs up. Hey, speaking of the emotes, you didn't DM me after game 1 when you were talking about the Darius emote.
Hey,
I want to know what it
you
means.
can Google it.
Wait, what? No, you'll hear my keyboard when I'm casting.
You don't have to do it now. That's what I'm not telling you
trying
to
to get me
But for
fired,
you Smurf fans
Clement.
out there, this is a great
Jeez.
start for Impunity. You know, they have the flash onto K2, and should be very easy for this Taliyah to come in and swoop in a kill, even though CYH is spotted out here. So probably not going to be able to get that gank going.
Yeah, it's very nicely done. As you can see, they did pull Shara over from the mid lane to help. I think when we were talking about Taliyah, one of her main drawbacks Jax is kind of that she's not as strong a duelist. So if you meet her in the river, usually she will tend to lose that trait. So what IMP do is they compensate for this, they push her in. Right now she's going to get a lot of mileage and chunk damage off with the Q right there onto Aaron.
I love what Impunity did here. They did get the prio in the top side and in the mid at the same time, so they went for very deep wards, and now this is a potential tower dive coming in. If that Flawless Duet lands, there's definitely a chance for the combo to come down. But Ozzy gets most of his rage bar up, and looks like just a teleport. Do I still have you? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Just wondering if you're still there. There was a kind of an awkward pause. Sorry about that. I will go on with the play-by-play. And, you know, for the bottom lane, this is a lane where I thought Gragas and the Kai'Sa actually should have advantage early game. They have a much stronger kill combination. And as you can see in the CS, they definitely still are leading. But with that hook from Smurf, this bottom lane is ripe for a change of power. So
yeah, I agree. Like BJD have the advantage around level 3. IMP bot lane have the advantage post level 6. So we'll see if they can do anything with that.
True, definitely pushing in quite heavily, and I like what Virginia Dragons are doing. They're playing very, very careful with their bot lane. This is the lane where they have to snowball. I think their solo lanes are... It's going to be very difficult for their solo lanes to actually get any meaningful leads. So they just want to make sure that CYH is not going to be able to pay that bot lane a visit. In the meantime, you know, we are seeing a lot of wards come down from Impunity. Lots of deep wards, lots of deep vision going in. Just trying to make sure Anso cannot affect this top lane gank. Flawless Duet burned. Actually baits Ozzy to walk up right here. Ozzy does get the double hop, but he's very, very low already. Flashes to the side. He almost goes down, but is not gonna fall. And Enzo actually picks up first blood, and he might get another. It's gonna be a double kill for the Udyr.
Oh my god, that's an absolute disaster for IMP. They were not expecting that to happen. I'm not sure we'll see the replay of that, but I was just about to praise UIH so far for just roaming very smartly, roaming very proactively around the map. We're going to take a look at this and how it all happened. So UIH lands some very good Q bursted damage down at the start, but they just misjudged the damage over at the end as he with that DM emote as well, but just knowing that timing, just making sure he pops that health pot to keep himself from dying at the end was absolutely crucial. It made all of the difference in that 2v2.
Yeah, I really love what Ozzy did right there. You know, he was baited forward by the Flawless Duet. That was definitely intentional from Top King to kind of miss that one and get the Gnar to walk forward. But afterwards, the misdirection, you know, heading towards river, but then flashing back towards his lane into the minion wave was really crucial. And Enso wasn't spotted out by the deep ward. He was actually doing Krugs, right, Gromp, excuse me, right over the wall toward where that pink ward was left by for CYH. So Impunity end up in a bit of a disaster. Now it's Smurf's turn to get something back. The Gragas doesn't have the flash. Can they actually find the hook right here? He's going in. The play does land. The hook is still being held onto. They do find the Gragas. Really well done. And that's going to be a kill over to Impunity.
Yep, looks like they're just going to back off out of that one. Did expend the teleport from Shara over in the mid lane as well to make that happen. But props to them, very textbook gank over towards the bot side. I don't think that Virginia Dragons were expecting that, especially because IMP hadn't even hit level 6 yet. And it was so soon off of CYH's last field gank over top. Pretty much died top side and then went back to base after respawn and then just straight up walked down towards a bot for that. So really good timing by them to catch Virginia Dragons off guard, and they're also going to pick up the dragon with that.
Never letting any of that tempo go. I love the sequence of events, and I did misspeak. Actually, K2 already had his flash up, but Smurf played that even better. Started with the flay into the death sentence. Got everything they wanted, and it looks like they are going to go for a repeat play right here as the Weaver's Wall does come down. They also find Aaron with the death sentence. There's going to be nothing that this Kai'Sa can do, and Impunity reverse their fortunes in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that question when you have a Talia or like a TF on your team about where that first level 6 ultimate is going to go. And Impunity definitely answered this one. It goes to bot lane. They do give that kill over to Belaze, of course. So it's gonna be a bit, it's gonna help him out in lane, because before that the Xayah Kaisa matches, you can see in terms of CS, just a dead even. Also, we didn't really mention this early on, but the Syndra versus Renekton, I kind of want to give props to Shara as well for how well he's been holding up early game on the Renekton versus Minji. As you can see, Minji just having to expend a pretty fair amount of mana to clear those minions, especially under tower.
Now that we're in a lull, I do want to ask you about the Legend of Smurf, because I've been seeing this in chat all the time.
What?
They talk about his sassy bangs, they talk about his thick, luscious lips, and they just treat him like a god. But I don't really understand, okay? Like, I see his gameplay. I don't really think he's elite in the support position just yet.
Whoa,
You have to tell me, what is the allure with this player?
I mean, if you don't see it, Clement, I can't help you.
That's a cop-out.
No,
You can't explain it.
It's kind of just a meme. Like, he just has like a really active fan base. Yeah, and I think also for like Raven, for example, on last year's RSG team, there are a lot of like memes. It's just one of those like copy pastas.
Okay,
Very much, yeah. Although I also want to give Smurf props, because one of his huge contributions to the IMP team was getting Top King to join their team. So legend has it that Smurf and Top King met one day in a LAN cafe here in Singapore, and I guess they kind of, saw each other's gameplay and were like, whoa, you're Challenger? Whoa, you're Challenger too? Hey, you want to join my team? And that was how Top King Irelia started.
Okay, that sounds like kind of destined to happen right here, as we see Impunity getting multiple turret plates in the bot side. They did try for a 3-man pincer here, but Enso is going to arrive in time and cancel that out. Now is the time for Smurf to write another chapter in his legend. Can he actually land the death sentence? He does find it, the box goes down, and now I see the allure of Smurf. He indeed is a god.
Yo, you don't talk bad about Smurf. Like, he can hear you somehow, and he pulls out a play like this, but it looks like IMP aren't done just yet. Here's CRH, who does walk over the blue ward over and try, though, but they do have Shara coming over from the red buff side. It looks like they're just gonna want to pick up the bot side tier 1, so they will pick up. Nope, they're not gonna get it just yet, but it's still just 11.5 minutes, so got a good amount of time to make that happen. But yeah, as you're talking about, the hook into the ultimate from Smurf over and by, and Erin actually kind of suspected that something was up, because she shot a projectile into the second bush, but not the first bush, and then she got hooked from the first bush. So that's a bit unfortunate. But she did kind of suspect they were camping there.
Behind those bangs is a 200 IQ brain right there, as we see Top King going in for a trade, uses the 2 backline minions to go in and forces the flash out of Ozzy. Ozzy is going to trade a little bit back in terms of damage, but even underneath the tower, he had to burn his flash, and now with the minion wave coming, CYH is going to try and get the pin down. They are going in. I don't think Ozzy is long for this world, and Smurf with the lantern just to make sure that all of his members stay alive.
Yeah, this is really tough for Ozzy, because Top King is already 30 CS up off of him. In lane, you can see Ozzy just has a couple of parts of items that Phage isn't really helping him all that much. Meanwhile, Top King with that wave is gonna pick up the 3rd tower plate. It's gonna let the minions pick up that one while he goes back to base. So really good timing as well. It is pre-14 minutes, so he's really maximizing everything that he could get out of that kill.
It's going to be 800 gold advantage just in the tower platings over to Impunity, but Berjaya Dragons are going to strike in the bottom lane, as they do get, I believe, 2 platings right there. Now is the question, Is there an exit strategy for Enzo? He does still get over the wall, but Smurf
Oh, no.
does tag him down as Shara goes in. No, the explosive cast actually takes a Renekton in, but they are able to finish him off. And now Ozzy is in for the play as well. It's a little bit surprised by how fast the Renekton actually fell down here. But Blaze gets a triple man root. Really well done into the river. He does get one Udyr, but trades his life for it. However, Aaron's on the wrong side of this wall. The Grob actually takes him down, but he still gets that double kill. And now it's the Top King Aurelia show. Can he actually find the kill right here? No! Ozzy takes over to Meganar and survives the ordeal. He could still go in for more. Is Smurf? Oh, Smurf was baiting! He was trying to keep the Meganar there, and now Shara is going in, but I don't think he has the movement speed to catch on just yet. The stun's going to come down, wall up onto the ground, and that's going to be that. Berjaya Dragons definitely having a huge comeback in this fight.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this replay. They try to catch out Enzo, but kind of a bad timing on that punch right there. Doesn't quite land him in the direction that Impunity wants at that point. And very good response from Ozzy. They now have the teleport from the Gnar, making this a 5v4 situation.
That was so close. The Scatter of the Week from Minji was so clutch because there was 3-man stunned on the ramp, but they still weren't able to kill Minji because he landed a 3-man Scatter of the Week by himself. So the crowd control canceling each other out, and that was just tragic as he takes over to Meganar. Top King can't find the kill. Really good comeback from Berjaya Dragons as they minimize this gold deficit to within 2,000 gold.
Yeah, I think Berjaya Dragons also, in terms of positioning, played that out very well at the end. They were kind of keeping themselves split up, which is kind of the way that you want to play versus champs such as the Irelia right there. So good positioning in the team fight. As you talked about, they're still down about 2,000 in gold right now versus IMP. A lot of it down to the farm over in topside, still about 30 in favor of a Top King versus the Gnar, as well as the sheer amount of tower plates and the first tower that IMP picked up. So it's not that big of a deal, 2k at the 15-minute mark. However, BJD are going to want to try and do something about that. Since it is past 14 minutes, that they're not really going to lose all that much more from the plates. And Top King with that sneaky hide in the bush, just trying to scare Azzy a bit.
Did say that last team fight, even though Impunity has very, very good divers, it's still pretty difficult for them to touch the backline. Aurelia and Renekton, they both are melee champions. They need a frontline. Oh, Smurf tries to get it over the minion wave, but Smurf just has too much girth. Can't really find the hook.
What?
His hook was too thick.
The thing. Yeah, Smurf is like a coin flip, I think, right? When you watch some of his gameplay, sometimes he lands that godly thresh hook like we saw earlier in the bot side. And other times, you know, you just want to give him props for trying.
Yeah, really well, really good attempt, but you know, not really holding up on the execution in that one. So the 3-man goes top, doesn't find anything, and now it's Berjaya's Dragon's turn to strike back as they have a 3-man stack onto this bot side, plus the Herald.
Yeah, Berjaya trying to make something happen both bot and mid. The fact that they don't have a tower yet is kind of starting to hurt them at this point, which is also a bit surprising considering that, you know, we're talking about how they've got the Syndra in the mid lane, and plus they've got the Udyrs. You're expecting the way that they play is to really push out their lanes and have their laners give the Udyr priority, but that just really hasn't happened so far in the last 17 minutes.
So I do want to ask your opinion on this, but you know, as an analyst, what would you recommend your hometown team Impunity to do right now?
Oh, that's a tough one. You mean in general, or you mean in this game?
Oh, definitely in this game. In general, I think that's you know, there's too many factors there. Sleep earlier, exercise, all that stuff. You know,
Whoa. Don't mention exercise to gamers, man. Come on.
I'm telling you, they need it.
That is true. But yeah, going back to what I think Impunity should do in this game, I think they've been doing a pretty good job so far. Actually, we were saying that we expected the Renekton to have a harder time in the early game, and he's actually been doing pretty good. CYH also, we've seen him make a lot of very proactive plays, especially even from the level 3, level 4 mark. He was constantly ganking, getting that deep vision, and he's only been continuing to do that past level 6 too. I think maybe one thing that we haven't been seeing so much is the Top King styling on the Azzi Gnar. I think a lot of people are probably looking forward to that, especially after Impunity's Day 1 games versus Alpha Esports. I think what IMP is doing right now is just trying to play this more controlled, because they are coming off of a double loss from day number 2 yesterday. And yeah, I think that they have a game plan and they're trying to play it very measured towards that. So not so much of solo carrying.
Smurf finds
hook and
another
land.
hook, but the
She gonna walk out of that
isn't
one.
enough.
Yeah.
You get the mid lane tower, and this is going to go into the Drake fight, where previously Berjaya Dragons did have an advantage in the 5v5. It's already coming up within 30 seconds. They're also going to have a Herald fork here, as we do see CYH trying to cut off the Herald with the Weaver's Wall. It is going to delay, and they should be able to take this down before he even reaches the tower. A very good win, and Shera finds Enso right here. Top King does have to flash out of his original teleport spot, but he preserves his HP, and this should be Impunity's Drake for the taking.
Yeah, that was a 200 IQ play by CYH, because BJD clearly wanted to use Rift Herald, get Prio over in mid lane, and then use that
just
Prio for
walks
Dragon.
straight
But no!
into his death right
What?
there. Even blows the flash. That was not the play they should have been looking for. We see a kickback, CYH going in, Ozzy going in, but only getting one stun into the back line. They do find CYH at the very end, but IMP are in full pursuit. Good slowdown coming in from Minji. Ozzy on the wrong side of the map. He's probably going to have to give an execute at the very least. This backing position is not going to work, as Smurf tries to find the hook. Oh come on, that's kind of lazy by Ozzy's side. The Death Sense does land. Top King gets the stun down and finishes it over the wall with the Defiant Dance.
Oh man, he had no bounce, he had no empowered recall. He knew he was a goner for sure, and while that chase was going on, IMP managed to also pick up the Ocean Dragon during that, as well as finishing up the kill onto Azzy.
Kind of a sub-optimal engage here, as Enso face checks to start this one off. CYH does maximum punishment, and Ozzy tries to go for a double carry stun, but unfortunately Blaze is able to dodge that one with the Feather Storm. And
Yeah, I think-
Impunity is just...
Yeah, I think BJD just weren't quite on the same page in terms of that team fight. So firstly, it was very good ultimate placement from the Irelia. It really zoned out 2 members of BJD in the backline of that team fight. And you were kind of able to first pick off one member and then pick off another member during their fight. You could see BJD kind of like, we've been zoned by Irelia. Do we want to go in? Do we want to back out? So IMP had absolute full control right there. It was really good to see. So they're going to make the gold lead about 3,500 gold right now. BJD still yet to find a tower at the 22-minute mark. It's going to be really rough for them. Kind of expected them to have a better time of this with the wave clear, but that hasn't been the case.
Interesting Damwon emote coming out from Shera. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to communicate here. But this should be a favorable lane for Ozzy. He is up against the counter matchup, Gnar against Renekton. And Top King is nowhere to be found just yet on the map. However, Berjaya Dragons have a potential collapse incoming. They do find Smurf in the brush. Enso does survive the initial burst, and in comes Aaron as they do find the first kill right here. The teleport also coming down from Shera. Ozzy is very far behind enemy lines, and he should be taken out. So at the end of the day, it will be a jungler for a top lane play right here, but a lot expended on both sides at the same time. We have double teleports coming in from both the Renekton and the Gnar onto that one.
Yeah, they're gonna trade 1-for-1, so neither team's really going to go for Dragon. Also, we didn't really talk about Minji taking Cleanse. This game is really kind of a sign of respect versus, you know, Irelia, Renekton, Thresh on the likes of the enemy team this time around. Didn't have it during that earlier skirmish, but we'll have it for later on.
We are seeing the game sort of quiet down a bit, but Impunity right now, they are looking ahead 2 minutes into the game where they could take down this Ocean Soul. And with the potential 1-3-1 on their roster between Aurelia and Renekton, I think if they take that, the game's pretty much over. For Jaya Dragons, they have to walk into that 5v5. They have to find a miracle win, or at the very least, a miracle steal to keep their hopes in this one.
Yeah, that was the fact that IMP took their first dragon so early. If they got the double stack of the Ocean Drake and to make it a combined of 4, that'll be pretty overpowering for BJD since they already also have the 4,000 gold lead. So BJD don't want that to happen. However, they don't really have any sort of setup just yet versus that. They're trying to have Azzy clear out the minion wave down towards the bot side. IMP meanwhile have absolute control over here in the top side Barren River area as well as the bot side River Brush.
I do really like the drafts that we've seen coming out from teams. You know, this is a hyper-focused jungle carry team coming out from Impunity. I love the idea here. They finally got all of their soul lanes ahead. Their bot lane even won out, which is not usual, not typical for an Impunity, to be honest. So, you know, great game plan, very clean on the execution, very easy to find kills all around. And now their only last question is, can they take this team composition into the team fights? As we were mentioning, Minji's been doing an incredibly good job as using that Scatter the Weak to keep the front line away from Aaron. If he can continue that level of performance, it's still going to be rather difficult for Top King to actually get in amongst the damage dealers.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think one of the main drawbacks in general of the Syndra stun is that, you know, to set up your balls, it requires a bit of the setup, but also that it doesn't have the longest range. But in terms of...
Pretty good, 1300's pretty
yeah,
good.
if she can land it like max range, it's great. It's like chef's kiss. But I think in terms of just doing that short range stun is very good against champs such as the Renekton, because once they slice and dice in on you...
goes in a little bit early right here, and the Ocean Drake is taken away from Berjaya, so no Drake Soul incoming for Impunity. Huh. Okay, I felt like Impunity could have fought a little bit harder for that one, but they actually just arrived to the scene so late.
Yeah, that was really weird because all along we've been seeing them have prior. We were talking about how they had vision, they had a ward over in the bot side brush as well. And we're saying that, you know, if they had the 4th stack of dragon right there, it would actually be pretty game changing for them. So the fact that they didn't prioritize it more heavily is a bit puzzling. But it looks like they're going to go for Baron once again using the reverse wall to block off the rest of the JD. It is going to work. They are going to successfully take down Baron. Shara is kind of waiting around the wings, and there's that nice disengage stun.
K2 goes in with the ultimate. They find Smurf. They use the killer instinct, but Smurf is still alive, and now Aaron has to be the one on the run right here. You know, Impunity, I think they're definitely making the best out of a kind of weird situation. Ozzy goes in, but there still is a perfect timing onto Shara, and I think Ozzy is going to go down right here. Impunity pick up another kill, the Baron, and a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. We're just barely at 27 minutes into the game. It's kind of one of the things that we've been seeing a lot, especially in the 11.2 meta, which is kind of like a fast-paced game. Usually you see whichever team is ahead at the 15-minute mark. Oftentimes is going to be the team that eventually wins by about 30-35 in those types of situations, just because you get early to mid-game pressure and they can kind of dictate the tempo and the pace of the rest of the game. So IMP definitely, the ball is in their court this time. If they do lose this one, it would be on them.
Isn't it always on you if you lose?
Ah!
Just asking.
Sometimes the ops are just that good. But I mean, VJD are kind of at a deficit, a pretty big deficit right here. So
I do agree. Like, this is Impunity's game to lose. Changing around the figure of speech, I know it doesn't really mean much, but looking at their top side, Top King up ahead 50 CS, has a split put advantage, plus the Baron, and Berjaya Dragons are doing exactly what they need to do to get back into this game. This is Shera 1v4, he flashes the emote, dodges out on the ultimate, but he's still going down. There's no way he's actually going to get out of this one, even though it might take some time, but he's going to get plenty of...
wow.
He's gonna get a good laugh, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's so much
Ooh,
expended
Top King.
on the side of BJD. Top King right there, trying to go for the style blade.
Oh no, he actually gets soloed out. Is Aaron gonna get a double solo kill? This is absolute disaster coming up, but no, Smurf comes in the nick of time and saves his jungler.
Kids, this is what happens when you disrespect your opponents. They just 1v1 you, and then you almost get your jungler killed as well.
This is probably going to be a very muted Baron buff incoming from Impunity. They lost a lot of time in that top lane wave. They lost a lot of time in the mid, even though they still got that tier 2.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, when they had Shera 1v4ing BJD over in the top side, over on the minimap, they IMP actually were trying to push mid as well as bot. So they were trying to pick up stuff on the other sides of the map as well. So it wasn't a complete loss for them. Although, you know, if they do that a couple more times, Berjaya Dragons just might make it back into this one. So you want to rein those impulses in.
7,000 gold between the players right here. We did see Top King had to burn his summoners, plus the perfect timing not available. So some windows of opportunity for Berjaya Dragons as this Ocean Drake is going to get started up. But the question really is, can Berjaya actually even find themselves into this river? We do have TP for Aurelia, and Top King is already going back to base. So there could be a very, very strong flank as we see the bottom side ward. Really good, really well placed, super far behind enemy lines. Looks like Top King isn't going to take it for now, and Berjaya do find themselves back into the river.
Yeah,
they did sneak away the last Drake super quickly.
Yeah, they're trying to set up for Dragon. It's going to be up in about 25 seconds. The thing is, I kind of feel they're a bit early to the river. They knew they wouldn't make that happen. But, oh, they do land the explosive cast. Not quite the best position onto Blaze. There's that Pengu emo. Top King looks like he wants to go in.
Here comes the engage going on to Enso, but they can't find Aaron just yet. Ozzy on the right side dodges out on the stuns, and Impunity with 2 ultimates don't find anything. Berjaya's with the previous 2 didn't find anything either, though Shera might be in a bit of trouble right here. Smurf is going to be able to pull him across the Drake. Top King doesn't have flash or perfect timing right here. He has to go straight in. He does die, but the Ocean Soul does go over to Impunity. However, Berjaya Dragons want to chase this one down, and so it's going to come in with the stun, but he goes down to the burst damage of the Talia. K2 goes in, but he falls too, and this is going to be Impunity all the way. They're going to pick up the ace triple kill going over to Blaze. Ozzy's still trying to get something done right here. In the end, it is going to be a 5-man ace, but 2 members on Impunity still alive. Good win for them.
Yeah, Blaze is showing up absolutely huge in that team fight, picking up the triple as well. Also, I'm not sure we'll catch this part in the replay, but during the whole extended skirmish from when Gragas used explosive task over in mid, Blaze actually started out the dragon, which was why IMP were able to actually pick it up so quickly towards the end of that team fight. I mean, he had 4 members just kind of zoning the rest of BJD while he was solo AAing the dragon at that point. Not sure we'll see it in this replay. There's the ultimate, really good weaver.
Didn't really work out on the start, but no, I really felt like Top King did a pretty good job at buying time for his team, even though he did go down. It gave them so much time to work with the Drake, and like you were mentioning, Blaze definitely getting some PvE quality vacation time, getting that objective. And I'm just not sure what Berjaya Dragons were trying to do afterwards. I feel like their engages after this point were really ham-fisted.
Yeah, I think one of the crucial things for them here is that, as you saw, Minji actually missed the Syndra stun because IMP, they picked up the dragon and there was Smurf over in the back side of the dragon pit, just making sure that they were able to pick that one up. Once they picked up the soul, actually IMP, 4 members, they just walked straight up and they were going to disengage right there, but Minji went for the Syndra stun, didn't actually catch out any of the IMP members, and that was kind of the signal for IMP to be like, hey, you know what? They missed their stun, they don't have Gragas ultimate anymore, let's turn around and go, and that was what they did.
And now Impunity are enjoying a 7,000 gold lead as the Baron is live on the map. Once again, Berjaya still have a chance when it comes to these team fights. We saw a lot of tenacity in them. It was just about the follow-ups that they've blundered multiple times, but the starting salvos of these team fights, Berjaya Dragons have actually been able to hold their own. And now with that explosive cast available at the start of the fight, you're going to see CYH use another Weaver's Wall just to make distance right here. The explosive cast does go down. I think Smurf is going to fall here, but they do get the Baron Top King back into the backline. He's going to find Minji. He's going to start working on Aaron. I don't think Aaron's going to be able to get away from this one. And it's basically Aurelia able to solo out the entire backline for Berjaya Dragons. On the right side, Impunity win as well. And now it's Aaron on his lonesome against the giant crocodile. He does get the Ruthless Predator, knocks him into the GA, and I believe this is going to be game for Impunity as they head back to a 500 win rate.
Yeah, Shara knows that he can 1v1 Aaron over the top side because the other members of the IMP team, there's the teleport coming in as well to make matters worse for BJD, but the rest of IMP are just easily going to pick up the 2 Nexus Towers and the Nexus as well, making it a pretty clean game before the 35-minute mark. Done.
Congratulations to Impunity. I love their draft. You know, strong lanes, good focus on getting kills, and throughout the team fights, they also proved to be the superior team as well. Welcome back, Impunity, our Singaporean representatives, back to the 500 win rate club.
Yep, and there on the screen is the IMP boys looking pretty happy, definitely happier than we saw them yesterday after dropping their day 2 games. So I believe it's going to take them 2-2 in the standings.
That is what 500 means. Just putting that out there.
Yes. Yeah, so Berjaya Dragons, I think, left a lot to be desired. This game definitely showed a bunch of weaknesses. I mean, after their day 1 to day 2 games, not the best that we saw from them, and we're kind of hoping that this was going to be the game where they started to step things up, started to turn things around, but unfortunately that wasn't quite the case. What do you think?
I think they definitely took the bait of the fake out from Renekton, and they still went into blind Gnar. Ozzy has played nothing but Gnar so far in the PCS. That was a little bit easy for Top King and for the drafting phase of Impunity to kind of anticipate, and they punished it to the maximum. They had a really strong laning phase. Like their top side was solid just from the picks, and then their bot side, you know, Aaron and K2 had a lot of misplays, and these were misplays that just happened 2v2, like going under the tower, missing your body slam, and then getting killed by Smurf over and over again. That was really the nail in the coffin, or else I felt like this Kai'Sa and Gragas lane could have still held up quite well.
Yeah, I think it was a bit unfortunate, especially when you look at the last few team fights. It was just pretty much goal difference between individual laners on their team was something like 3-4k difference between some of the individual laners. But yeah, the MVP for IMP is going to go over to Blaze. Very well deserved. It had that very crucial triple kill in one of the team fights around the Dragon Pit. Very nicely picked up. So I do believe both IMP and Berjaya Dragons are going to end week 1 2-2 is the score for both of them. Berjaya Dragons as well. We're 2-1 coming into this. So yeah, we are going to go for a very short break before we come back with our next game, which is J-Team versus Liab. Will J-Team be able to reset mental from their previous loss against Boom Esports? Who knows? We'll find out. Don't go anywhere.
哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family. Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Damage, but Hana denies him passes with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Legends shall rise indeed. We are back to Game 4 of PCS Week 1, Day 3. I'm your host, Clement Chu, and with me is another Chu, albeit Ryra Chu. I just want to ask you, but where does your handle actually come from?
I think my old handle was Rayra. I think back when I was on LGD, I was LGD Rayra, and then do you know? You must have played Pokemon, right? I feel like we're at the age,
Yes,
the same age where we grew up
in the 90s.
with Pokemon. We were 90s kids. Yes, that's right. And the Chu is just kind of from Raichu. So I used to use that as an ID a lot, but I think you get like copyrighted on Twitch and stuff like that if you use like the Pokemon emotes. So this is how it happened. Meanwhile, I guess there's not much to ask about yours, but have you considered picking a different ID, Clement, instead of your name?
Yeah. The reason I still use my name is because in Chinese, they basically use my English name as kind of my handle. So it felt really weird to have two handles at the same time. So Kalaman is my, like, the way that the PCS region or the LMS region used to refer to me, and it just felt kind of betraying my roots if I swapped over to a handle that they didn't recognize. So I just kind of kept it the same. That's kind of the reasoning behind it. But, you know, enough about us. We are going to move on to a pretty exciting match between
especially when we watch the, for fans watching the English broadcast in particular, it's mostly, I think, the Singapore, Malaysian, as well as the Philippines fans who follow the English cast. And Liab in particular have such a huge, strong fan base, not just in terms of their league team, but they dabble in a whole lot of other esports as well. So they've got a massive fan base that really wants this team to do well. Meanwhile, we do have J-Team. Roster is just breezed by our screen right there. We were talking about how this is their second game of the day. They did have that, what was it, 50-minute long game versus Boom Esports that unfortunately didn't end in their favor. They did have a very strong 5v5 team fighting draft, but weren't quite able to utilize that in terms of the game. So we'll see if 1 hour or so has been enough for them to, reset their mental and come back strong for this game. This is their fourth game of week 1, so definitely have a lot to prove this time around.
Definitely. This was the team that ended in regular season in the first place. And now we're looking at week 1 alone, and they could be matching the same amount of losses. So it's definitely really hard to imagine this happening to J-Team, especially when they sort of upgraded their roster by bringing in Mission over from Machi, but still not having the results to back it up. They have to turn it around in this one, or else they will actually match the number of losses they had the entire split last season around.
Yeah, that's gonna be really rough. And you were talking about Mission as well. I think a lot of people coming into week 1 were expecting Mission to be this huge carry for their team. We've seen flashes of that in some of the previous games, but I'm not sure if it's down to synergy, being comfortable with the rest of the team. Hopefully this will get better, but we are into picks and bans for game number 4 of the last day of week 1 of PCS already. And really quick, it's Pantheon, Azir, Rel banned out over from blue side, and then Thresh, Seraphine, and Olaf over for JT. So a lot of high priority junglers actually left up. Yup, it is going to be the Udyr, of course, if he's not banned out. It's usually picked up first, and now we'll see how JT respond with that. Might want to go Lilia or Talia.
Oh no.
Hey, she's got a great win rate, all right?
I know, but it just feels like we're going back to the flavor of the day. This has pretty much been the draft the entire day. Udyr traded for Talia plus Renekton, and I'll be honest, I really like the right side of this trade. I just don't think that Udyr alone does very well up against, does very well into the late game. He's just kind of this champion that if you don't get the ball rolling early in team fights, he definitely disappoints.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, one of the main strengths of the Udyr is really those early levels where he is his intentions to kind of win you those trades over in the river and the duels and get those invades down early on. Isn't as useful come those late game team fights, except for that single person lockdown. But you're gonna see, oh wow, the Xayah Rakan duo coming out from Liab. So Xayah, of course, is one of the S tier ADCs still on patch 11.2. Rakan, however, is a support that has kind of fallen off a bit. We don't actually see that much of Rakan in high-level competitive play being contested. So this will be interesting to see. Of course, Xayah Rakan have that great synergy, a lot of appeal. I think Liab might be looking to pick up a bit more engage for later on in the draft. But JT, very predictable, especially for their team. As you mentioned, Renekton, Talia, as well as the Kai'Sa.
So it does look like they're signaling that this is going to be Renekton for rest, as they have banned away the Gnar. And what I want to see JT is come out with a strategy that allows them to be more proactive. Sure, Mission is great on Azir, but a lot of the times I feel like Mission is just standing around in team fights and not doing a lot. Lil V has been far more aggressive, and I feel like if JT want to get back into their mojo, they definitely want to play something that is more geared towards offense, and this is what they are drafting. A lot of lane kill potential, very strong burst coming in from the Renekton, and as we have seen before, that Yone pick is lurking in the shadow, which also gives a great synergy over towards Talia.
Yeah, Yone Talia as mentioned, very good combo. I think Liab right now, oh wow, that's interesting. So they're going to get rid of all of the heavy engage supports in Leona and Alistar from the blue side, which is interesting to me because they've left a lot of picks open at this point. And the thing is, JT, they kind of blind picked the Kai'Sa right there, and Kai'Sa, she has a lot of, self-peel mobility for herself. So in that sense, it's a lot easier to pair her with some other supports. I'm not sure it was the highest of priorities for Liab to really spend those last two bans banning out Woody's champ pool. But regardless, they are going to pick up Orianna.
I do understand the Leona ban because that has been a counter towards the Rakan, but I agree, I'm not sure throwing all bans is a wise decision, especially with Woody still having access to that Nautilus that he's played a lot already, and Liab are going to go for a more skirmish-heavy composition. Again, I think if you're running Udyr, you really have to have an early game-centric game plan and not rely on the team fights too much, so I like this move. But Liab has been a team that has struggled in the laning phase quite a bit, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull it off with more lane-centric team composition. It is going to be both the Syndra and the Jace going down, so very, very strong laners definitely could get massive advantages with the Udyrs helping with the gank. But the thing is, you have to be able to out-mechanic your opponents right here, and that hasn't been something that Liab has shown just yet, but they definitely could still pull it off. In the meantime, J-Team, I think Udyr is, sorry, not Udyr, Gragas. Both of them are really burly men, so I kind of got them mixed up. But Gragas definitely a great answer right here. I love the engage potential. Again, what I want to see out of J-Team is aggression, aggression, aggression. Be the ones to actually initiate and not be the ones that sit around and do nothing.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen the Kai'Sa Gragas a couple of times, and it really has a lot of advantages in terms of you have very good mobility both ways. So you're very good at engaging and then also disengaging as well, depending on what the situation calls for. And Gragas, in that sense, is also kind of a counter versus the Udyr. If he's going to show up and gank your lane, you do have that little bit of extra protection for your Kai'Sa. But going back to the Liab picks, I mean, I do agree with you. I think that sometimes when you look at a Liab draft, it might not be entirely what is working in the current meta, but sometimes it looks like a bit of it is because of what the individual players are comfortable playing on. And I think that might be a bit of what we're seeing here.
And I think we should talk a little bit about this Liab team. They are one of the two teams that haven't found a win just yet in the PCS so far, but they definitely had a couple of highlight players. I felt like Xyliath actually did a pretty good job on that. Zoe, unfortunately, wasn't able to take the game down. And, this is a team that did swap out a lot of their players. They no longer held on to their Korean and Japanese imports on the team anymore, and going with a full Filipino roster to boot and try to change their destiny in this one. We'll have to see how they do in that topside laning phase, but just based on these picks, they should have a pretty good time getting good CS leads.
Yeah, I agree. And just riffing off of that as well, the fact that they've gone for a full squad from the Philippines, I mean, in that sense, you're kind of expecting them to synergize better with each other, communicate better. I know, especially in the PCS, some of the rosters, for example, they speak something like 2 or 3 different languages out of 5 people plus their coach. So that's always been something that I think if you're a team who's not towards the top of the standings, you kind of want to look at where you might be stronger than the other teams and kind of exploit that.
For sure, as we're going to head into game shortly, just looking at the draft again, I feel like we have seen the Taliyah and Renekton combo so many times already, and this time it should force Xyliath to really consider his options right here. We may have mainly seen the teleport being brought by the Syndra, but for the top lane, it's going to be pretty difficult for Jace to actually survive this gank when Taliyah does come knocking. I feel like Dodoy has to do a very good job in making sure perhaps the Krugs are warded or the red buff is warded, and just try to keep his top laner alive in this one.
Yeah, that's the thing. As a Jace, you kind of want to chunk out your upper laner with that Q through the accelerated gate right there. And it's not so much about taking that long sustained trade. Really, just kind of go for that poke before you call your laner once you see that opportunity. So we'll see if they are able to work with that timing. I think Dodoy will probably be maybe looking towards mid lane. As you're talking about, Xyleaf might want to pick up the cleanse this game on the Syndra. I think we saw Syndra last game pick up the cleanse as well, but we'll see. We'll see just, how much fear and how much respect he's playing with this time around. As we're talking about the Renekton Talia combo, it's pretty fearsome. What's even more fearsome is the fact that this time they also have the Orianna, and you think about it and you're like, Orianna ball onto Renekton goes in. That's the instant team fight win right there if they can pull that one off. So it's very dangerous. I think Liab will definitely be wanting to watch out for that come the team fight stage of the game. But with that, guys, we have spawned onto Summoner's Rift for our next game of today. We are into week number 1, day number 3 of PCS, and already, Woody, Hannah, what? Okay, they're gonna back out. I was scared for a second there, but they do get a deep ward behind the red.
Pretty good win on their part, and Dodoy actually fakes the ward. Dodoy doesn't actually drop a ward down, so he's trying to fake it. These are some 200 IQ'd mind games right here. I wonder if it's actually going to work. This is actually pretty smart. I'm not kidding. This is, J-Team has no way of telling if that ward actually went down or not.
Yeah.
So they could change their pathing based off of that. And you can see Hana is actually really timid about approaching his own jungle right now. He's going to start, I believe, with the blue buff and with the help of his bottom lane. Meanwhile, Dodoy is going to get started up on the red, but of course in full vision of J-Team.
Yeah, so JT know by now, they know what's up. They spotted Dodoy with that very early ward behind red buff. So nicely played from JT also. I think they had 2 members go for the invade right there to pick up that early world location. Is going to give them that extra vision at the start. Right now, Lil V and Woody is finally making it into lane. Should be able to pick up that one, no problem. Mission versus Xyleaf. The thing with the Orianna early on is you really want to be able to make full use of your passive, which gives you that extra damage on your AA. But whoa, Woody going down so low. That's less than half of his health already at the level 1 trade. So Gragas does have a bit of sustain, but not at level 1 though, so this is gonna be tough.
Pretty good find on that trade there. Of course, the Q doesn't actually land from Woody, so missing out a huge chunk of damage. I did want to point out that this is pretty interesting from Lil V, but he's actually the one that brought a sweeper on the AD carry just straight out of the base. So pretty interesting. They did get an early ward down away from Dawn on that tri-brush, and I want to see if they want to use that to set up for a gank. This is definitely not something that is the paradigm. We have seen mostly AD carries just go for the yellow trinket, and if they want to clear, it's usually the support that starts with the sweeper. But we will see how they use this and how it works out, and if they can actually find something, some angle for Hana to attack.
Yeah, it is an interesting strategy. We'll have to see. Right now, they're going to make a good chunk damage down onto Dawn. Woody, with that very good knowledge of just exactly where the tower range was after he went in, he's going to walk over that ward that they have, though, of Hana with the other sweeper. They're going to be able to clear. They want to look to pick up the first blood right here, but oh, it's going to miss the Prey Seeker. So Crusher is going to have to flash. So they do burn
double
that one.
flashes already, and there's no one here to help. Udyr is very far away from this play, but Dawn's doing a really good job at keeping the minion wave actually out of the tower. Mission is going to find the scuttle, so he's going to be able to walk away from this one. Dawn does go down. It's going to be first blood over to Hana, but the question is, can Mission actually kite this one out? He will be able to with the W right here, and we see a shock blast actually being used from the top side. So a massive win from J-Team, as not only they get the summoners, they get the kills, they also win out on the top lane.
Yeah, definitely a much better start for J-Team than that game that we just saw 2 games ago from them. They already have about an 800 gold lead. just in terms of the CS difference and first blood right there. So Mission will be using his teleport to get back into lane. Not really a big deal, but I think she did have that buy already, and right now she's kind of forcing Zellia off of this lane. Syndra already really low on mana. It's one of the drawbacks in the early game where you're kind of expending your mana bar to be able to CS efficiently, especially versus other AP mages.
Can I just say Mission CS
3v2.
so well right there. He only missed one minion, and he was going to miss that regardless, so I love it when the observers actually show us that. A lot of times, I'd rather watch CSing rather than trades, but Woody is going in. He finds a combo onto Kresho and Dawn, and none of these guys have their summoners. Lil V flashes in. It's going to be a double kill for the Kai'Sa very early on, and Doidoi has to run away. Wait a minute, he's going back on the Fearform. He gets a slap down, but I don't think that's a good idea, as the triple kill goes over to Lil V. Ouch, is all I have to say about that one.
Oh dear, what did we see? I think he probably would have gone down at the end of that, though, even if he hadn't gone back in. But let's take a look at this replay again, Dodoy.
This is super early, and it's going to be the clown car chase between Dodoy and Mission. Mission flashes and gets the scuttle. Oh, that was just so unlucky from Dodoy.
Yeah, he also...
Why do we have to do this man dirty?
Yeah, he also doesn't have Flash because he's on Udyr, so you're running Ghost Smite, right? So he can't flash back onto Mission. That was pretty unfortunate for him when that happened. But yeah, we're talking about the CS. I mean, Mission knew that he was going to be able to pick up all of those creeps except for one, so he teleported back. That was really nice to see.
A little bit unfortunate. We are going to get a replay of that bottom side skirmish, a 3v3 going out. It was Dodoy going for the engage, but Woody finds a perfect two-man stun.
Yeah, just textbook stun right there, setting up the play for the Kai'Sa to pick up the triple at the end. Dodoy, no!
It was a plasma stacks. I don't think he factored in that damage coming in from Kai'Sa, but you know, Lil V got the full plasma proc right there, and the execution goes through, taking down the Udyr.
That's the thing with the phase rush playstyle also. Especially like phase rush Udyr. They're like, I have phase rush. They go in. They think that once they go in, they can run back out, and it's really not the case sometimes.
Well, as I've said, you know, I really think this Mission goes in with the ultimate, but I don't think he has mana to follow up, and Krushos finds the third gank in a very short amount of time, is able to get out with the Battle Dance. No kills in the mid lane either, and we are going to see Dodoy attempt another one in the top side, but Smells is running away from the big crocodile. We see the emotes flash by Rest, and Leah pretty much says, okay, sir, you have used your ultimate. We have got all we came here for. In the meantime, Woody going to get a double slow down onto Kresho. Ooh, really nice dodge, but Dawn is left to die here as he has nowhere to go. But in the meantime, Dodoy finally pops the ghost and finds a kill onto Mission.
Yeah, that was really nicely played by JT over towards the bot side. Dawn as well had very good restraint, kind of knew that he was dead. He actually had heal up as well, but chose not to use it because he knew he was in a bad situation right there. Gonna take a look at the mid lane kill that we missed.
That seems a little too easy.
Yeah, I mean, Mission, he had popped his ultimate earlier on. He used the Orianna Shockwave, just kind of wanting to bully the Zaliaf 1v1. Unfortunately, it was not the best decision because the Liab jungler and Dodoy just kind of showed up for the gank at that point. Not really sure if he wanted to flex right there, but he definitely got punished for that. Also, because he used his TP earlier to pick up the wave.
Dodoy is getting surrounded in his own jungle. The combo lands in, and he has nowhere to go right here. Can Xyliat save him? No. And Dodoy falls down for a second time. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Spells actually did not base. Instead, went for that Death Brush play and is now getting harassed and bullied as Woody is just going over everywhere on this map. You cannot dodge away from the Fat Man. It will be a solo kill over towards Rest. There's no TP on Spelt, so that's another huge chunk of gold going over to J Team.
Yo, not letting Woody get at least an assist on that after he made his way top is absolutely criminal. But
Hey,
Lil
supports
V
don't
right-
need assists, but in we go as Crusho takes up 2. Killer Instinct goes in, and Lil V is trying his damnedest to actually outplay this. He actually gets 1 kill back in a 1v3. What a hype 80 carry play coming out underneath his own tower. The shutdown does go over, but still pretty well done, and they waste a bunch of time as Mission gets free reign over this mid lane tower.
Yeah, holy cow, that was so close right there. Also, you can clearly see that Leah, because Lil V actually chunked out Dawn and Crusho so low. I think they were down to about a third, a quarter of their health. And the game plan for Leah was very clearly pick up Lil V, rotate to Dragon, get Dragon with 3 members. But as you can see, the fact that they had 2 people end this skirmish so low that they weren't actually able to send those members to take Dragon. They actually had to try and solo Dragon, so I don't think they were able to pick it up in the end because it gave time for JT to make their way back towards Dragon Pit. So that was actually huge, the fact that Lil V was able to outplay like that.
Lil V gets the Drake himself. That was that breakdown play. That was just so cool. The supercharge to dodge out on the grand entrance, and then the Killer Instinct to dodge out on the spheres coming out from Xayah. That was just. Oh, that was pixel perfect. Really well done. And now Crusho is going to be the one that's actually hit up right here. His AD carry does block
nice.
out on the Void Seeker, but Woody is still going in as they try to turn the fight. Woody might go down right here, but no! Oh my god, what a pog play from Woody. Perfect calculation as they win a straight 2v2. Rest is going to find another kill right here, and Dodoy is going to go down. The Amumu crying emote is flashed up. It's going to be a double kill for Mission, and an ace coming in for JT all across the map.
Big yikes. Liab had that miscalculation right there over in bot. They thought that they'd finish off Woody, and at that point, neither Dawn nor Crusho went for the one last auto attack that would have killed him. That would have made all the difference because Woody was able to actually get the cooldown onto his E and go back in.
Yeah, just looking at this play, Crusho goes back in.
They thought they had him!
Finish it
And
off.
look, that was the barrel, and he gets a CD on the barrel. Oh no!
That just hurts to watch. And right now, this bot lane it's over. It's so over.
Yeah, bounty on the Kaisa as well. She's 5-1 and 3. She's actually completed her mythic item right now. Dawn only has the Essence Reaver as well, which doesn't really quite give you as big of a 1-item power spike in that lane. So it's going a bit rough. Let's take a look at the topside replay from this. Reaver's Wall. Kind of blocked out Renekton actually at the start.
Yeah, Spells has nowhere to go. This was actually a 3v2 for a while, but JT just has too much gold in their pockets as Rest gets a beautiful 2-man Call the Meek. That was a full rage bar and a really good heal coming down there.
Yeah, absolutely clutch shockwave as well from Mission at the end of that one. Realized his team was in danger. Swooped in, I think picked up the double at that point. Right now gold difference is going to be about 9,000 gold in favor of J-Team. And I gotta say, this is definitely a much more confident J-Team that we're seeing this time around as compared to 2 games ago. It looks like they're being a lot more aggressive, which is what you were saying in Picks and Bans about what we wanted to see from them. And they've got the gold lead, and it looks like they're definitely running with it.
Nobody saw that, but Woody just, we call that a floor cleaning. You throw the cask out, you make sure that the floor is wet. It doesn't really matter if you hit anyone. In the meantime, this Jace is getting zoned away from his own tower and the experience.
I mean,
Can't even find the minion.
Yeah, oh no, they have no vision in the topside jungle at all. They don't know that Hana is here. Lands the Q. Oh no, that burst. Likely, yep, gonna give that kill over to the Renekton over the top side, having a really good game this time around as well. 3-0 and 2 for Rest compared to earlier. Also, a lot of the Talia burst damage really need to land the knock up combo. If you're just kind of, poking with your Q, it doesn't really do all of that much. I mean, she is jungle, so you don't count on her to have that much burst potential, but I think sometimes it does shock a lot of the enemy team, just how much burst Talia has. Right now, they zoned off Xyleaf really nicely.
Oh, Hana could have gone down right there. One tower hit away from death. He does walk out of that one, and it's going to be a 10,000 gold advantage over to J-Team. I was really surprised that Hana actually was able to find the flick right there against Spelts. That seemed to be really unlucky for Spelts, as he didn't really see the animation in the brush. Now, Dodoy is going to defend his own jungle as he expends his smite, but I think J-Team is fine with that, as the Drake is up in 23 seconds. Just not much of a comeback for Liab. We were talking about in the drafting phase that this is definitely a composition that's all about lane kingdom. They don't really have a 5v5 to rely on.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that it's kind of worked out exactly like you were saying during picks and bans about how Liab drafted for their solo lanes, drafted for lane dominance, but we did have our doubts about whether they'll be able to just 1v1, 2v2 outskill their opponents. That hasn't been the case so far. Right now, leave the poor guy alone. He's just trying to get his red buff, man.
Oh, the anti-synergy between Mission and Hana was actually quite impressive right there. The Shockwave pulling him away from the Talia combo, and Dodoy has a good chuckle at that play.
Yeah, Mission's like, nah, my red buff. Sure, I'm an AP mid, but like, we need love too.
I think Mission's an imposter. He was just telling Dodoy, run, you fool, run!
We call that spy here in Singapore. I feel like some of the other regions say that too. You know when you have that one player on your team that's clearly feeding the other team? Like, the whole like Steve or like the send money to this PayPal account, that meme? We call it spy here in Singapore. Oh, top side.
Dodo is not going to be as lucky this time. Killer Instinct going in, finishing off, and I really want to see how much gold this collector is going to net Lil V, as that was 50 in the pocket right there. He finds both, and this should be a pretty easy Herald take.
Yeah, J-Team at this point, they have absolute control over the top side jungle, not to mention the Herald that Hana's just casually soloing up here. They've got a bunch of awards on the top side, pushing mid as well. Looks like they're trying to get another pick somewhere, but Liab, nope, they're trying to go for the tower. Liab, however, do have some pretty good vision actually over in the top side towards their blue buff, but they don't really have control of the wave or any other part of this map. Oh, Engage coming in.
Oh, really beautiful bounce house set up by J-Team right here as they take down the mid lane tower, plus the support from Liab. I felt like a stutter step from Res. I think maybe Xyleaf was able to tag him with the stun, but he was still in range for the flash and the Ruthless Predator. So they're going to find another good set of advantages right here.
Yeah.
Both the top lane and the bot lane getting siege at the same time. No one to defend this one. Lil V is playing PvE right now and feeling incredibly comfortable.
ADCs, man, they just want to solo farm. I don't know what to tell you, but really good chain CC from J-Team. The Orianna Ball into the Gragas Explosive Cast. Right there, Shelly is going to chunk down the top side inhibitor tower to about 1/6 of its health. Oh, looks like Liab!
The catch out mission, but can they find the damage? The damage dealers are completely zoned out, and Dodoy is going to fall once more. I will say, Liab does try. They definitely do try.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Enough.
Yeah, I completely agree. Liab is a team, like as a team so far we've seen in week 1, they synergize pretty well with each other. Generally, they're usually on the same page when they want to go. All of them kind of go at the same time. It's nice to see. I think the thing for them right now, though, is that Dodoy is so far behind, and the entire team is far behind. But as an Udyr, when your team falls behind, especially towards late game, we stay late game, it's about 19 minutes in, but because of the goal difference, it kind of feels like we're past mid-game already. It's just really hard for him to go in. He knows that once he goes in, he's going to get bursted, and he's going to grab his life for sure. So that's a bit of a challenge for the Liab squad right now. We're not even at 20 minutes in. They're down 14k. in terms of gold. They don't have all that many options because, as you're saying, they've drafted for a lane. They've got that Jace over in the top side. There's a bit of a potential for, landing a Syndra stun or a Rakan going in as well, but then he'll also get instantly blown up. So I'm not sure what else Liab can try for Shockwave in the bush.
No, they try to engage, but it's completely blocked by Mission right here, and Rest comes in from the side. Another 2 kills going over to J-Team. Liab just walking into a trap set up by them. And look at Spells. He actually used his teleport there for the flank, but I'm sorry, man, you're not the one that's actually setting up the trap. J-Teams are the one that were in position.
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially if you're running something like Jace Udyr. The only way you can really come back from being this far behind is set up vision in your jungle, set up those traps, make sure you land those EQs as Jace to chunk them out, especially if you're behind. But I don't see that happening this time around. JT, they've got absolute control of the Liab base right here. It just kind of seems like they're playing with their food. They're going to pick up the mid inhibitor tower as well as the inhib. Liab, I mean, if they want to make a last stand, it's got to be soon.
Let me tell you this. I think Rest is going to get punished. Karma does not allow you to BM the enemy team when you're up this much gold, okay? He's constantly waving the white flag, and Rest has been known to be a very BM player.
He's backing in base! Oh my god. He's being
He did this
so
yesterday
BM.
against Alpha, just trying to bait people to run after him. But you know what, Liab, I'm with you on this one. I think you guys at least should teach Rest a lesson.
Exactly.
And at least kill the Croc. Before you go
Exactly.
down.
He's the only one on the JT side that hasn't actually died. He's also got 600 gold in bounty. So you know what, Liab? If you guys want to 4-man, 5-man gang up on Rest, teach him a lesson, we are on board. We are so on board.
Never mind. It's actually going to be Mission that's going to be the one that's super exposed right here. I don't know what Mission is doing here, but he's definitely dead.
He's giving up his, I think it was 650
Teleported
bounty. Yep, he gave up 650 gold right there. That's when, at that point, you type in chat, mission spy, question mark. For giving up teleport, giving up the 650 bounty as well. I mean, they don't really need pressure in mid at this point. Not exactly, because they do have the super minion wave that's going to auto push for them.
I feel like J-Team are playing pretty sloppy. Lil V could not even hit that plant when he was alone. He actually had to walk the entire way around. But I guess it doesn't matter because they're just this far ahead. They're holding on, waiting for a mission to actually respawn before they take the Baron. A bit of brotherly love right there. And indeed, we do see Mission with the buff as well.
Yeah, that's nicely done from the side of J-Team. J-Team really just telling Mission, you know what, if you want to throw, it's fine, but we're still a team at the end of the day. We're going to give you that buff, and Rest, of course, is a split Mission over here in the bottom side. Is going to spread that buff
Okay,
over to
come
the
on,
bottom
here we
mid.
go. You
Oh
gotta
no,
punish the
3v1! Get him! Get him good,
You can't
guys!
let Rest get away with this shit,
Yeah,
okay?
show him!
What? Hey, Dodo, where are you going?
Oh,
hey,
man.
Dodo, go back! Dodo, no!
No.
I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh! You can't take it like that. You can't take it standing down. Look at him! Kill him! Please!
I'm not sure if I'm more entertained by Rest BMing or you getting tilted by this.
I just feel like Liam can't go down without a fight, man. You have to kill the Croc. Rest is so BM.
Oh,
He's going into the fountain. Please just kill the man. No, they don't find it. Oh, please.
that was actually brutal. That ending right there when Rest popped his ultimate. I think he had the ball on top of him as well. And
It's a wizard lizard. Look
Yeah.
at his build. He built lasagnas.
for maximum BM. That is
Oh,
not
come on.
what we want to take away from today. On one hand, I want to congratulate J-Team for making their score for week 1 of PCS a 2-2 after winning this game. However, on the other hand, I don't want to encourage Res play, especially in solo queue, especially in a region such as ours where no one needs more encouragement to flash those emotes, to BM, to back in bad places. I mean, well done J-Team, especially the rest of their team. They did really good. We saw a lot of well-timed ultimates from Mission, except for that one thing that he did towards the end of the game that we're just gonna forget about. He had a pretty good game this time around, and on Orianna as well. So yeah, props to J-Team, congrats.
I'm not sure if I can say congrats in good faith right there. I felt like this was a game where Liab played toward the wrong side of the map. They had winning solo lanes, and they had a superior 1v1 jungle matchup, and they played all the way towards the bottom side.
Yeah.
None of the fights happened in the top side. Spelt burned his teleport early, and then went back and then tried to do a Fnatic rush, didn't go home, and gave up all his advantages on that Jace. And they just didn't play towards the right side of the map. This was a winnable draft. They threw away the early game, and then it was the rest show. You know, the Wizard Lizard doing whatever he wants. Oh,
Yeah.
that was...
Yeah, props to Lil V as well. I mean, Lil V really did show up where it counted. Also, Winnie on the Gragas had some pretty exceptional ults. I think before level 6 as well, was able to utilize his barrels pretty well, his engages with the E. So yeah, just well played by JT. Liab on the other hand, as you were saying, I completely agree. I mean, play towards your Udyr, play towards your Udyr Jace. Please, at some point, you draft for it, play for it, come on.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, and I hope this doesn't cause Liab to mentally boom, because they still have one more match on the day. This is their double dose of PCS today, and right now they're sitting at 0-3 alongside with Alpha Esports, so they definitely have to find a win on the board. You know, they were a 9th place team last year all the way through, but this time with Resurgence out of the picture, they could be sliding even further back. So they definitely want to pick up these wins early in the split.
You know what would tilt you really hard right now? It's if Res got MVP. Can our producers and Obi make that happen?
I actually don't mind BMing, but I think there's a difference between BMing an equal opponent and then a 9th place team.
Yeah.
You know? So I feel like if you're BMing like an equal opponent and trying to make them mental boom, that's fine. But when you're 10k gold up, when you're already building Zhonya's, and then you're still BMing Liab, come on, that just feels a little bit uncalled for. And okay, at least Lil V is gonna get this well-deserved MVP, and it won't be the Wizard Lizard.
Yep, MVP gonna go over to Lil V on the Kai'Sa this time, ending that game 9-1 and 5. And we're talking about, you know, Mission as well as the Renekton over in top doing well, but just having that moments of solo queue that get to them. Lil V, on the other hand, was pretty much solid as a rock from start to finish in that game. So definitely well-deserved MVP. Guys, we're going to go for a very short break before we come back for our 5th game of today. It's going to be Beyond Gaming going up against Machi. You don't want to miss it. See y'all in a bit.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
不知道从哪天起， 我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪。
denies him passes with the pillow. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back to the PCS as we go on an adventure taking up teams like Beyond Gaming versus Machi X. This is going to be one of the most highlight matchups of the day right here, as Beyond Gaming are our only undefeated team so far.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, after day 1 and day 2, Beyond Gaming beat both J-Team as well as PSG, which I think a lot of people coming into watching BCS for the spring split would have thought that these are some of the top teams in the entire league. So the fact that Beyond Gaming just came straight in to week number 1, beat both J-Team and PSG is absolutely huge. I think coming into today's matchup versus Machi X, I think a lot of people are wondering, were their wins a fluke or is there something more? Of course, anything can happen in that best of 1, so I'm pretty excited to get into game for this one.
True. Machi had a really good bounce back yesterday, and they were the pioneers of this Taliyah focused strategy. If you ban out the Olaf, if you take away the Udyr, then it seems like Taliyah is sort of that go-to pick. And just the system that you can run and build around her is really clear. It's really easy to play. It has a super strong laning phase. And once you get through all of that, she also has really good presence in the team fights as well. So I do think Machi is going to be drafting very, very similar, and it will be up to Beyond Gaming to prove if they are the team that can crack this trend that we've been seeing so far in day 2.
Yep, exactly. Also, we did bring it up earlier on, but if you guys have just joined us for this game with Beyond Gaming, we were talking about how basically, if you're wondering, where is this Beyond Gaming org from? Essentially, you can think of it as old AHQ, because RBAHQ, they kind of let go the entire league squad and just as an organization. So their old league team kind of were homeless until Dinter, of course, one of the famous names from Taiwan in terms of League of Legends, bought over the entire team as well as the coaches and set up Beyond Gaming so that the team could continue to participate in PCS in the slot that they previously earned. So it's a very nice, heartwarming esports story, but beyond that storyline, they also have the skills to back it up. So far, 2-0. We'll see if they can make it 3-0 versus Machi X.
And we do have to see the new Machi roster this year around, losing Bruce and also losing, just losing Bruce and Mission and PK from this roster. They were the first seed in 2020, but after all these roster swaps, they're coming in with a much younger lineup, a lineup that is coming straight from iSchool, in fact. And we will touch on them a little bit more, but for now, Beyond Gaming, Liang in the top side, Husha and Husky, 2 players that haven't died so far in the PCS, and then Dago and Kino in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you name yourself Husky and Dago, I'm gonna root for you. That's just how it works. I want to see you do well in this league. But as you're talking about Machino going through a couple of roster changes, I think the main spirit of the team can be summed up in that, aggressive young players. I think that's kind of the play style that if they perfect would be great for them for the rest of PCS. So we'll see if, they can kind of make that work for them. As you're saying, a lot of the players very young. I think also the team kind of wants to play around their solo lanes in terms of mid and top.
Yeah, so far G-Man has been one of the shining lights on this new roster. He's definitely filling out the void that was left by Mission quite well. And like you were mentioning, they do have a very aggressive trend towards them, picking up the Lucian and the Yone in his previous games. So this is someone that isn't willing to sit around and just play control mages and just play Tai Chi in the mid lane. He wants to get kills, and that's what I like to see about young teams.
Did you just say play Tai Chi in the mid lane?
Hey, in the LCS, they call it playing ping pong. in the LPL they say calling it Tai Chi, but what it means is just pushing the waves back and
Yo,
forth.
I
It's
know
not
what
about
Tai
that
Chi
life.
means. I know what Tai Chi means, alright? I'm Asian too, okay? This is what it means. I'm just so happy to be back in like an Asian league where, you know, we can make these sorts of references. Everyone gets it, the fans get it, the viewers get it. Yeah, I'm just happy about that. But yeah, as you're saying, you know, Yone versus Lucian, just really gutsy pickups. I mean, Lucian and Yone pretty much the only AD mids that are popular in the meta right now, but really in an era on 11.2 where everyone and their moms just wants to play Orianna, Syndra, Azir, sometimes Victor, some variant of that with Seraphine as well in the mid lane. It's just so refreshing to see a mid laner and a team come out and play that Yone or Lucian.
Machi were a pretty slow team back in 2020. They definitely trended more towards the late game team fights. That's kind of how Mission likes to play and likes to function as a player. But this new Machi squad, they're the ones that will pursue pretty actively for the counter picks, and they will look for very strong, high kill chance champions like the Yone that we mentioned. And overall yesterday, their strategy was to play around this Taliyah. They played 2 games of Taliyah, and yesterday Gemini had that game where he went 10 kills, 1 death, and 11 assists with the help of the Renekton top lane and the Yone mid that we were talking about. So that's definitely a strategy that has been picked up by a lot of teams in day 3 of the PCS. We saw that from Berjaya Dragons, we saw that from basically everyone else, and now we're going to see if Machi X are going to run the same strategy back.
Yeah, also one interesting thing I want to point out is that for Machi X, their assistant coach, I believe right now, is Gengar, who, if you guys are watching from PCS last year, he was actually one of the players on Team Resurgence from Singapore. He's made the change over to coach for this split, and he's coaching for Machi. So it's just an interesting side note. We'll see, like, you know, if that does show up in draft here and there. But yep, we are into picks and bans for game at number 5. It is going to be a very fast Lilia, Seraphine, Renekton ban from blue side. Red side, though, Beyond Gaming is going to focus heavily on the mid this time around, with Azir being banned out. Oh, Pantheon and Taliyah as well. So a bunch of mid champs
still left.
as
the top priority junglers. And
Yep.
I definitely like the
There
Olaf
it
a little
goes.
bit more. Really strong gank potential. I like they're taking away the Taliyah on the side of Beyond Gaming. And, you know, we talked about Machi style, but for Beyond Gaming, this is a team that I felt like we haven't explored a lot. We haven't got a lot of their games. But if you want to know some of the highlight players, I would definitely put Husa and Husky right up there. You know, Husa has been doing Lilia every single game right now. He's been finding the backline super consistently and just being a monster in these team fights. While on the other hand, I feel like Dago is the best Kai'Sa player we've seen so far. He just goes in really, really deep and always buys his moments. And yesterday he had a great team fight win, flying over a decimating smash to get Maple in the backside. So those are the players I would definitely keep an eye out for on Beyond Gaming. In the meantime, Machi, they are going to go for Olaf and Kai'Sa. A lot of power picks coming out on their side.
Yeah, they're going for the Kai'Sa as well as looks like it will be the Alistar. We were talking about, you know, Kai'Sa just has a lot more flexibility in terms of where she goes. What kind of support they can pick is going to be Alistar. So it is going to kind of open up a lot of opportunities over in the bot side in terms of that Q lane. The thing is, though, we didn't really touch on this, is that Beyond Gaming actually managed to pick up the Samira as well as Rell combination. It's going to be absolutely lethal. We definitely haven't seen it today. I think a lot of teams opt to either just ban out Samira or ban out Rell just so that they aren't able to play this duo over in the bot side. It's going to be absolutely brutal if Doggo and Kino can play this well. I mean, Rell, her entire kit is pretty much CC bot, stun, lockdown, and the shield break.
They'd have a lot of synergy with the Magnet Storm and the way that Inferno Trigger does work. You slow yourself down in the Inferno Trigger, so you do need a source of crowd control to keep everyone in range. And Magnet Storm is just the perfect answer for that. You group all of the members together, they can't run away from you, and you just pelt them down with the Bullet Storm that you have right there. Really strong bottom lane. However, I will say the Samira pick has been pretty feast or famine. It's a pick that forces you to play around your bottom side, and if the enemy can get a couple of ganks in, Samira really does lack the range to function properly in the late game. So Beyond Gaming, they're showing their cards pretty early here, and it's up to Machi X to think of a counter.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Samira and Rel, I want to say, is the best diving bot lane currently in the game right now in the meta. So the fact that they've comboed that with Husha on the Udyr, it just opens up so many possibilities. I'm actually really excited to see if they're able to play this one out. Talking about that bot lane again. I mean, if you can land that initial CC, her passive is going to give you just that extra bit of a lockdown as well if you land either a knock up or that stun. So that's going to be very useful. Second round of bans, however, is going to be Galio, Sylas, Irelia, as well as TF. So again, bit of a mid lane focus with some of the top side of bans. It looks like Machi are going to pick up the Orianna. They are hovering over it. Orianna does synergize very well with both Alistar as well as Olaf. So already NCX have a pretty scary composition.
Oh, they are going to go for the
Camille
Camille versus Nara counter pick. Now, on paper, this should be pretty strong and in favor of the Camille pushing in. But what we've seen is that Nara's actually came out ahead both times in the matchup. A lot of times, it's really easy to mess up that early wave pushback and actually give Nara that safe cushion to sit on. So even though it's on paper a counter pick, it hasn't really worked out in the PCS. We are going to see if Lee Kai can buck that trend. In the meantime, we do see Zoe as the last pick out for Husky. You know, if you listen into the cast between me and Calvin, he is a Zoe one trick, and he does not approve of this champion whatsoever. He says, like, hey, champions that don't field Archangel's staff after the 11.1 buffs, you really shouldn't be going into this one.
Well, now that I've realized he's a Zoe one-trick main, I feel like I don't want to add him in client or play with him. I mean...
I told him he's the aspect of toxicity. He's definitely not a 200-year-old little girl. He's actually just a toxic caster. But he didn't really take that one very well. I will say,
coming from you, because you're like the toxic caster. I mean, the last
I still
for you
gaming.
to say, wow, for you to call another caster toxic, it's like night and day. Like, how toxic?
And you just said you didn't want to play with him because he's a one-trick Zoe.
That's true. That is true.
I'm echoing the same sentiment. You know, I
don't
think I'm wrong.
I stand by what we said. Casters against Kelvin. No, we're sorry, Kelvin. We love you. Anyway, back to the draft. For this game, as you're saying, the Zoe pick up is kind of signals to me like Beyond Gaming, they have a bit of a tricky team fight situation, right? So I mean, there is the Gnar, there is the Rel as well, but they also have the opportunity for those picks to get that snowball going on early on, especially with Zoe Trouble Bubble, especially with the Udyr at the start of the game. So they're going to want to kind of use those objectives to get control going in towards the mid game.
For me, it does seem like they do have a pretty strong bottom side of the map. There's a lot of skirmish potential with that Udyr, the Zoe, and the bot lane. If they get ahead, they will stay ahead. But on the other side, I feel like Machi X has a better rounded composition. They have a lot of burst damage that they can just take the Samira out. You put the ball onto Camille, she goes in with the hook shot plus the Hextech ultimatum. You can follow up with Killer Instinct, and I just don't think Samira can survive through that. So unless you get things going in the laning phase, unless you're able to really snowball that bottom side, I feel like when team fights roll around, it will be Machi's game to lose.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, Camille, Orianna, as well as the Alistar that they have over in support, like that Alistar pickup as well, completely unnecessary. It's just the cherry on top of a team that can already team fight uber well. So as you were saying, like Machi have so many good tools to utilize in that team fight, whereas for the other side, I mean, Samira and Rel, you're saying it's kind of a feast or famine kind of a lane where if Samira kind of falls behind in the bot lane as well, Rel just kind of turns into that stunned CC bot. She kind of has a bit of a drawback similar to champions such as Leona, for example, where you fall behind, you know you're still just going to be that stunned CC bot, but once you go in, you're probably going to get blown up for your efforts. So that is going to be a bit tricky. We'll have to see whether they can play this one out.
Taking a look at the level ones right here, it is going to be a spread map from both sides, with Gemini getting a deep ward down early. And checking out the runes here, anything that piques your interest here?
Looks really standard. Oh no, it went away. To me,
That's okay. I think it's
I have
pretty
these
standard
old
as well.
boomer eyes, especially like when you're remote casting on your monitor setup. Yeah, it looks pretty all right to me. I think the teleports being mirrored both sides from Zoe and Orianna is just kind of indicating that, you know, they want to just farm, have a peaceful lane. Oh, there is that deep ward over in the top side. Rid, BYG, maybe trying to go for something over in the bot tribush, but there's a lot of pings there, so I think they know what's up.
Do you want to see if Koala is actually going to face check right here, but they do wait the bot side out from Dago and Kino, and they're not going to fall for that trap. We are going to see the SOFM clear here coming out from Olaf. Very popular in the PCS junglers. You get two camps at once. That's part of the foundation of Olaf jungling, is you just clear so incredibly fast. And in this matchup, he also wins the 1v1 against the Udyr too, so definitely favor that champion.
Yeah, there is opportunity where, you know, Udyr just goes buff, 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 and then invade after that, but after this start in the early game, that's likely not going to happen. So much
Crashdown
damage
doesn't land on
to
either
Koala.
target, and the Ignite is used. Koala backs away, but holds on to all of his summoners, and that's a semi-decent win by the bot lane coming out from Machi X.
Yeah, they do get chunked pretty heavily, although they do have a Lister, which is going to provide a bit of sustain, not quite at level 1 just yet. Yeah, I don't think you usually take that heal over at level 1.
Yeah, we are seeing both junglers head towards this bottom side. It's going to be incredibly explosive. So far, Beyond Gaming's bot lane, they do have the experience lead, and they do have the wave shoving in. So if it's a straight up 3v3, they should be expected to have the advantage right here. Now, just taking a look at the skill choice, this Udyr is going to take up the bear stance on level 4. So it is a bit of a farm-centric skill order right here. And as Gemini goes back, Machi X have to play very carefully with this wave.
Yeah, so Gemini's gonna pick up the double ruby crystal, I think, before he tries to go for invade. He's level 4 right now, so this would be perfect time for him to try to go for the gank. Husha, we saw him over towards the bot side river. I believe he took the scuttle and then backed out to go by as well. He also just picked up the double ruby crystal, so item differential is just not going to be any different at all. They're actually kind of mirroring each other's buy at this point. So in terms of items, neither jungler are going to have the lead. They might meet over here top, though. Gemini is getting a bit more vision with the top side scuttle. Is going to get spotted out by Husha. Oh, he didn't see him. It was right at the edge of the scrying plant right there. Nicely done.
That's pretty interesting. I wonder if that's going to throw Husha off at all.
Gemini's playing it so smart. Since the early game as well, we saw, I think there was the invade and there was that very deep ward they placed at the top side red buff. So they knew exactly where Husha started, and now they also know where he is because of that deep ward over at Krugs. Oh, he's trying to gank top, but Lee Kai knows already because they spotted him out of the ward, so he's already back towards his tower where the wave is pushing in.
Lee Kai's still going to jump in, however, but backs out immediately. And they do see Husha from the medium wave, so pings are going down. They know where the Udyr is. As we see a bit of a cheater recall coming out from G-Man. He picks up the Tear of the Goddess, as per usual, for the Orianna. And Koala looks like he's trying to set up a gank right here, as they know the Udyr is on top side.
Yeah, not sure how that much is gonna come out of it. Both the laners know, as you can see, the emote for emote trade being used there. Meanwhile, Gemini with the scrying is just gonna go for the invade right here onto Grump. Husha not gonna see him because he has no boards right there. Kino,
Yeah,
though,
this
kind of
is super
suspects.
interesting.
Yeah.
The
That was
junglers
well
might miss
done.
each other. Hmm.
That was really close timing from the side of Gemini. So he's gonna pick up the Grump for his trouble. Very nice. Meanwhile, Koala has roamed all the way over towards mid side, though. They want to make something happen on
Huski's
Husky.
walking a little bit too close. The Shockwave does go down. Flash used, but a lot of follow-up coming in from Machi X, and they're gonna win
Woo!
based off of that priority coming in from the bot lane. Love what they did right there. Liang, however, finding a great trade onto Lee Kai. You know, Camille might be a counter pick, but she doesn't always win the trades. And she has a hook shot out of there as just a pure solo 1v1 outplay coming out from the Gnar.
Yep, forced all the way back to base. Probably gonna use her teleport over in the top side, which just means that Beyond Gaming will have the teleport advantage coming off of that. So even though Liang didn't pick up a kill right there, he did push Kim off, and yep, there's the teleport gonna come out. So very nicely picks up the summoner spell advantage with that one. Also, Battle Skirmish earlier in mid side, really good textbook Oriana Shockwave into that 1v3 gank. MCX, they did expend I think it was one flash, one hex flash. Yep, so it wasn't all that bad for them to pick up that kill, so pretty worth it.
I'll tell you what's bad. We only have one player who hasn't died yet in the PCS, and that's gonna be Husha, because Husky just fell down to Machi X. Oh, I feel so bad for the doggos.
I mean, he's on Udyr, so chances of an Udyr losing his life in any game is pretty high. So I'd say we're on like a pretty good path to every PCS player having died at least once in week one.
I want the legend of Husha to continue, man. Like, I don't want him to go down.
Wow.
It's no fun.
What is going on, man? Tikong in the mid, the legend of Husha, K-Bao. What is going on in this league?
I can't believe, as a Singaporean, you didn't mention the legend of Smurf. I'm disappointed in you.
Hey, look, I don't need to say anything, and Twitch chat has got my back.
Okay.
They'll say it like at least, what, 10 times? Just like have a little casual scroll, and you'll figure out the legend of Smurf by yourself. You don't need me to say it.
Alright. I'll find something else to talk about in this game, as we do see the pings going down for Beyond Gaming onto this objective. I don't think they're going to be able to take it just right away, as Oriana does have priority, and this bot lane is roaming towards that river already. Atlan walking up and trying to zone that Rel away from the minion wave. You know,
Yep.
Atlan does have this nickname. He is called the Orb Walking Monster. Very much like the name that kind of escapes me, but he's not the first one to be called an Orb Walking Monster, and this guy's
Is
really,
that in
really interesting.
Chinese? Is that a Chinese nickname or an English nickname?
Oh no, that's a Chinese nickname used in the Taiwan community, but Dago is going in. They find the stun, followed up into the ultimate. Koala does pop Dago away, but Dago is still going to find the kill here. They don't even need Husha to show up for that 2v2. Really well done. And just using that level lead, as Koala does not have his unbreakable will. Are they going to chase down for more? That's going to be the question right here. Is Beyond Gaming is paying the Herald, suspecting the trade going on.
Yeah, Gemini trying to make something happen cross map. The thing is, Liang does have the control ward over in the river bush, just popped another ward over behind Baron as well. So usually you see the game going down in bot side, you try to make something happen over in top. Unfortunately, Liang knew completely what was up. Also, props to Kino in the earlier 2v2. I think one of the marks of a good Rel player is being able to know when to
Oh, the
remount.
sweep does
CC.
land
Oh.
onto Oriana. G-Man might
He's
be going
alive!
down right here, but Husha is caught up in the Shockwave. Hextech Ultimatum goes down, and the final player that was deathless now rests in his grave, as Husha does go down for the team, but the rest of the members are able to pick up this Herald, so a valiant sacrifice from the jungler.
Unfortunately, the legend of Husha wasn't meant to be. Not week one though. Maybe it'll happen in some of the other weeks. We'll see. We'll see. Take a look at the replay of that. Really good. Triple bubble. It's gonna chain into the stun over there. Rift Herald still taking aggro though. Kusha not able to make it out in time. Camille
That
does
Herald
make it out of
definitely
that
felt
one
like
over
an
the wall.
MVP.
Mm-hmm.
No, Machi X actually were on that objective a little bit earlier than Beyond Gaming, but they took a lot of damage and were forced off. And this is going to be another objective for Beyond Gaming as they have that bot lane advantage as well. Wow, I just can't believe that Beyond Gaming might be our front runner in the PCS. They really came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean it's week 1, and we do play best of ones every day, so I wouldn't make too definitive of a statement just yet. But if
No, that's not what casters do. You have to say that they're going to Worlds and they're the best team in the world.
Oh yeah, oh my god, this team right here, guys, hear it from us right now. This is the team that's gonna get through wild cards into Worlds. They're gonna make it to groups. Yes. That's the one.
And they're going to make Dinter proud. That's what's going to happen. But Kino is standing on a ward right here. I'm not sure if they know it or not. Instantly comes over the headbutt, and Kino might be the one going down right here. Really well done by Machi X. They really played that to perfection. Good acting classes being given out to Machi here as they go Beyond Gaming to overstep and then close the trap.
Yeah, that's just what I like to see. I think teams just in general don't bait enough. We've seen it a few times so far in today's game. That was very nicely done. They're going to put themselves up. Let me see. Yeah, they're going to head back to base right now, so they're not really going to get any more prio over the wave besides that.
Machi showing up with a young roster of their own and really taking it to Beyond Gaming. You know, this roster has really been pretty much unopposed. We saw J-Team go against them. They didn't do a good job. PSG had the early game, but lost the team fights against Beyond Gaming. Now Machi X are going to be the next challenger as they zone in onto Husha. 2 ultimates used down. The Udyr is not long for this world. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land, but I don't think they're going to get much mileage out of that one. Machi X with another kill. Strong comeback after losing 2 objectives.
Yeah, oh man, the red buff reset, but it looks like Gemini is just gonna stick around by himself to make sure he gets the red buff steal, even if it does take him a bit, kind of 5 seconds longer than it should have. Looks like he's pathing straight towards Leon over the top side. Leon has Mega Gnar up though.
He did see the Olaf on vision, but the question is, can he escape right here? He does pop the hop, and he should be absolutely fine. Way too much HP for Gemini to actually work through.
Yeah,
meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we do have the Herald being popped down here. A nice cheeky play from Koala, just trying to deny the inevitable. And they will keep their bot lane tower up.
Yeah, Shelly's deserve rights to come on. So that tower is just about 3. Oh, they're gonna go in onto the Alistar.
Koala, but Alistar is very tanky underneath this tower, and it might be Kino as the first one to fall down. Disaster strikes right there. Koala is still gonna stay around for a long time. Not the dive that Beyond Gaming wanted to look for.
Yeah, Husha and Husky kind of took the long way around, which means that they didn't really juggle the tower aggro right there. Kino took that one last tower shot and lost his life there. I think there's an opportunity for BYG to have played that one better so they don't lose Kino in that 4v2, but that's definitely going to cost them because that's a lot of time wasted on their part. You can see Jimian already pushing the mid-side wave into the tower and now going to pick up Raptors as well. It's going to get all of the small ones away before Kino can even show up.
You got to keep that 10 CS per minute mark going for Mission, for G-Man, excuse me. A Mission just plays so much Orianna that every time I see an Ori, I think it's a Mission in my head. It's like, this is Machi, it has to be Mission. But instead, it is G-Man keeping to that CS, 10 CS per minute mark, as he does steal away the Raptors. And he got a bit of gold, as we did see Husky roam away from the mid lane. Now, I think we do have to take stock of the situation just a little bit. Both of the teams are very, very equal in terms of gold, but I wouldn't really say that this Samira has popped off just yet. Remember, Beyond Gaming do have the, I would say, harder to execute teamfight composition, so they do need the Samira pick to stay ahead of the curve and be able to deal out damage. But so far, they are setting themselves up for another trap. Machi actually has full vision on the bot lane here. They're definitely not going to fall to this one. And the question is, how are they going to close this trap? They're using Atlan to bait. He's going to walk forward very tentatively. Is he actually going to get the members out? Doggo comes out, but I don't think they can kill Atlan in time. And the trap is going to be set as G-Man comes in for the surround. Doggo gets a lot of damage off, but the double kill is still going to go over to Gemini. And that's the second time in a row that Machi X has actually outsmarted Beyond Gaming. In the meantime, Lee Kai takes a solo against Liang. Beyond Gaming is getting their asses kicked all around the map.
Yeah, Machi X really winning all over the map in every single lane at this point. I mean, Beyond Gaming, they thought they were the ones setting up the sneaky trap for Machi X, but no, nobody. It was the other way around. We're going to take a look at this bot side 1v1 versus Lee Kai and Liang. There's the very early flash coming out, but yeah, it's pretty much just when Camille wants to run at you, she does, and then she pops the Hextech ultimatum, and she pretty much just A's you to death. It's a classic time-told tale. Never gets old. Never gets old.
Very strong trading there coming in, and Lee Kai did have the Triforce completed, so a lot of movement speed on targets he's already auto-attacked. I just want to say that this game is such a good example of how vision can win you games. Both times, Machi X just having the better vision control in their duo lane and able to spot out when Beyond Gaming was going to come in for a play. They're able to act as if they don't know and then close the trap in the nick of time while also keeping their AD carries alive. Extremely well done, and that's going to give them a 3k advantage so far.
Yeah, and this is really gutsy from the side of Machi X. They actually don't have bot lane Brio because the Beyond Gaming wave is pushing into their tower, but they don't really need it because they have vision in and around the river. Also knew that Beyond Gaming were absolutely nowhere close enough to be able to contest that. So they're going to be able to pick up the dragon pretty easily for them. Also, I mean, Camille has Grasp, but like she didn't even need the regen portion of Grasp in that 1v1 with Gnarly. What? That's not fair.
Yeah, even gets the flash while she is able to keep on to her own right there. We are going to see a turret trade, top for bot happening, but Machi X getting a little bit more mileage as they're also chipping down the mid lane here. And I feel like Beyond Gaming, they have to make something happen really, really soon as their composition is not going to fare better in the 5v5s. I think this is a problem with Samir comps in general. It's very telegraphed what you want to do. If you pick a Samir, you're definitely going to play for that Samir, and the enemy team can just sort of preemptively set up vision, sort of shadow that lane, and make sure she never gets going.
Yeah, I agree. Also, the fact that they picked the Udyr as well, but are at the gold deficit at the 18-minute mark just doesn't really quite bode well for them. You just look at the level difference. I think Gemini just hit level 11 on the Olaf. Meanwhile, Husha is still stuck at level 9. So, yeah, it's a bit rough. I mean, he is on Udyr, so it's not like he really needs to hit 11 for any extra ult points. But level difference alone is already pretty telling.
And to make matters worse, Doggo actually has to spend money to go for the Executioner's Calling. Both the Camille and the Olaf are going to be coming in with a lot of lifesteal, so I understand the purchase, but that just means the main damage dealer and the player you're trying to snowball is going to be further behind the curve. I think Beyond Gaming are really running out of time. You got to make something happen right here. You know, Rel is a great tool. Liang with that Neganar could make something happen, but you have to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think play for picks is kind of one of the strategies that Beyond Gaming are gonna want to hope for at this point. You utilize some combination of the Udyr, Zoe, as well as Rel somewhere around the map to try and make your way back into this game. I mean, talking about goal difference, it's just under 4,000 gold at about the 20-minute mark, so it's bad, but it's not that significant. It's something that you can definitely still come back from. So I wouldn't count Beyond Gaming out by any means just yet, but if they don't start switching things up, it will get bad.
Just taking a look at the items right here, we do have the Liandry's Anguish completed already by the Orianna. Also the Kraken Slayer coming out for Kai'Sa. So this is a really fast Baron team. You know, Machi X actually had that topside river set up very, very well, with vision extending all the way into the Krug camps. If they want to actually set up picks or just go and straight rush for a Baron, they definitely can't do it at this point.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer is just saying, you know, they want to break tanks, they want to break the Gnar and Udyr, talking about breaking BYG. So forcing the flash from Husky. And it wasn't even a spell that she picked up, so it's going to be her actual flash that she has to expend to make it out of that one top side. So that's going to hurt. No, she just swapped to Ghost, however.
You could tell that that was a jump flash. That was a very, very short flash.
I was looking at the items until I heard a flash sound and I looked up. Don't call me out like this, come on.
Not very so well for Husky. He loses his flash, but does have a Ghost instead. And we are going to see Machi X just collapse on this mid lane tower. It is 4v2 for now, but Kino over the wall does have a pretty good angle. And Machi X are going to back off and just try to set up for this Infernal Drake. This is going to be their second Drake if they do manage to take it down. Just seems like both teams, and at least Machi, is very happy to sit on their laurels right here and just wait for the game to develop.
That's a bit worrying for me. If you guys take a look at the goal difference over time graph at the bottom of the screen right now, it hasn't actually changed all that much from about the 16-minute mark, which kind of says that Machi haven't been pushing their gold lead at all in the last 5 minutes or so. So it's slightly worrying. Kind of think that they want to be making more use out of their gold lead. However, just the fact that Machi X have such strong team fight, I don't think they're as worried because they know that later on, come 5v5, they should have the advantage. Right now, that looks like team fight might be brewing.
Speed up. He's looking for a play right here. Has the ball to follow him and wants to get the knockback onto Kino, but doesn't really find it just yet. Has to use the headbutt first to get into range.
That's the thing with the Rel though, when she's on the horse, she kind of pretty much has that one get out of jail free card, so it's a bit hard to really try and lock her down if you're only using one type of CC. So she is going to make it out of that one, but meanwhile though, Machi X will pick up the dragon. It's going to be the Infernal Dragon, their second one, their second Drake of the game.
Super interesting, but it's going to be the first time I actually see this being built. The Serpent's Fang onto Doggo, realizing that there's shielding coming out from a lot of people, the Orianna, the Kaisa, but forget about the items. Gemini has found his target in Husha. We see a Shockwave pinning Husky down, and that's already one member away for Beyond Gaming. They might be looking to start this Baron after that play.
Yeah, but yeah, that is interesting as well you mentioned it, because when you think about Rel, especially, she has that shield break, so it works on like Camille's shield, the Orianna shield as well, with in terms of her Q. So it is, I'm gonna say interesting that Doggo did pick that up.
Now you mention it, it does sound pretty redundant.
You're like, well, you know, but they do have 2 shields, and we've only got 1 Q, so...
Yeah, you do extra damage to this shield, but I always feel like if you need to build Serpent's Fang, why not just pick something that has shield break? We have a lot of champions with that. Renekton comes to mind, and of course Rel is the other one. So kind of an interesting buy. We'll see how it actually works out in team fights. But Rel is going to get caught up right here. Kino will be going down. Doggo pops the Inferno trigger, but basically does no damage to the front line of Olaf and Alistar. And once again, Machi X are pushing Beyond Gaming in, just looking at that Baron.
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, Machi X have done such a good job of setting up the top side for Baron right now at 24 minutes, and that was pretty much the signal that they needed. You get a pick off of the enemy support, and then you just hit straight to Baron. Beyond Gaming have a word in the Baron pit, but I'm not sure if they really want to push this. They do have Husky on Zoe, however, so there is potential for that steal.
We do find a big chunk of damage onto Artland. Likai is going to go in against Husky. And no, wait a minute! Husha actually steals the Baron from underneath Machi X's noses. He will fall down, but that's still a huge win. Doggo can't actually pick up the kill onto Likai, and Machi X are charging in.
Run, Kino, no!
2 team fight. Can Kino get out of here? Koala is looking for the cleanup ace. Not going to get it, but still a massive win for Machi X. They do lose the Baron. But, you know, there's only one person with that Baron buff on Beyond Gaming, so Machi X are they're actually behind 700 gold from that Baron play. Kind of funny, but they should be able to crack open the base.
Yeah, but I mean, that was supposed to be their inhibit-taking push after they won Baron. Take a look at that again. Husky does some pretty good damage onto Atlan. Very good target selection there. And then, oh my god. Kusha. Oh my god, showing up big for them. They have the control over in the river, over in the bush behind the pit as well. I think he was just a bit north of that though. And I think Machi X, they kind of tunneled a bit too hard on making sure they killed Husky while Baron was still up because they didn't want Zoe to have any chance of stealing the Baron. But I think they had, what, 2-3 members trying to get onto Husky and weren't quite prepared for the Husha flashes.
Machi X coming back onto the map, 14-2. Every single one of their members actually has a bounty on their head right now. Even Koala has that 150 gold bounty. That's just a testament to how far ahead they actually are. And Beyond Gaming, we saw multiple Infernal triggers in the last team fight. Still not able to find a kill. I'm not sure that Serpent's Fang is actually worth the gold.
Yeah, me too. I'm not really sure that was the best pickup for her at that point. You think Samira, you think just 80 damage. She does have a bit of a mixed damage into her kit, but you just want her to be that AD producing machine that she should be in the those team fights. But she hasn't proven to be that way just yet, especially versus Atlan, who's 4-0-3 right now with a 700 gold bounty. It's really tough.
Most of the times we do see the Collector onto Samira, giving her a pathway into that Infinity Edge with the 60% crit. But with Serpent's Fang as a lethality item, I don't think you get that. So, kind of a weird pathing. I really haven't seen this work out just yet, but, you know, we still have to see. And now it's actually Beyond Gaming going aggressive as they do see they do see Lee Kai split pushing in the bottom. However, Machi X might still consider this engagement even 4v5. We have to see if they want to go in or not. It looks like they're just buying time for now, and no one is defending the base for Beyond Gaming. This is going to be a free inhibitor tower, and there might even be more as Beyond Gaming are cut off from retreating. Machi X just have to buy for time right now, but Beyond Gaming, they have to go in. They are going to get a good knockup, but actually it is Doggo that goes down first. Kino will follow that one, and that wasn't a knockup. That was the shockwave coming in from G-Man. Sorry about that one. Liang goes down too, and it's a 4v5 victory for Machi X in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Lee Kai just about to finish this game. 28 minutes in, Beyond Gaming, the only undefeated team in the PCS, meets their match in Machi X. And a couple more BMing, as is tradition.
Yeah, just a couple more auto attacks, a couple more emotes being flashed for their. You know, in that last team fight, when I mentioned that Lee Kai still had teleport, they didn't need it at all. I think Beyond Gaming, they were trying to trade in terms of towers, so they were trying to finally take down the mid-side tier 1 tower that had been up for the majority of the game, and they kind of thought Camille was going to teleport back in to the team fight instead of just straight up split push and win them the game at the end. So that was pretty bonkers.
Beyond Gaming had to go in right there. Even though they had the mid lane tower, their base was wide open, so they had to take the 5v4. But I felt like the target was a little bit weird. They went in on the Olaf, and Mission had a perfect, G-Man had a perfect position over that terrain, was able to pop the shockwave, and the Olaf was able to kill Doggo really, really early on into that team fight. So they didn't get much done there. It was a full perfect ace on the side of Machi X, and that's going to be 3 in a row for this squad. A lot of people were saying Machi were going to vacate their seat at the #1 slot in the PCS because they lost all 3 of their laners, but it looks like they have something to say about that.
Yeah, definitely showing up big and showing up strong in their last game of week one of PCS. So I do believe in terms of standings, it is going to be 2-1 for Beyond Gaming at the end of week one of PCS. For Machi X, they are going to be 3-1 at the end.
Yeah, Machi Gaming actually leading the scoreboard right now. So we are seeing, you know, the usual suspects into the top side. But let's take another look at that top lane play. Who actually gets knocked out? And look at G-Man's positioning. That's just so easy for him to find the shockwave onto Doggo. He goes down. And yeah, that's all she wrote, basically. Atlan even stays alive throughout all of that.
Yeah, really good target selection on their side. You can see, I think they were just trying to chase down the Zoe at the end. Wouldn't have mattered. Just trying to pad their KDA up a bit. Very cute at the end. But yeah, I think very well played from the side of Machi X. I believe like they were pretty much in control of their side the entire time from start to finish. I mean, I think the only real criticism they were giving them at some point was, you know, they had like a 4K gold lead and they weren't pushing it. But even that is a pretty tiny criticism.
It's a pretty minor reprimand, I would say, about their team play.
Everything
honestly,
else,
the bot lane was what was so surprising for me. The two times that they kind of baited Beyond Gaming to come forward, and then they had their own Olaf and mid laner coming into the fray. Gemini and G-Man showing up huge in those plays. That was really the highlight for me. Machi didn't win this one by being mechanical gods. They won this one by being 200 IQ and knowing that Beyond Gaming had to play around their Samira. They just had the foresight and the execution to pull those baits off.
yeah, I can agree with you completely. I mean, when we were talking in Picks and Bans about the bottom side, we were saying that it was going to be a very bot side focused game, especially you have the Udyr and then you have the Samira Rel, which is such an OP combination when you pick them both together and if you manage to play that out well, versus again the early aggressive Olaf and the Kai'Sa and Alistar with a lot of kill potential as well. So you're kind of expecting bot lane to really set the pace for this game, and just the fact that the Samira wasn't able to do as much. And they're just looking at the difference in terms of damage, more than 10k for Olaf, and Udyr not having the best game this time, just 3k less than the support even on the side of Machi. Just really rough game. It's like double the difference as well in terms of damage between Ori and Zoe.
Honestly, Beyond Gaming picked two of the lowest win rate champions in the PCS in Udyr and Zoe. So I really trying to carve their own path out amongst the trends, but we have seen these champions fail again and again. Just the skirmish requirements in this meta are very, very stringent. It's very hard to get things going just with priority. But for now, the MVP will go over to Lee Kai. He pretty much played a one-man game in the bottom side, pushed all the way, and finished Beyond Gaming's hopes of remaining undefeated with a 303 performance.
Yeah, that was a pretty sweet 1v1 that we saw between Lee Kai versus the Gnar at one point, I think around the middle of the game. But just go back to the draft real quick. I'm just not sure if the fact that Beyond Gaming drafted the Udyr Zoe, if that was because I think this game there are a lot of targeted mid-game mid-lane champion bans that might have been why they were forced to kind of go for that Zoe pickup late. So yeah, could have been some target bans versus their mid laner.
Yeah, skirmish teams really haven't been doing so hot in the PCS so far. They definitely want to have a strong bottom side with that Samira pick, but that falls through. And we are on to our last game in the PCS today. It is going to be Liab Gaming, their round 2 versus Hong Kong Attitude coming up right next. Please don't go anywhere and stay around to see if Liab can crack the curse and finally get a win.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
We are on to the last game of the day between Liab Gaming and Hong Kong Attitude as they take to the Rift. This has been a wonderful week 1 so far, and we are going to see the finale here as Liab tries to find a win onto the board, and HKA want to continue their win streak after taking down Impunity.
Yep, for sure. I mean, at the end of week 1, I think we're definitely seeing sort of separation amongst the teams in the league between all 10 of them. Unfortunately for Beyond Gaming, they weren't able to go undefeated 3-0 for this week, but definitely very respectable showing after that last game, even though they did drop it to Machi X. However, this time around, Liab, they're at the bottom of the table right now, actually 0-3, and because they're the team which is playing 2 games today, they're kind of going to want to bring this to at least a 1-3 at the end of week 1. I know there are a lot of Liab fans out there in chat, especially I think on the YouTube stream is where a lot of the Philippine fans are watching from. So there's definitely a large fan base that really wants Liab as a team and as an organization to do well.
And for HKA, we're going to take a look at their roster. It is Rock in the top side. We do have Patience coming in for jungle, Bivin in the mid, and Eminem and Wing, the old-time duo, coming in at the bot lane too.
Yep, of course. Some players are new this split. One thing I do want to take a note of course, being from Singapore, is that I believe their head coach is still Chai, as you can see over on your stream right there. Chai, of course, veteran player in the mid lane, goes all the way back to, I think it was, season 2 when he was playing for Singapore, and then moved over to Taiwan, and then, of course, with the swap in a couple of years to coaching. He's been working out for him.
We did hear the good news that he got married in Taiwan.
Yes!
That allowed him to come back in. And for Liab, Spouts, Dodoy, Xyliath in the mid lane, and Dawn and Cresho for the bottom side.
I'm gonna just be real right here. I hope that Dodoy, if they do pick Udyr, he plays a better Udyr. I think we were saying in after the games ended, when just in between games when the stream was off, they were saying that if you're gonna play jungler such as Udyr, for example, or even Lilia, Olaf, the type of champions with a lot of mobility, kind of going for the invades in terms of Udyr and Olaf, you want to be sure that you're the kind of player with a very solid understanding of where the enemy jungler is, how to play, that sort of thing. So it wasn't really shown in the last time that we saw Dodoy. So hopefully, if they do pick Udyr, it will go better for them. But we will have to see.
I hope so as well, because I've seen some Dodoy highlights, and he can definitely do better. A lot of his Lee Sin kicks were pretty legendary in the previous split. We haven't seen it so far, and Liab are struggling pretty heavily right now. For me, their shining point has been that mid lane in Xyliath. I think he is the player that so far seems to have made the fewest mistakes and has dealt the most damage for the team. In the meantime, Spouts, really not a great showing on the Jace, just kind of failing his teleports and not getting ahead. Meanwhile, we do have to take a look at Rock in the top laner. He's definitely someone that's going to hold the fort down. And he also kind of broke that top king hype, stopped it dead in its tracks with that Gragas versus Wukong matchup, which he absolutely dominated. 2 solo kills before 10 minutes on that champion. And he's looking like he might be one of the best top laners to beat in the PCS right now.
Yep, for sure. I completely agree. I mean, going back to Xyliath, I think the last 3 games that we've seen from him, it's kind of been him trying to make the most of a bad situation, right? When the rest of his team is down, especially when we saw him earlier on versus J team is playing that Syndra, still trying to be useful in lane, farming it out, trying to make sure he lands those crucial stuns as well. It's just kind of being let down a bit by the rest of the team. So hopefully the rest of the year will be able to pull this one together in time. Talking about HKA, they're currently at 1-3 7-1 so far for week number 1. They lost to PSG. However, they won against Impunity. And the thing is, PSG, I think a lot of us think that that's probably one of the strongest teams in PCS right now. So the fact that you drop a game versus them doesn't say as much about the true strength of the team. So we definitely kind of will be using this game to kind of feel out where HKA will land in terms of on the table at the end of week 1.
True. HK, I feel like in their first game, they kind of got ran over by PSG's mid-jungle duo in River and Maple. But in game 2, Bivin showed up huge, and he was able to actually get solo kills against Shera just by himself. So this is a team with a very strong solo lane presence, and their bottom lane definitely feels I don't know what Dodo is smelling right there, but I just find it hilarious that they have that sort of a shake. Dodo is an entertainer. I wonder if they know if the cams are on or not, but that was an interesting sniff.
I mean, they ain't amateurs, right? They've got to know.
Okay, I hope that sniff, at least you can tell that Liab do not have their spirits broken. It was a pretty humiliating game, and game 1 today versus J-Team, Rest was pretty much BMing the entire way through, even building a Zhonya's on Renekton.
Oh man.
And unfortunately, Liab wasn't able to punish them whatsoever.
Yeah, that would be illegal, man. When your enemy laner is just BMing you so hard, he gets Hourglass on Renekton just to go golden at the end. I mean, come on, that shouldn't be allowed.
That is a weird shot.
That is.
I'm not sure about that zooming, guys.
I have questions. I have so many questions.
Hey, the players have their preferences. They're young men. That's
true. They're strong, independent men. They don't need us to stick up for them on the cast. But talking about mental, I mean, I think Liab, this squad from the Philippines, they're kind of one of those young teams where actually, I don't know, I've been hearing some pretty good things about them just in terms of, even if they're behind, you can tell gameplay as well. Like, they don't give up. They're still trying to look for options and ways back into the game. And I think that, Rest, I don't think it really tilted them very much. I know we on the casting desk, we were rooting hard for them to just 4v1 that Croc, show him what's up. But I think Leo were really just, focusing on the game, focusing on keeping their mentality strong. And I guess it's something I respect, especially considering the direction that Liab was taking this year, right? Just dropping the foreign imports from their roster, going for an all-local team. Even if, for them, whether or not in terms of individual skill cap, whether they want to import players or not, just respect the fact that they went for an all-local roster as well.
True. Now, I do want to ask you where you think Liab should go, because, so far they've tried to play a lot of team compositions. It just doesn't seem like they have the laning strength to kind of pull that composition off. So,
honestly,
what do you want to see out of this comp?
Actually, I think that sticking to skirmishing might be their best bet, because we've seen a couple of times where just the fact that when you go 1v2, 1v1 or 2v2, it kind of really highlights the difference in terms of the Liab laners versus some of the laners from the other squads. So I think their best bet is probably something more, team fight oriented, or maybe if they pick one of those aggressive junglers, which are all popular in the meta right now, Olaf, Udyr, and just trying to get their synergy down. And synergy is one thing that's working for them. I mean, they have no communication issues and no communication barrier whatsoever. I think they communicate pretty well, and just using that to their strengths rather than trying to bully the enemy out in lane, because I don't think that has worked out for them.
Okay, so try to play more for just coming out of their lanes and trying to group faster than the enemy teams. That's definitely something, a strategy that we have seen employed in other regions. It worked to great effect when you can't exactly stand against your opponents toe-to-toe. We are still looking at the HKA roster right now, but, I want to give a little bit of background about Liab. This is a team that, for the past 2 seasons, actually had their imports as their main carries. It was Kurt in the spring split and Rex in the summer split. Both of these players were Korean imports. We're not exactly sure why, but neither of them were able to continue on this team. And now Liab is trying to climb out of that 9th place spot that they found both in the spring and summer split with a full Filipino roster. We'll see how that does. I think this is really important, as kind of like the LPL got out of their 2015 disaster was just by going back to rosters that could communicate with each other. So that's maybe what Liab is trying right here as we go into the drafting phase. Double 80 carries taken off the board against Dawn.
Yep, it's going to be the Rel, Talia, Samira, as well as Ophelia's band out as well over here on both sides. And Pantheon, which has been making its way into the first round of ban picks. I just feel like internationally, Pantheon isn't, first ban worthy in a lot of the other leagues. However, we do see it a lot being banned in PCS. Of course, he's a good flex pick for that first round. Can go to about 3 or 4 lanes. I think Leah probably want to ban out a jungler. Yep, it is going to be Udyr. Might mean that HK will respond with perhaps Olaf.
Yeah. I wonder what Dodoy's answer to Olaf will be, because this is Olaf. A pretty... it feels weird to ban out 2 junglers and then give first pick Olaf to HKA. So there must be a trick here. There has to be, right?
I mean, we want to believe in Chaoyu, right? There's got to be a trick somewhere.
Okay, the Kai'Sa's gonna go over to Dawn. They're still thinking
yeah,
about
pretty much if you don't pick
here.
Udyr, yeah, it's gonna be either Udyr or Kai'Sa that gets first picked, right? So they're going to... Oh, wow.
Let's go!
Wow.
Some nice plays coming out. So this is definitely a targeted strategy. Olaf a lot of times goes really low in his clear, and if you know where he is on the map, you can snipe him out with the Nidalee. So I like this draft strategy. It definitely was intentional for 2 jungle bans to go through, but the Olaf to stay up.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting, especially, as you mentioned, with those invades from the Nidalee, because in general, the S tier junglers you think about right now in the meta, it's going to be Udyr, Olaf, Lilia as well. And when you think of Nidalee, you kind of think, okay, Nidalee, Hecarim, they're on the next tier of junglers, but not like the S tier right now. So it's going to be interesting. I think the criticism that we had of Dodoy earlier on was that he's more of like a mechanics kind of jungler, rather than intuitive, knows where the enemy jungler is at all times kind of player. So we'll see if he can pull this off. If he can, it'll be absolutely huge. HK, meanwhile, they're going to respond with the Seraphine as well as the Syndra. So that's going to be a really annoying combination to deal with, especially once Seraphine gets to around 3 or 4 items, because we are on patch 11.2. So this is kind of the last patch, I think, where she can really make use of the items before it gets nerfed in 11.3. The Moonstone Renewer patch, I think, is 11.3. So that item combined with the Staff of Flowing Water makes her really strong still on 11.2. So that's definitely something to watch out for.
Get 10 extra AP on that item, which is quite a huge deal. Transfers about to close to 200 gold efficiency right there. And I do wonder where this Seraphine can go. We have seen Seraphine mid and support already, but on this patch you can actually play her AD carry, and we've seen in solo queue that actually has a massive win rate. So HKA definitely keeping their options open, and we can see Liab sort of respecting the fact by banning away the Senna as well. I wonder what Liab's last pick is going to be. It should go towards their top lane right here. And the question is, what does Xylieth have against the Syndra? We have seen Echoes in the past, but that's definitely a bit of a niche pick and not everyone plays.
Yeah, there are not that many. Oh wow, it is going to be the Yone. Yeah, we were wondering, right, because there's such a top lane focus in the second round of bans in terms of Renekton and the Gnar, but that looks like it. Wait, Tristana. Yeah, this would be for their AD carry. I mean, we have seen the resurgence again, of course, of the Lucian, Tristana over in the mid lane, but if they lock Draven right now, yeah, I was gonna give them props because, like, if you insta-lock Draven at that point in time, that's the most ballsy thing you can do. But they are gonna go with the Tristana, so I'm gonna give them a bit more AD. The thing is, what it really signals to me is that they kind of want to scale with this composition, right? They want to bring the Seraphine, Tristana, to an extent Syndra as well into the late game. It's a bit at odds with what they are trying to do with Olaf, which is get pressure early on. But once you do get to the late game with that Tristana, when she gets that I believe her late game Tristana has a longer AA range already than the Kai'Sa, so that's really going to help them out a lot.
You definitely get extra range with draw bead. I kind of forget the exact number that it lands up onto, but it's very close to being, it's over 650 range, so definitely a really good scaling AD carry. Have good lane push potential in that bottom side. Bit of a fragile lane, but very powerful when you get the shove in, and you also have the sustained advantage. Meanwhile, for Liab, they will close up their composition with another Camille pick. Priority in the top side, very, very strong counter picks across the board. And this is an interesting composition. I think Liab are sticking to their guns and going for the comp that you talked about, you know, just trying to index more into the skirmishing. While this time around, HK have a very strong front-to-back team fighting composition with that Ornn in the front and that Tristana in the back.
Yeah, I agree. But going back again, once again, to the Liab team composition, I think we mentioned this in their earlier game just now versus J-Team, where sometimes when you watch a Liab draft, it kind of looks as if they're not drafting so much for meta, but they're kind of drafting towards what the players are comfortable playing with. And the thing is, you look at this composition, I mean, firstly, there's so much AD on this team, right? HK is at some point just gonna be building a lot of armor, especially top and jungle early, so that's gonna be a thing. I mean, Yone does do some mixed damage, but kind of like, you know, when you have a quirky mid laner, it's not really that much mixed damage output where it's significant. And I mean, Kai'Sa, she is also kind of mixed damage, but I think very AD focused this time around is their lineup.
Depends on the builds, but definitely most of the builds have been going straight AD like we've seen, rushing for a Cathian Rain upgrade. And Yone is a champion that I just feel like if he's ahead of the curve, then he does boatloads of damage, magic damage, physical damage, true damage, he does it all.
Damage.
But if he's behind the curve, then he also tends to be kind of useless, you know. It's a lot about how well your early game can go and whether they can find kill combinations here. Super interesting composition. You have to give Liab credit here. They are not giving up this one, and they're coming in with some ingenuity into the Rift.
Yep, and with that, guys, we've loaded on to Summoner's Rift for our very last game of the day of week 1 of PCS. It's going to be HKA over on the blue side, facing off against the team from the Philippines. Liab hoping to pick up their first win of week 1 of the spring split. Will they be able to do it this time? We're going to have to see. It looks like Crushers wants to lay that ward. Yep, behind the Dragon Pit. There's that Eminem. It's kind of in the tri-bush. So he's going to go back to base, actually. It's at 110. So, I mean, minion waves already spawned. He's going to be a bit late getting to lane. They're also not really leashing for Doi Doi either over at blue.
I think this build's pretty interesting. He goes back straight into the sweeper, which does signify that they are looking for early ganks into that bot lane.
It does make me so late to go to lane. No leash on Italy early. Shaking my head.
Fine. Like, I'll be honest, Nidalee is a champion that has a very exquisite jungle path. Like, I'm not too well studied upon it myself. But from what we've seen, you know, Dodoi going down quite low, but should still be fine relatively. He does have the Primal Surge, of course, to heal up. And I want to see if they use that sweeper to find an early gank onto the spot side. Usually the Seraphine lane, if left alone, is just impossible to deal with. Actually, is very damaging, and you can push into enemy towers really quickly.
Yeah, it's kind of what the entire strategy for Liab hinges on. Oh, Crush going down pretty low. Does have that pot. that he's going to have to pop right now, but that's not looking good. Did we both hit level 2 at the same time
we
though?
see a lot of damage traded on back towards Eminem, but definitely still in favor of HK right here, and they can heal up with the surround sound later on. So yeah, this lane not going so well for Liab. I definitely felt like Kresho took way too much damage to level 1. I mean, there's nothing you can do level 1 against this bot lane duo, so should have tried to keep himself healthier.
I agree. I think he should have known better and positioned himself just a bit better for that one. Also, kind of also knows that because it's Tristana and Seraphine, so they're kind of a scaling. They're versus a scaling bot lane as well. But well, we'll see. Dodo right now is gonna pick up the red buff as well. Gets the level 3. Meanwhile, Spelt's over in the top side, gonna be naturally pushing in onto Ornn at the start. Zalef as well is using the clone right there, do a bit more damage onto Syndra. Syndra pretty low on mana. I mean, we've talked about it every time pretty much when you see a Syndra in mid lane. It's kind of trading your mana for those for that efficient minion wave clear. So you do kind of go down pretty low in terms of mana early on. Does have teleport this time, so it won't be that bad if she needs to teleport back into lane. But yeah, things.
Bot lane finally going in, but very well buffered by Eminem. Actually gets the jump out. You can't actually stun someone during that animation. It's one of Tristana players, expert Tristana player tricks right there, is buffering your animation to get out of crowd control. In the meantime, Xyliath, even though this was a counter pick that he selected, not getting the better side of the laning phase. We are going to have to keep close tabs on how that one goes, and this is what I personally wanted to see, whether Dodoy would be able to invade onto Patience. Remembering the draft, this was a very targeted draft to give Olaf over to Patience and try to counter it with the Nidalee. So if it doesn't work out, then the drafting strategy also falls apart as well. Really need to see how that one goes.
Yeah, I'll have to see. Also, talking a bit more about the Yone versus Syndra matchup. In general, Yone is kind of used to counter those mages in mid, for example.
Oh, we see the
Syndra
flash in
and
by
no!
Kresho. They actually do tag down on the Seraphine. The spear does go wide, but the pounce comes in, exhaust immediately from Wing, and that's just so much healing back from that surround sound, as the Guardian is also used right there, and the heal from Eminem. We are going to see the Undertow land onto Xyliath. He has to flash away, but I don't think he's getting away from this one. The Soul Unbound actually keeps him alive, but he has to go back, and that's going to be first blood to HKA's Bivin.
Nicely done from the side of HK is kind of what we wanted to see, which is have the Olaf synergize with your solo lanes. And in this case, you know, you've got an Ornn top. You're in all likelihood not ganking for your Ornn top all that much. You want to gank for your Syndra over in the mid lane, and that was just very nicely done. Managed to burn the flash from Xyliath as well, and also kind of using this crucial window, which is kind of where pre-6 Yone does tend to get pushed in by mages, but kind of post-6, he is kind of where he starts doing a bit better. And then when he gets to about 3 or 4 items, especially with the Immortal Strongbow, and he gets that sustain going on, it's actually pretty good for him in terms of the matchup. So that was a really good move from the side of HK as well, just making sure that pre-6 they try to keep the Xyliath Yone down.
Yeah, Yone definitely has that burst combination that can kill targets super easily. You pop the Soul Unbound, you go in with Fate Sealed, you knock someone up, you put a bunch of Mortal Steels into them, and that's usually enough to finish off the kills right there. I do also want to mention that this is going to be Fleet Footwork brought in. It's kind of a new invention right here. Usually used to be Conquerors, but with Fleet Footwork you can catch up to targets a little bit easier. It gives you that 20% movement speed, and like we see right here, getting a good trade onto Bivin, putting him pretty close to kill range. And what I would want to see from Liab is actually them trying to roam Spelts around. Like, if Spelts can meet up with Xyliath, should be a very easy kill in the pocket, as Kresho misses another E.
You have Dodo waiting around the wings. Patience as well. Kind of gonna start off the blue buff steal. Dodo's Nidalee Spear goes wide, so they don't actually manage to get the engage right here. HK are gonna make it out of that one very happily with the blue buff, especially versus the Nidalee. That's pretty huge. Nidalee is one of those junglers where, as you can see, she's already pretty low on mana. Blue buff is pretty important for her.
I was told that there would be counter jungle coming in from Dodoi, but
I mean,
it
we were
seems
hopeful.
like
We
the-
weren't told. We were hopeful that there
That's
would be
true.
some counter jungling going
If you
on.
ban 2 junglers to give Olaf to the enemy team, and then you pick Nidalee, don't you think you have to, like,
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
really,
much resources.
it's kind of weird because they didn't actually. We saw that level 1 sneaky play, right? Where you drop the ward, go back, swap trinket, it makes you late to lane. But you're kind of thinking that that's the sort of thing that then translates into better early game vision for your Nidalee, right? Because that's how you kind of want to play, or get more vision, get those invades so that Dordoi can counter jungle and set up the plays. But that's not what we've been seeing. I mean, you look at Yone versus Syndra, it's not going to be pushing out early. You don't have Prio, so it is a tad bit difficult.
Dodo is actually sitting 3 camps behind, and he also just revealed his position, which means that HK have a really easy time just chunking down this tower. Look at that damage as we see the high notes go down right there. It looks like Cresho does have to back away. And we were talking about this in draft, but Seraphine is extremely powerful on this patch. You have to give that bot lane some more pressure. You have to give it jungle attention, or HK are just going to run away with this bot side.
Yeah, I mean, Zalef earlier when he died and went back to base, actually went for the
Oh, here
upgrade
comes the
boots.
combo,
Oh,
but Bivin actually flashes out of it. Spelt is going to follow up, and that should be the kill. This is exactly
Nice.
what I wanted to see. And maybe Rock is going to be able to close this one out. Very unfortunate for the Camille, but there was really nowhere for her to go. And that kill is equalized.
yeah, good timing from the squad of HKA to really just counter gank at that point in time. So they're going to make the trade 1 versus 1. However, Camille did use her flash. Syndra as well expended flash in that fight, and Rock is out of teleport. We'll take a look again at how that went down.
It's just a really beautiful play right here. Hookshot into the flash. Doesn't get the stun straight off the bat, but the ult is good enough. And Speltz is just... poor Speltz. He did his job and got the teleport away from Rock at the very least. So he will have the faster teleport, and maybe that's a window that they can make use of.
Yeah, let's see if I can try and capitalize on that. It does look like, oh, HKA, the body block from Patience onto Shelly. Nice attempt from Doi Doi. I think right there he didn't quite have vision on Shelly, but had good instincts. It was actually pretty close to being able to get executed by the spear, but Patience, of course, knows what's up, knows how to play versus the Nidalee isn't going to get Shelly sniped. Not today. So 3v1, they do pick up the Herald pretty easily. If they do manage to convert this into some extra turret plates, that would be pretty stonks for them at this point. Since we're 10.5, they've got about 3.5 more minutes to really utilize that. Already, they don't need Shelly. They're picking up 2 tower plates in top side by themselves. Wrap around from Patience.
Wing does have his ultimate right here. He could blow it at any moment. They're trying to save it, but finally the kill does still go over to the support. Not exactly ideal, but a favorable trade nonetheless, as they're going to take down the first brick. And I don't think Rock, I don't think they're going to be able to dislodge Rock from this position. He almost has his Call of the Forge God, a really good wave clear tool in this situation. And the push continues in the top side. There's no one there.
Yeah, I think Liab are trying to counter this by playing Crust Map, so they're trying to get Doi Doi down in the bottom lanes and trying to pick something up onto Rock. He is Orin though, so he does have a kit that's pretty much made up out of tools for him to try and get out of those multi-person ganks. But as you're talking about, M&M is just gonna easily take the top side second tower too. It's really not worth it for Liab.
2 towers and 1 kill for nothing traded back on Liab. They don't even get a Drake on that side of the jungle. There's just no way that they could have dove that Ornn so early on. And wow, that's just massive as we see M&M already picking up a lot of turret go, having the most gold on the map right now, and 1k over Dawn.
Holy cow, she's close to 5k gold before the 12-minute mark, which is crazy. She can, she's pretty much completed Mythic and she can complete Boots. That's what that gold is.
In, doesn't get the stun, and Xyliath also misses his fate sealed. That was pretty ugly from Liab, and they paid the price for it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see Leona all that much in the recent meta right now. It's just kind of hard, not hard to play, but Leona pretty much only has one direction and it's in. And if you miss your initial engage, there's kind of no backing out. There's no disengage, there's no heal for you, that's just it.
Oh,
So.
we see Dawn trying to take the 1v1, but
Oh, that
Eminem
burst,
has more than
though.
enough to fight back here.
I mean, that amount of damage from her R when she knocked Dawn back, that's sick. That's actually sick.
That's pretty crazy. I'm not sure what Dawn was thinking about, but if I'm looking at the items, I don't think there's any way that he would actually have won that one.
She was probably thinking, oh, Tristana's level 8 or level 9 now, but she's only got 1 point in her R. It does, what, 300 damage? Nothing, what could go wrong? Was probably what she was thinking.
Yeah, but Eminem, you know, he's gonna sustain back from the trade right there, and just to mention, he does have 27% lifesteal if he goes below 30 HP, so it's very hard to take down someone with Immortal Shield Bow. We are going to see Bivin be aggressed upon, but Xyliath not really finding the auto attacks necessary.
Yeah,
And,
Mortar Shield Bow with that Seraphine support as well. I mean, it's kind of one of the combos, not even just combos, but for example, Yone on the other side with Immortal Bow as well. It's kind of the point where he's really strong as a great sustain in that kit, so yeah.
Come on, Doidoi, you have to do something. Your team drafted for this Nidalee. You're going to see Kresho with another attempt. They do get the flash out this time, so a pretty solid win coming in from the mid lane, but HK will still get the Drake uncontested.
Yep, it's going to be their easy second Drake pickup of the game at just 14 minutes in. Pretty much just picking it up when the dragon spawns. At this point is how much control they have over Liab. Close to 5,000 gold at the 14.5 minute mark. Kind of want to say this is probably the biggest gold difference that we've seen all day so far in day 3, week 1 of PCS.
I'm pretty sure J-Team actually had a bigger gold lead.
Yeah, I think that was like 5 or 7k as well. I think there was 7k at 20 minutes, something like that.
I will say I believe J-Team had the better gold lead just because Liab, this time around, they haven't tried for all-in tower dive, so, you know, a lot less gold transferring hands.
They learned from their mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rock is gonna run straight into the control ward over in the bot side jungle. Patient's just gonna clear it out. It's like the mark of a true alpha. You walk into a bush, you see a control ward, and you're like, you know what? I'm not even gonna get rid of it. Like, sure, you know I'm here. What's up? And then he just walks out. It's a true alpha move right there.
Interesting interpretation. Most of the times, as a coach, I feel like players just miss things. So you are giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I am. I'm very encouraging. Usually players get yelled at. They're like, didn't you see that control ward? Like, what were you looking at? Like, was your buy screen open? What's going on?
Are you playing TFT on the side? Is it Valorant on that side screen? What are you doing right there? This game is slowing down quite drastically here. And I don't know, I feel like HK still have the better scaling composition. We mentioned front to back, good 5v5 team fight.
Yep.
So they can afford to sit back, but Liab, on the other hand, they need to get ahead with this Nidalee and Yone pick.
Yeah, I mean, both Olaf and Nid are gonna drop off pretty hard. I think Nidalee, though, kind of has the worst drop off compared to Olaf. Olaf, at the end parts of the game, there's still always the opportunity. You pop the Ragnarok, you go in, you try and lock down Dawn. There's still that potential, whereas Dodoy, at the end, you're just kind of a spear-throwing bot at that point. So HKA, they have the gold lead, but the thing is, they're not playing as if they have the gold lead, they're playing as if they're just content to let their composition and their Tristana scale into late game.
It's kind of crazy because of how many towers they have, but the game's still at 16 minutes. I just realized that, wait a minute, this feels so much like a 25-minute game, but it's just because of how much map control HK actually have right now.
Yeah, it's unbalanced towards top right, since Liab let Eminem get those 2 top side towers so early on. I mean, the good thing is that it's kind of given Liab at least one lane where they can just freeze and slowly farm, and that's kind of their safe lane to whoever they want to funnel it to. So far, it looks to be Spelt that has been going top to pick up that short lane farm. HKA, though, looks like they want to farm and push over in this mid lane. Don's kind of giving them the respect they deserve. Shelly finally going to be popped. 17.5 minute mark will take down this mid side at tier 1, making it 4-0 in terms of towers. HKA don't look like they're stopping anytime soon.
Liab do have the Wombo combo in hand. If they can find the correct targets, in goes Xyliath, but he's not going to get the Q3. The Fate Seal does land, but he falls down instantly. The Yone just gets popped by the Tristana, and Speltz is not even going to go in. HKA diffused the play coming in from Liab, and they're looking at even more turrets on their plate.
Absolutely brutal for the side of Liab. They lose 2 as well as both their mid towers. So that's going to be both top and mid that have been blown open so far. Take another look at the replay of this. Looks like the Yone tries to go in, does land the knockup, but gets absolutely blown up by the rest of HKA right there, and Cresho as well. It's kind of the drawback that we were saying. You know, you have the more action.
Dodoy trying to find something,
Oh,
but
no.
we see Don actually stunned up. He has nowhere to go. He pops the heal. Can he actually get out? He actually finds a return kill. Dodoy's Nidalee finally coming to fruition as Liab gets something back on the map, and this should also mean they get their first Drake.
Yeah, bunch of backs right now from HKA. They know that they're really low. Also, you kind of want to give respect to a Nidalee because she can always execute you from the side of the bush. Take a look at that once more. There's the ultimate being popped out from Camille. Does pick up a wing, which is very good target selection, especially at the start. You take out the Seraphine.
Yeah, they got Eminem's flash as well in that one. Let's look at that play again. Actually, Don didn't really have his heal here. It was the Primal Surge coming out from Dodoy, keeping his AD carry alive, and then finding the Spear plus Execute onto Patience. So, you know, that's still not worth it for me to say Nidalee versus Olaf is great, but it's a start.
Yeah, it wasn't worth giving Olaf up to HK's first pick, but it's a start. It's something. Also, Doidor, I like the aggressiveness that we're seeing, where you actually flash over the wall to try and make that happen. I mean, as Nidalee, you kind of always have that inbuilt W pounce to make it over to her. She was like, nah, I'm gonna go in. My W's not up yet. I need to flash to try and pick something up, and she did. So definitely props to that. They're trying to still make their way back into this one. 20 minutes in, Baron's just up, and already it looks like HK with a lot of control over towards the top side. Kind of want to maybe get 1 or 2 picks down. If they want to start Baron so early, though, they do have Syndra, Olaf, so maybe they could do that. Would still be dangerous, however, it just looks like they want to go for some picks. But Liab's not going to let that happen. They know that they've pretty much lost control of the top side river at this point. It's entirely in HKA's hands. TP coming in.
I'm not sure about this one, HK. This is super risky. This is pretty much the textbook way to throw the game. And Dodoy, I believe in you. Already landing 2 spears across the wall. I'm not sure about this one, HK. Please don't ruin the rest of my weekend. There's not a lot of hours left in this one, but Rock is going to pop the ultimate. He's going to turn around. Presso goes in. The Fate Unsealed goes down, but it's only on the front line. The back line is still really, really safe. And look at Eminem. He's dealing so much damage to the back as the resets come in. Eminem, that's already his 3rd jump this team fight. He's going to look at Xylath and try to take that one down. Liab, I felt like they had a really good peel. They took HK off the Baron, but then they went in on the front on Ornn?
Yeah, that's kind of questionable decisions from both sides, right? Firstly, HK, you don't have much shred. Why are you taking Baron at 21 minutes? Why are you setting up
Rock,
for
just go
that
home.
fight?
Just go home, Rock.
Oh my god, don't die here, Rock, no. Take a look at this once more. I think props to Wing, really, with the zone for the Seraphine ultimate, even though she did get bursted out very fast at the end, because you see Crescio going in, actually catches out 3 or so members of HKA, which makes it a bad start to the fight for blue side. So Wing was forced to use the Seraphine ult in response there. He's absolutely blown out. But I mean, HKA at this point is really just a matter of cleanup at the end. Olaf on one side, Tristana over above the Baron pit, just chasing down those kills on another.
Yep, definitely could have been fine in that situation. I don't think HK could stay around and continue the Baron with that much poke coming out of Dodoy, but instead they turn back and blow all of their ultimates on Ornn. I saw in that team fight, Eminem and Bivin weren't touched at all. Like, they didn't even lose any paint on their armor, all of their hair was still there, they were standing still, they had time to focus and pick their targets and, you know, just lick their thumbs and test the wind, all of that thing going down, and I don't know.
that was the real 200 IQ player, because we think they can't possibly be doing Baron. They're just baiting Baron, right? Because they want to use that to start a team fight. Nah, they actually did Baron. They baited the team fight. They won the team fight. They got Baron. It's just 200 IQ in my books, right there.
I will say that Liam didn't have to go in though. I'm not sure that was 200 IQ from HKA, but now Patience has definitely overstepped. Dodoy is sticking to him really closely, and he goes down. But in the meantime, Liam, they will look to close in on this 5v4. HK do have Rock closing out the corridor, so it doesn't look like the engage is actually going to come in. Dodoy, however, still looking to stop the team from doing a full retreat.
Yeah, nice sidesteps away from the spear. I think Rock was actually trying to dodge it for Wing right there, but I think Wing managed to, you know, dodge it by herself. Girl's independent. She don't need no Rock to dodge Nidalee's spear for her. She got that covered. But Liab are going to trade. Let me see. They did pick up the inhibitor tower as well. I think they traded one. They also picked up the kill onto Patience. So it's definitely very worth it for them. But it looks like right now, they're not going to back, they're just going to go straight for the dragon here after that. Wing, of course, with her sustain, she's not that low. But we'll see. Stun doesn't quite land to start this off. They did pull the dragon out though. Oh, Spelt's around the side.
Yeah, he's in a perfect position right here. Crescio does go in for Eminem, but doesn't actually find the target. Once again, Eminem is dealing damage in the backline, completely unopposed. Spells finally finds him, but all his teammates are already dead. Dodoy trying to draw members away and be a distraction on the bottom side. That was a good idea, but Eminem with the reactions was just better. He actually dodges out on the flash, and the Zenith Blade coming out from Leona manages to get over the wall. Fate Sealed can't find him, and Speltz is way too late to the play.
Yeah, they're using Call of Forge Guard to just kind of actually zone out Speltz right here. Kind of, duh, they're not going to be able to end. They just want to pick up the first Nexus Tower at the 25-minute mark, which is pretty huge. You can see Eminem using the W just to make it out. Meanwhile, they're actually using Patience to solo the dragon at this point. We'll take a look at this team fight once more. Crescio going wide at the start.
And the Fate's Call didn't really find anyone. It didn't hit Bivin, it didn't hit Eminem. I believe Ornn was the only one that was tagged up by the Yone ultimate, so yeah, Xylia's just having a bit of an off game, not really on point with those ults.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Usually, that spot where, in the river where it opens up towards the Rid bot side jungle, that's actually one of the most perfect spots for you to land your Leona ultimate on, or any form of Leona CC, but, didn't quite work out this time. Also, Spelt had some good positioning at the start of the team fight. Also made it over the wall, looking to land the Hextech ultimatum down, but kind of at that point it was a bit too late already once Crescio had whiffed the initial engage.
You want to hear a stat?
Sure.
So
I'm all about
Yone
stats.
is still 100% win rate.
Wait,
you
no.
Know what that means?
We're going to 40? 45?
Maybe.
50.
Hey, stats don't lie. We have seen Yone make massive comebacks, especially Berjaya Dragon's Minji does come to mind. And once again, Speltz is on the flank. I actually think Liab's best engage this game has been that Hextech Ultimatum onto the back line. That's kind of a wasted ultimate coming in from Rock, and here comes the Fate Seal. He does manage to find 2 targets right here, and Eminem is caught, but he does have that stopwatch to get himself out of the Wombo combo. And once the combo goes down, there's just no denying Tristana and her explosive power as HK is about to close this one down, but Speltz has other ideas. They go in, but they only get the support. That's not the target that's going to save the game. Dawn has to go back into the fountain, and it looks like Liab are not going to be able to find this one. HKA resume their win streak, going 2-0 and finishing off week 1 with a bang.
HKA with the absolute shutout onto this Philippine team at the end, just not letting Liab get any form of objectives at all. I mean, that end score was 10-0 in terms of towers. Liab just weren't even able to get any of the tier 1 towers even. It's absolutely dominating performance from the side of
Bot lane
HKA.
was so far ahead, and the Tristana trade for the top side really blew the map wide open. That was 2 towers, 1 kill for nothing given over. Just Liab just having such a rough time in the PCS.
Yeah, and it's really a shame because, I mean, even when you watch the last game, or when you watch HKA versus Liab, it's not as if Liab is a team that's just giving up and rolling over. Like, you can see just these flashes of brilliance coming out from the team. You can see Doidoi with that good intuition to like throw that Nidalee spear over the wall, or just like flashing aggressively. Like, they're not giving up. They're still always trying to make their way back into the game. You can tell that the communication on the team is probably pretty good as well. It's just the things that they decide on just are not necessarily the best decision at that point in the game. But I mean, when they do decide, they're all on the same page, so I have to give them that.
Yeah, I feel like this time around they actually had a lot of the right ideas in terms of their engages and fights, but the execution just wasn't there. HK had the faster reaction speed. Eminem was able to dodge out of so many wombo combos, the one right around the Drake Soul, and then in the base again where he manages to pop the stopwatch during the Fate Sealed. That was pretty impressive. He dodges out all of Yone's damage, and then Xyloth is just standing there going like, oh, okay, what do I do now?
Yeah, it was absolutely nuts. Just the fact that HK were able to steamroller that game with a Tristana Seraphine that's scaling that they picked in the bottom side, and they were still able to beat the entire squad of Liab's. Really props to HKA as well. I think they are ending their week 1, 2, and 1.
Yep.
I think is their scoreline. Yep, so definitely props to them. Liab, on the other hand, this was kind of their game where they were trying, hopefully, to make it a 1-3 week 1. Unfortunately, they are going to end bottom of the table. This time is going to be a 0-4 finish for them at the end of week 1 of PCS. But as we were talking about, we definitely did see some just flashes of brilliance from this team, right? For example, the cross map play where Tristana was able to get those top 2 towers. When she was on the tier 1 tower still, Liab had 3 members. They had Doidoi camping in the bot side as well. You can kind of see that, you know, they're like, oh, so HKA have 3 or 4 members top. We're going to try and make a cross map play happen. Like, they have the right idea. It's just, I think that final step is not really clicking for them just yet, but hopefully, since this is just week 1 of PCS, hopefully they can improve.
Yeah, I definitely felt like Speltz has a much better game. He was in position for the engages, and compared to his game 1 today, had a lot better use of the teleport, especially with that catch in the mid lane where he got them their first Drake and found the kill onto Wing. That was a really nice play and a show of growth coming out from the top laner in Liab. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. HK are going to take down this one and also get an MVP in their pockets as it goes to Bivin. 93% kill participation. And I think he deserves this one just for the dodges that he was able to make. We talked about wombo combo from Liab, but none of those wombos actually touched Bivin.
Yeah, I agree. Just really good, solid play all around, especially in the team fight. It's just landing those crucial stuns, having that extra peel. And the thing is, just kind of playing that double carry for the side of his team. It's not just Tristana, it was also Bivin that was a huge threat in that game. I believe we are going to take a look at the standings as well as the matchups for next week.
It's going to be super fun because so far in the PCS, no one is untouchable. Even the mighty Beyond Gaming today had to fall down and bend the knee over to Machi X. So this is great. I love leagues where you can't tell who's going to win just by the IDs. I love leagues that have brawls and they have fights and they have constant upsets, and that league is going to be the PCS.
Yep, this is definitely the league for you guys. If you guys like watching a lot of aggressive plays, a lot of young new blood in the team, so constantly, this is definitely the league for you guys. It's definitely what we've been seeing for the entire of week 1 of the PCS spring split so far. As we're talking about Beyond Gaming, teams like PSG, J Team, I think just the way that things have shaken up at the end of week 1, I think a lot of people have come in expecting, PSG or Talon to be at the top of the table, but however they did drop that game versus Beyond Gaming yesterday. But even Beyond Gaming didn't end with a perfect score this time around. It's still 2-1 after their earlier loss. So as you mentioned, no team right now with a perfect score. We're going to take a look once more at today's results on your screen. If you guys missed any of the games, of course, the VODs will be available on our Twitch and YouTube channels.
2 quote-unquote upsets happening today. Boom Esports actually taking down J-Team. Very unexpected results right there. In the meantime, Machi makes sure that Beyond Gaming does not end the week with a 3-0 scoreline. We do have 2 teams that went 2 games today. It was a double dose of Liab, unfortunately unable to find a win. They will be sitting at the bottom of the table right now, as Alpha, I believe, is 3 losses, while Liab has already picked up 4. In the meantime, Machi Esports back with the crown. This was our first seed representative as Worlds in 2020, and now they have reclaimed the spot despite losing 3 of their starters.
Yep, exactly. Despite losing Mission over to J Team for this split, I mean, definitely a very strong team. Just kind of showing that it's not just their mid and top that they can play out of, but really the entirety of the team is pretty solid. Really made up of those aggressive young players this time around after a couple of role swaps here and there. Of course, top of the table together with PSG Talon, who, as you mentioned, lost that one game to Beyond Gaming, who are sitting right below them, joined 3rd, 4th, 5th with Boom Sports and HKA. Meanwhile, next year the teams is going to be Berjaya, Dragons, Impunity, and J Team, kind of all occupying like the middle bottom of the table. I think one of the more shocking results probably would be that J Team ending 2-2 for this week. But also, I like the fact, not that I'm a biased caster, that Impunity is kind of trying to set themselves apart from some of the other teams that were traditionally lower in the table. I think they're definitely having a pretty good showing, especially when you think of RSG from the last split. That
they are doing better than that.
Exactly. I don't want to say anything bad about RSG because they're also a local team that I like, but they're definitely having a better start to the PCS this time around.
Lots of fun and lots of action happening in the PCS so far. I do want to give a special shout out to Boom Esports, as they are the Indonesian representatives, and they have cracked the chokehold that LMS previously had on this region so far, sneaking themselves into that top 4 ranking. So well done by them. We are going to continue on to week 2 of the PCS on next Friday. That is going to be February 26th when we see you again. But please don't go anywhere. I hope you enjoyed the cast so far this week. It's me, Clement, and also my co-caster, Raira Chu, signing off.